Chapter 13 Walt Catches Cold. When Walt caught colds, Garp slept badly. It was as if he were trying to breathe for the boy, and for himself. Garp would get up in the night to kiss and nuzzle the child. Anyone seeing Garp would have thought that he could make Walt's cold go away by catching it himself. "Oh God," Helen said. "It's just a cold." Duncan had colds all winter when he was 5. Nearing 11, Duncan seemed to have outgrown colds, but Walt, at 5, was fully in the throes of cold after cold, or it was one long cold that went away and came back. By the March mud season, Walt's resistance struck Garp as altogether gone. The child hacked himself and Garp awake each night with a wet, wrenching cough. Garp sometimes fell asleep listening to Walt's chest, and he would wake up, frightened, when he could no longer hear the thump of the boy's heart, but the child had merely pushed his father's heavy head off his chest so that he could roll over and sleep more comfortably. Both the doctor and Helen told Garp, "It's just a cough." But the imperfection in Walt's nightly breathing scared Garp right out of his sleep. He was usually awake, therefore, when Roberta called. The late-night anguish of the large and powerful Miss Muldoon was no longer frightening to Garp. He had come to expect it, but Garp's own fretful sleeplessness made Helen short-tempered. "If you were back at work on a book, you'd be too tired to lie awake half the night," she said. It was his imagination that was keeping him up, Helen told him. One sign that he hadn't been writing enough, Garp knew, was when he had too much imagination left over for other things. For example, the onslaught of dreams. Garp now dreamed only of horrors happening to his children. In a dream, there was one horror that took place while Garp was reading a pornographic magazine. He was just looking at the same picture, over and over again. The picture was very pornographic. The wrestlers on the university team, with whom Garp occasionally worked out, had a peculiar vocabulary for such pictures. This vocabulary, Garp noted, had not changed since his days at steering, when the wrestlers on Garp's team spoke of such pictures in the same fashion. What had changed was the increased availability of the pictures, but the names were the same. The picture Garp looked at in the dream was considered among the highest in the rankings of pornographic pictures. Among pictures of naked women, there were names for how much you could see. If you could see the pubic hair, but not the sex parts, that was called a bush shot or just a bush. If you could see the sex parts, which were sometimes partially hidden by the hair, that was a beaver. A beaver was better than just a bush. A beaver was the whole thing, the hair and the parts. If the parts were open, that was called a split beaver. And if the whole thing glistened, that was the best of all. In the world of pornography, that was a wet, split beaver. The wetness implied that the woman was not only naked and exposed and open, but she was also ready. In his dream, Garp was looking at what the wrestlers called a wet, split beaver when he heard children crying. He did not know whose children they were, but Helen and his mother, Jenny Fields, were with them. They all came down the stairs and filed past him, where he struggled to hide from them what he'd been looking at. They had been upstairs and something terrible had awakened them. They were on their way farther downstairs going to the basement, as if the basement were a bomb shelter. And with that thought, Garp heard the dull crump of bombing. He noted the crumbling plaster. He saw the flickering lights and he grasped the terror of what was approaching them. The children, 2 by 2, marched whimpering after Helen and Jenny, who led them to the bomb shelter as soberly as nurses. If they looked at Garp at all, they regarded him with vague sadness and with scorn, as if he had let them all down, and was powerless to help them now. Perhaps he had been looking at the wet, split beaver instead of watching for enemy planes. This, true to the nature of dreams, was forever unclear, precisely why he felt so guilty, and why they looked at him as if they'd been so abused. At the end of the line of children were Walt and Duncan, holding hands. The so-called buddy system, as it is employed at summer camps, appeared in Garp's dream to be the natural reaction to a disaster among children. Little Walt was crying, the way Garp had heard him cry when he was caught in the grip of a nightmare, unable to wake up. "I'm having a bad dream," he sniveled. He looked at his father and almost shouted to him, "I'm having a bad dream." But in Garp's dream, Garp could not wake the child from this one. Duncan looked stoically over his shoulder at his father, a silent and bravely doomed expression on his beautiful young face. Duncan was appearing very grown-up lately. Duncan's look was a secret between Duncan and Garp, that they both knew it was not a dream, and that Walt could not be helped. "Wake me up!" Walt cried, but the long file of children was disappearing into the bomb shelter. Twisting in Duncan's grip, Walt came to about the height of Duncan's elbow. Walt looked back at his father. "I'm having a dream," Walt screamed, as if to convince himself. Garp could do nothing. He said nothing. He made no attempt to follow them down these last stairs. And the dropping plaster coated everything white. The bombs kept falling. "You're having a dream," Garp screamed after little Walt. "It's just a bad dream," he cried, though he knew he was lying. Then Helen would kick him, and he'd wake up. Perhaps Helen feared that Garp's run-amok imagination would turn away from Walt and turn on her. Because if Garp had given half the worry to Helen that he seemed compelled to give to Walt, Garp might have realized that something was going on. Helen thought she was in control of what was going on. She at least had controlled how it began, opening her office door, as usual, to the slouching Michael Milton, and bidding him enter her room. Once inside, she closed the door behind him and kissed him quickly on the mouth, holding his slim neck so that he couldn't even escape for breath, and grinding her knee between his legs. He kicked over the wastebasket and dropped his notebook. "There's nothing more to discuss," Helen said, taking a breath. She raced her tongue across his upper lip. Helen was trying to decide if she liked his mustache. She decided she liked it, or, at least, she liked it for now. "We'll go to your apartment." "Nowhere else," she told him. "It's across the river," he said. "I know where it is," she said. "Is it clean?" "Of course," he said. "And it's got a great view of the river." "I don't care about the view," Helen said. "I want it clean." "It's pretty clean," he said. "I can clean it better." "We can only use your car," she said. "I don't have a car," he said. "I know you don't," Helen said. "You'll have to get one." He was smiling now. He'd been surprised, but now he was feeling sure of himself again. "Well, I don't have to get one now, do I?" he asked, nuzzling his mustache against her neck. He touched her breasts. Helen unattached herself from his embrace. "Get one whenever you want," she said. "We'll never use mine, and I won't be seen walking with you all over town, or riding on the buses. If anyone knows about this, it's over. Do you understand?" She sat down at her desk, and he did not feel invited to walk around her desk to touch her. He sat in the chair her students usually sat in. "Sure, I understand," he said. "I love my husband and will never hurt him," Helen told him. Michael Milton knew better than to smile. "I'll get a car, right away," he said. "And clean your apartment, or have it cleaned," she said. "Absolutely," he said. Now he dared to smile, a little. "What kind of car do you want me to get?" he asked her. "I don't care about that," she told him. "Just get one that runs, get one that isn't in the garage all the time. And don't get one with bucket seats. Get one with a long seat in front." He looked more surprised and puzzled than ever, so she explained to him. "I want to be able to lie down, comfortably, across the front seat," she said. "I'll put my head in your lap so that no one will see me sitting up beside you. Do you understand?" "Don't worry," he said, smiling again. "It's a small town," Helen said. "No one must know." "It's not that small a town," Michael Milton said, confidently. "Every town is a small town," Helen said, "and this one is smaller than you think." "Do you want me to tell you?" "Tell me what?" he asked her. You're sleeping with Margie Tallworth," Helen said. "She's in my comp. Lit .205, she's a junior," Helen said. "And you see another very young undergraduate, she's in Dirkson's English 150. I think she's a freshman, but I don't know if you've slept with her." "Not for lack of trying, if you haven't," Helen added. "To my knowledge you've not touched any of your fellow graduate students." "Not yet," Helen said. "But there's surely someone I've missed," or there has been. Michael Milton was both sheepish and proud at the same time, and the usual command he held over his expressions escaped him so completely that Helen didn't like the expression she saw on his face, and she looked away. "That's how small this town, and every town, is," Helen said. "If you have me," she told him, "you can't have any of those others. I know what young girls notice, and I know how much they're inclined to say." "Yes," Michael Milton said. He appeared ready to take notes. Helen suddenly thought of something, and she looked momentarily startled. "You do have a driver's license?" she asked. "Oh yes," Michael Milton said. They both laughed and Helen relaxed again, but when he came around her desk to kiss her, she shook her head and waved him back. "And you won't ever touch me here," she said. "There will be nothing intimate in this office. I don't lock my door. I don't even like to have it shut. Please open it now," she asked him, and he did as he was told. He got a car, a huge Buick Roadmaster, the old kind of station wagon with real wooden slats on the side. It was a 1951 Buick Dynaflow, heavy and shiny with pre-Korea chrome and real oak. It weighed 550 pounds, or almost 3 tons. It held 7 quarts of oil and 19 gallons of gasoline. Its original price was $2,850, but Michael Milton picked it up for less than $600. It's a straight 8-cylinder, 320 cubic, power steering, with a single-throat Carter carb, the salesman told Michael. It's not too badly rusted. In fact, it was the dull, inconspicuous color of clotted blood, more than 6 feet wide and 17 feet long. The front seat was so long and deep that Helen could lie across it, almost without having to bend her knees or without having to put her head in Michael Milton's lap, though she did this anyway. She did not put her head in his lap because she had to. She liked her view of the dashboard, and being close to the old smell of the maroon leather of the big, slick seat. She put her head in his lap because she liked feeling Michael's legs stiffen and relax, his thigh shifting just slightly between the brake and the accelerator. It was a quiet lap to put your head in because the car had no clutch, the driver needed to move just one leg, and just occasionally. Michael Milton thoughtfully carried his loose change in his left front pocket, so there were only the soft wails of his corduroy slacks, which made a faint impression on the skin of Helen's cheek, and sometimes his rising erection would touch her ear, or reach up into the hair on the back of her neck. Sometimes she imagined taking him into her mouth, while they drove across town in the big car, with the gaping chrome grille like the mouth of a feeding fish. Buick 8 in script across the teeth. But that, Helen knew, would not be safe. The first indication that the whole thing might not be safe was when Margie Tallworth dropped Helen's comp, lit .205, without so much as a note of explanation concerning what she might not have liked about the course. Helen feared it was not the course that Margie hadn't liked, and she called the young Miss Tallworth into her office to ask her for an explanation. Margie Tallworth, a junior, knew enough about school to know that no explanation was required. Up to a certain point in any semester, a student was free to drop any course without the instructor's permission. "Do I have to have a reason?" the girl asked Helen, sullenly. "No, you don't," Helen said. "But if you had a reason, I just wanted to hear it." "I don't have to have a reason," Margie Tallworth said. She held Helen's gaze longer than most students could hold it, then she got up to leave. She was pretty and small and rather well dressed for a student, Helen thought. If there was any consistency to Michael Milton's former girlfriend and his present taste, it appeared only that he liked women to wear nice clothes. "Well, I'm sorry it didn't work out," Helen said, truthfully, as Margie was leaving. She was still fishing for what the girl might actually know. She knew, Helen thought, and quickly accused Michael. "You've blown it already," she told him coldly, because she could speak coldly to him over the phone. "Just how did you drop Margie Tallworth?" "Very gently," Michael Milton said smugly. "But a drop is a drop, no matter how different the ways of doing it are." Helen did not appreciate it when he attempted to instruct her except sexually. She indulged the boy that, and he seemed to need to be dominant there. That was different for her, and she didn't really mind. He was sometimes rough but not ever dangerous, she thought, and if she firmly resisted something he stopped. Once she had to tell him, no. I don't like that, I won't do that. But she had added, please, because she wasn't that sure of him. He had stopped, he had been forceful with her, but in another way, in a way that was all right with her. It was exciting that she couldn't trust him completely. But not trusting him to be silent was another matter. If she knew he had talked about her, that would be that. I didn't tell her anything, Michael insisted. I said, Margie, it's all over, or something like that. I didn't even tell her there was another woman, and I certainly said nothing about you. But she's probably heard you talk about me before, Helen said. Before this started, I mean. She never liked your course, anyway, Michael said. We did talk about that once. She never liked the course, Helen said. This truly surprised her. Well, she's not very bright, Michael said impatiently. She'd better not know, Helen said. I mean it, you better find out. But he found out nothing. Margie Tallworth refused to speak to him. He tried to tell her on the phone that it was all because an old girlfriend had come back to him. She had arrived from out of town. She'd had no place to stay. One thing had led to another. But Margie Tallworth had hung up on him before he could polish the story. Helen smoked a little more. She watched Garp anxiously for a few days, and once she felt actual guilt. When she made love to Garp, she felt guilty that she had made love to him not because she wanted to but because she wanted to reassure him, if he had been thinking that anything was wrong. He hadn't been thinking, not much. Or he had thought, but only once, about the bruises on the small, tight backs of Helen's thighs. Though he was strong, Garp was a very gentle man with his children and his wife. He also knew what fingermark bruises looked like because he was a wrestler. It was a day or so later that he noticed the same small fingermark bruises on the backs of Duncan's arms just where Garp held him when Garp wrestled with the boy, and Garp concluded that he gripped the people he loved harder than he meant to. He concluded that the finger marks on Helen were also his. He was too vain a man to be easily jealous. And the name he had woken with on his lips one morning had eluded him. There were no more papers by Michael Milton around the house, keeping Helen up at night. In fact, she was going to bed earlier and earlier. She needed her rest. As for Helen, she developed a fondness for the bare, sharp shaft of the Volvo's stick shift. Its bite at the end of the day, driving home from her office, felt good against the heel of her hand, and she often pressed against it until she felt it was only a hair away from the pressure necessary to break her skin. She could bring tears to her eyes this way, and it made her feel clean again. When she arrived home, when the boys would wave and shout at her from the window where the TV was, and when Garp would announce what dinner he had prepared for them all, when Helen walked into the kitchen. Margie Tallworth's possible knowledge had frightened Helen, because although Helen had said to Michael and to herself that it would be over the instant anyone knew, Helen now knew that it would be more difficult to end than she had first imagined. She hugged Garp in his kitchen and hoped for Margie Tallworth's ignorance. Margie Tallworth was ignorant, but she was not ignorant of Michael Milton's relationship with Helen. She was ignorant of many things, but she knew about that. She was ignorant in that she thought her own shallow infatuation with Michael Milton had surpassed, as she would say, the sexual, whereas, she assumed, Helen was merely amusing herself with Michael. In truth, Margie Tallworth had absolutely wallowed in, as she would say, the sexual. It is difficult, in fact, to know what else her relationship with Michael Milton had been about. But she was not altogether wrong in assuming that this was what Helen's relationship with Michael Milton was also about. Margie Tallworth was ignorant in that she assumed too much of the time, but in this case she had assumed correctly. Back when Michael Milton and Helen were actually talking about Michael's work, Margie assumed even then that they were fucking. Margie Tallworth did not believe there was another kind of relationship that one could have with Michael Milton. In this one way, she was not ignorant. She may have known the kind of relationship Helen had with Michael before Helen knew it herself. And through the one-way glass of the fourth-floor ladies' room, in the English and Literature building, it was possible for Margie Tallworth to look through the tinted windshield of the 3-ton Buick, gliding like the coffin of a king out of the parking lot. Margie could see Mrs. Garp's slender legs stretched along the long front seat. It was a peculiar way to ride in a car with other than the best of friends. Margie knew their habits better than she understood her own. She took long walks, to try to forget Michael Milton, and to familiarize herself with the whereabouts of Helen's house. She was soon familiar with the habits of Helen's husband, too, because Garp's habits were much more constant than anyone's. He padded back and forth, from room to room, in the mornings. Perhaps he was out of a job. That fitted Margie Tallworth's assumptions of the likely cuckold, a man who was out of work. At midday he burst out the door in track clothes and ran away. Miles later, he returned and read his mail, which nearly always came when he was gone. Then he padded back and forth in the house again. He undressed, in pieces, on the way to the shower, and he was slow to dress when he was out of the shower. One thing did not fit her image of the cuckold: Garp had a good body. And why did he spend so much time in the kitchen? Margie Tallworth wondered if perhaps he was an unemployed cook. Then his children came home, and they broke Margie Tallworth's soft little heart. He looked quite nice when he played with his children, which also fitted Margie's assumptions of what a cuckold was like. Someone who had witless good fun with his children while his wife was out getting planked. Planked was also a word that the wrestlers Garp knew used, and they had used it back at those blood and blue days at steering, too. Someone was always bragging about planking a wet split beaver. So one day, when Garp burst out the door in his track clothes, Margie Tallworth waited only as long as it took him to run away. Then she went up on the Garp's porch with a perfumed note, which she intended to drop in his mail. She had thought very carefully that he would have time to read the note and hopefully recover himself before his children came home. This was how she assumed such news was absorbed, suddenly. Then there was a reasonable period of recovery, and one got ready to face the children. Here was another case of something Margie Tallworth was ignorant of. The note itself had given her trouble because she was not good with words. And it was perfumed not by intention but simply because every piece of paper Margie Tallworth owned was perfumed. If she had thought about it, she would have realized perfume was inappropriate to this note, but that was another of the things she was ignorant of. Even her schoolwork was perfumed. When Helen had read Margie Tallworth's first essay for Comp. Lit. .205, she had cringed at its scent. What Margie's note to Garp said was, "Your wife is involved with Michael Milton." Margie Tallworth would grow up to be the sort of person who said that someone passed away, instead of died. Thus she sought delicacy with the words that Helen was involved with Michael Milton. And she had this sweetly smelling note in her hand, and she was poised on the Garp's porch with it, when it began to rain. Nothing made Garp turn back from a run faster than rain. He hated getting his running shoes wet. He would run in the cold and run in the snow, but when it rained, Garp ran home, swearing, and cooked for an hour in a foul-weather mood. Then he put on a poncho and caught the bus to the gym in time for wrestling practice. On the way, he picked up Walt from daycare and took Walt to the gym with him. He called home when he got to the gym to see if Duncan was back from school. Sometimes he gave Duncan instructions if the meal was still cooking, but usually he just cautioned Duncan about riding his bike and he quizzed him about emergency phone numbers. Did Duncan know what to dial in case of fire, explosion, armed robbery, mayhem in the streets? Then he wrestled, and after practice he popped Walt into the shower with himself. By the time he called home again, Helen was there to come pick them up. Therefore, Garp did not like rain. Although he enjoyed wrestling, rain complicated his simple plans. And Margie Tallworth was unprepared to see him suddenly panting and angry behind her on the porch. "Ah!" she cried. She clutched her scented note as tightly as if it were the main artery of an animal whose blood flow she wished she could stop. "Hello," said Garp. She looked like a babysitter to him. He had trained himself off babysitters some time ago. He smiled at her with frank curiosity. "That is all." "AAA," said Margie Tallworth. She couldn't speak. Garp looked at the crushed message in her hand. She shut her eyes and held the note out to him, as if she were putting her hand into a fire. If at first Garp had thought she was one of Helen's students, wanting something, now he thought something else. He saw that she couldn't speak, and he saw the extreme self-consciousness of her handing him the note. Garp's experience with speechless women, who handed out notes self-consciously, was limited to Ellen Jameshians, and he suppressed a momentary flame of anger that another creepy Ellen Jameshian was introducing herself to him. Or had she come to bait him about something, the reclusive son of the exciting Jenny Fields? "Hi. I'm Margie. I'm an Ellen Jameshian," her stupid note would say. "Do you know what an Ellen Jameshian is?" The next thing you know, Garp thought, they'll be organized like the religious morons who bring those righteous pamphlets about Jesus to one's very door. It sickened him, for example, that the Ellen Jameshians were now reaching girls as young as this one. She was too young to know, he thought, whether she wanted a tongue in her life or not. He shook his head, and waved the note away. Yes, I know, Garp said. So what? Poor Margie Tallworth was unprepared for this. She had come like an avenging angel, her terrible duty, and what a burden it was to her, to bring the bad news that somehow must be made known. But he knew already. And he didn't even care. She clutched her note in both hands, so tightly to her pretty, trembling breasts that more of the perfume was expressed from it or from her, and a wave of her young girl smell passed over Garp, who stood glaring at her. I said, so what? Garp said. Do you actually expect me to have respect for someone who cuts her own tongue off? Margie forced a word out. What? She said. She was frightened now. Now she guessed why the poor man padded around his house all day, out of work. He was insane. Garp had distinctly heard the word. It was not a gagged "ah" or even a little "AAA. It was not the word of an amputated tongue. It was a whole word. What? He said. What? She said again. He stared at the note she held against herself. You can talk, he said. Of course, she croaked. What's that? He asked and pointed to her note. But now she was afraid of him, an insane cuckold. God knows what he might do. Murder the children, or murder her. He looked strong enough to murder Michael Milton with one arm. And every man looked evil when he was questioning you. She backed away from him, off the porch. Wait! Garp cried. Is that a note for me? What is that? Is it something for Helen? Who are you? Margie Tallworth shook her head. It's a mistake, she whispered, and when she turned to flee, she collided with the wet mailman, spilling his bag and knocking herself back into Garp. Garp had a vision of Duna, the senile bear, bowling a mailman down a Viennese staircase, outlawed forever. But all that happened to Margie Tallworth was that she fell to the floor of the porch, her stockings tore, and she skinned one knee. The mailman, who assumed he'd arrived at an awkward moment, fumbled for Garp's mail among his strewn letters, but Garp was now only interested in what message the crying girl had for him. What is it? He asked her, gently. He tried to help her to her feet, but she wanted to sit where she was. She kept sobbing. I'm sorry, Margie Tallworth said. She had lost her nerve. She had spent a minute too long around Garp, and now that she thought she rather liked him, it was hard for her to imagine giving him this news. Your knee's not too bad, Garp said, but let me get something to clean you up. He went inside for antiseptic for her cut and bandages, but she took this opportunity to limp away. She could not face him with this news, but she could not withhold it from him either. She left her note for him. The mailman watched her hobble down the side street toward the corner where the buses stopped. He wondered briefly what the Garps were up to. They seemed to get more mail than other families too. It was all those letters Garp wrote, which poor John Wolfe, his editor, struggled to answer. And there were copies of books to review. Garp gave them to Helen, who at least read them. There were Helen's magazines. It seemed to Garp there were a great many. There were Garp's 2 magazines, his only subscriptions, gourmet and amateur wrestling news. There were, of course, bills. And a letter rather frequently from Jenny. It was all she wrote these days. And a letter now and then, short and sweet, from Ernie Holm. Sometimes Harry Fletcher wrote them both, and Alice still wrote with exquisite fluency, about nothing at all, to Garp. And now among the usual was a note, reeking of perfume, and wet with tears. Garp put down the bottle of antiseptic and the bandages. He did not bother to look for the girl. He held the crumpled note and thought he knew, more or less, what it would be about. He wondered why he hadn't thought of it before, because there were so many things that pointed to it. Now that he thought of it, he supposed he had thought of it before, only not quite this consciously. The slow unwrapping of the note, so it wouldn't tear, made sounds as crisp as autumn, though all around Garp it was a cold March, the hurt ground thawing to mud. The little note snapped like bones as he opened it. With the escaping perfume, Garp imagined he could still hear the girl's sharp little yelp, "What?" He knew what he didn't know was with whom, that name, which had kicked around in his mind one morning, but then was gone. The note, of course, would provide him with the name, Michael Milton. It sounded to Garp like a special kind of new ice cream. At that shop he took the boys to. There was strawberry swirl, chock full of chocolate, mocha madness, and Michael Milton. It was a disgusting name, a flavor Garp could taste, and Garp tramped to the storm sewer, and wadded the vile-smelling note into pieces, and stuffed them through the grate. Then he went inside the house, and read the name in a phone book, over and over again. It seemed to him now that Helen had been involved with someone for a long time. It seemed that he had known it for some time, too. But the name, Michael Milton. Garp had classified him to Helen at a party where Garp had been introduced to him. Garp had told Helen that Michael Milton was a wimp. They had discussed his mustache. Michael Milton. Garp read the name so many times. He was still peering into the phone book when Duncan got home from school, and assumed that his father was once more searching a directory for his make-believe people. "Didn't you get Walt yet?" Duncan asked. Garp had forgotten. And Walt has a cold, too, Garp thought. The boy shouldn't have to wait for me, with a cold. "Let's go get him together," Garp said to Duncan. To Duncan's surprise, Garp threw the phone book into the trash barrel. Then they walked to the bus stop. Garp was still in his track clothes, and it was still raining. Duncan found this odd, too, but he didn't say anything about it. He said, "I got 2 goals today." For some reason, all they played at Duncan's school was soccer. Fall, winter, and spring, they played only soccer. It was a small school, but there was another reason for all the soccer. Garp forgot what it was. He had never liked the reason, anyway. 2 goals, Duncan repeated. "That's great," Garp said. "One was a header," Duncan said. "With your head," Garp said. "That's wonderful." "Ralph gave me a perfect pass," Duncan said. "That's still wonderful," Garp said. "And good for Ralph." He put his arm around Duncan, but he knew Duncan would be embarrassed if he tried to kiss him. "It is Walt who lets me kiss him," Garp thought. Then he thought of kissing Helen, and almost stepped in front of the bus. "Dad," Duncan said. And in the bus he asked his father, "Are you okay?" "Sure," Garp said. "I thought you'd be up at the wrestling room," Duncan said. "It is raining." From Walt's daycare you could look across the river, and Garp tried to place the exact location there of Michael Milton's address, which he had memorized from the phone book. "Where were you?" Walt complained. He coughed, his nose dripped, he felt hot. He expected to go wrestling whenever it rained. "Why don't we all go to the wrestling room, as long as we're downtown?" Duncan said. He was increasingly logical, but Garp said no, he didn't want to wrestle today. "Why not?" Duncan wanted to know. "Because he's got his running stuff on, dummy," Walt said. "Oh, shut up, Walt," Duncan said. They more or less fought on the bus until Garp told them they couldn't. Walt was sick, Garp reasoned, and fighting was bad for his cold. I'm not sick, Walt said. Yes, you are, Garp said. Yes, you are, Duncan teased. Shut up, Duncan, Garp said. Boy, you're in a great mood, Duncan said, and Garp wanted to kiss him. Garp wished to assure Duncan that he wasn't really in a bad mood, but kissing embarrassed Duncan, so Garp kissed Walt instead. Dad. Walt complained. You're all wet and sweaty. Because he's got his running stuff on, dummy, Duncan said. He called me a dummy, Walt told Garp. I heard him, Garp said. I'm not a dummy, Walt said. Yes, you are, Duncan said. Shut up, both of you, Garp said. Dad's in a great mood, isn't he, Walt? Duncan asked his brother. Sure is, Walt said, and they decided to tease their father, instead of fight among themselves, until the bus deposited them a few blocks from the house in the increasing rain. They were a soggy threesome when they were still a block from home, and a car that had been going too fast slowed suddenly beside them. The window was rolled down, after a struggle, and in the steamy interior Garp saw the frazzled, glistening face of Mrs. Ralph. She grinned at them. You seen Ralph? She asked Duncan. Nope, Duncan said. The moron doesn't know enough to come out of the rain, she said. I guess you don't either, she said sweetly to Garp. She was still grinning and Garp tried to smile back at her, but he couldn't think of anything to say. He must have had poor control of his expression, he suspected, because Mrs. Ralph wouldn't usually pass up the opportunity to go on teasing him in the rain. Yet, instead, she looked suddenly shocked by Garp's ghastly smile. She rolled her window back up. See ya, she called, and drove off. Slowly. See ya, Garp mumbled after her. He admired the woman, but he was thinking that maybe even this horror would eventually come to pass, that he would see Mrs. Ralph. In the house he gave Walt a hot bath, slipping into the tub with him an excuse, which he often took, to wrestle with that little body. Duncan was too big for Garp to fit in the tub with him anymore. What's for supper? Duncan called upstairs. Garp realized he had forgotten supper. I forgot supper, Garp called. You forgot? Walt asked him, but Garp dunked Walt in the tub, and tickled him, and Walt fought back and forgot about the issue. You forgot supper. Duncan hollered from downstairs. Garp decided he was not going to get out of the tub. He kept adding more hot water. The steam was good for Walt's lungs, he believed. He would try to keep the child in the tub with him as long as Walt was content to play. They were still in the bath together when Helen got home. Dad forgot supper, Duncan told her immediately. He forgot supper. Helen said. He forgot all about it, Duncan said. Where is he? Helen asked. He's taking a bath with Walt, Duncan said. They've been taking a bath for hours. Heavens, said Helen. Maybe they've drowned. Wouldn't you love that? Garp hollered from his bath, upstairs. Duncan laughed. He's in a great mood, Duncan told his mother. I can see that he is, Helen said. She put her hand softly on Duncan's shoulder, being careful not to let him know that she was actually leaning on him for support. She felt suddenly unsure of her balance. Poised at the bottom of the stairs, she called up to Garp, had a bad day. But Garp slipped underwater. It was a gesture of control, because he felt such hatred for her, and he didn't want Walt to see it or hear it. There was no answer and Helen tightened her grip on Duncan's shoulder. Please, not in front of the children, she thought. It was a new situation for her that she should find herself in the defensive position in a matter of some contention with Garp, and she felt frightened. Shall I come up? She called. There was still no answer. Garp could hold his breath a long time. Walt shouted back downstairs to her, Dad's underwater. Dad is so weird, Duncan said. Garp came up for air just as Walt yelled again, he's holding his breath. I hope so, Helen thought. She didn't know what to do, she couldn't move. In a minute or so, Garp whispered to Walt, tell her I'm still underwater, Walt. Okay. Walt appeared to think this was a fiendishly clever trick, and he yelled downstairs to Helen, Dad's still underwater. Wow, Duncan said. We should time him. It must be a record. But now Helen felt panicked. Duncan moved out from under her hand. He was starting up the stairs to see this breath-holding feat, and Helen felt that her legs were lead. He's still underwater. Walt shrieked, though Garp was drying Walt with a towel, and had already started to drain the tub. They stood naked on the bath mat by the big mirror together. When Duncan came into the bathroom, Garp silenced him by putting a finger to his lips. Now say it together, Garp whispered. On the count of 3, he's still under. 1, 2, 3. He's still under. Duncan and Walt howled together, and Helen felt her own lungs burst. She felt a scream escape her, but no sound emerged, and she ran up the stairs thinking that only her husband could have conceived of such a plot to pay her back, drowning himself in front of their children and leaving her to explain to them why he did it. She ran crying into the bathroom, so surprising Duncan and Walt that she had to recover almost immediately in order not to frighten them. Garp was naked at the mirror, slowly drying between his toes, and watching her in a way she remembered that Ernie Holm had taught his wrestlers how to look for openings. You're too late, he told her. I already died. But it's touching, and a little surprising, to see that you care. We'll talk about this later, she asked him, hopefully and smiling, as if it had been a good joke. We fooled you, Walt said, poking Helen on that sharp bone above her hip. Boy, if we'd pulled that on you, Duncan said to his father, you'd have really been pissed at us. The children haven't eaten, Helen said. Nobody's eaten, Garp said. Unless you have. I can wait, she told him. So can I, Garp told her. I'll get the kids something, Helen offered, pushing Walt out of the bathroom. There must be eggs and cereal. For supper, Duncan said. That sounds like a great supper, he said. I just forgot, Duncan, Garp said. I want toast, Walt said. You can have toast too, Helen said. Are you sure you can handle this? Garp asked Helen. She just smiled at him. God, even I can handle toast, Duncan said. I think even Walt can fix cereal. The eggs are tricky, Helen said. She tried to laugh. Garp went on drying between his toes. When the kids were out of the bathroom, Helen poked her head back in. I'm sorry, and I love you, Helen said, but he wouldn't look up from his deliberate procedure with the towel. I never wanted to hurt you, she went on. How did you find out? I have never once stopped thinking of you. Was it that girl? Helen whispered, but Garp gave all his attention to his toes. When she had set out food for the children, as if they were pets. She would think to herself. Later, she went back upstairs to him. He was still in front of the mirror, sitting naked on the edge of the tub. He means nothing. He never took anything away from you, she told him. It's all over now, really it is. Since when? He asked her. As of now, she said to Garp. I just have to tell him. Don't tell him, Garp said. Let him guess. I can't do that, Helen said. There's shell in my egg. Walt hollered from downstairs. My toast is burnt, Duncan said. They were plotting together to distract their parents from each other whether they knew it or not. Children, Garp thought, have some instinct for separating their parents when their parents ought to be separated. Just eat it, Helen called to them. It's not so bad. She tried to touch Garp, but he slipped past her. Out of the bathroom, he started to dress. Eat up and I'll take you to a movie, he called to the kids. What are you doing that for? Helen asked him. I'm not staying here with you, he said. We're going out. You call that wimpish asshole and say goodbye. He'll want to see me, Helen said, dully. The reality of having it over, now that Garp knew about it, was working on her like Novocaine. If she had been sensitive to how much she'd hurt Garp, at first, now her feelings for him were deadening slightly, and she was feeling for herself again. Tell him to eat his heart out, Garp said. You won't see him. No last fucks for the road, Helen. Just tell him goodbye. On the phone. Nobody said anything about last fucks, Helen said. Use the phone, Garp said. I'll take the kids out. We'll see a movie. Please have it over with before we come back. You won't see him again. I won't, I promise, Helen said. But I should see him, just once to tell him. I suppose you feel you've handled this very decently, Garp said. Helen, to a point, did feel so. She didn't say anything. She felt she had never lost sight of Garp and the children during this indulgence. She felt justified in handling it her way, now. We should talk about this later, she said to him. Some perspective will be possible, later. He would have struck her if the children hadn't burst into the room. 1, 2, 3, Duncan chanted to Walt. The cereal is stale. Duncan and Walt hollered together. Please, boys, Helen said. Your father and I are having a little fight. Go downstairs. They stared at her. Please, Garp said to them. He turned away from them so they wouldn't see him crying, but Duncan probably knew, and surely Helen knew. Walt probably didn't catch it. A fight. Walt said. Come on, Duncan said to him. He took Walt's hand. Duncan pulled Walt out of the bedroom. Come on, Walt, Duncan said, or we won't get to see the movie. Yeah, the movie. Walt cried. To his horror, Garp recognized the attitude of their leaving Duncan leading Walt away, and down the stairs, the smaller boy turning and looking back. Walt waved, but Duncan pulled him on. Down and gone, into the bomb shelter. Garp hid his face in his clothes and cried. When Helen touched him, he said, Don't touch me, and went on crying. Helen shut the bedroom door. Oh, don't, she pleaded. He isn't worth this, he wasn't anything. I just enjoyed him, she tried to explain, but Garp shook his head violently and threw his pants at her. He was still only half-dressed, an attitude that was perhaps, Helen realized, the most compromising for men, when they were not one thing and also not another. A woman half-dressed seemed to have some power, but a man was simply not as handsome as when he was naked, and not as secure as when he was clothed. Please get dressed, she whispered to him, and handed him back his pants. He took them, he pulled them on, and went on crying. I'll do just what you want, she said. You won't see him again, he said to her. No, not once, she said. Not ever again. Walt has a cold, Garp said. He shouldn't even be going out, but it's not too bad for him at a movie. And we won't be late, he added to her. Go see if he's dressed warmly enough. She did. He opened her top drawer, where her lingerie was, and pulled the drawer from the dresser. He pushed his face into the wonderful silkiness and scent of her clothes like a bear holding a great trough of food in his forepaws, and then losing himself in it. When Helen came back into the room and caught him at this, it was almost as if she'd caught him masturbating. Embarrassed, he brought the drawer down across his knee and cracked it. Her underwear flew about. He raised the cracked drawer over his head and smacked it down against the edge of the dresser, snapping what felt like the spine of an animal about the size of the drawer. Helen ran from the room, and he finished dressing. He saw Duncan's fairly well-finished supper on Duncan's plate. He saw Walt's uneaten supper on Walt's plate, and on various parts of the table and floor. If you don't eat, Walt, Garp said, you'll grow up to be a wimp. I'm not going to grow up, Walt said. That gave Garp such a shiver that he turned on Walt and startled the child. Don't ever say that, Garp said. I don't want to grow up, Walt said. Oh, I see, Garp said, softening. You mean you like being a kid? Yup, Walt said. Walt is so weird, Duncan said. I am not. Walt cried. You are so, Duncan said. Go get in the car, Garp said. And stop fighting. You were fighting, Duncan said, cautiously, no one reacted and Duncan tugged Walt out of the kitchen. "Come on," he said. "Yeah, the movie," Walt said. They went out. Garp said to Helen, "He's not to come here, under any circumstances. If you let him in this house, he won't get out alive. And you're not to go out," he said. "Under any circumstances. Please," he added, and he had to turn away from her. "Oh, darling," Helen said. "He's such an asshole," Garp moaned. "It could never be anyone like you, don't you see?" Helen said. "It could only be someone who wasn't at all like you." He thought of the babysitters and Alice Fletcher, and his inexplicable attraction to Mrs. Ralph, and of course he knew what she meant. He walked out the kitchen door. It was raining outside, and already dark, perhaps the rain would freeze. The mud in the driveway was wet but firm. He turned the car around, then, by habit, he edged the car to the top of the driveway and cut the engine and the lights. Down the Volvo rolled, but he knew the driveway's dark curve by heart. The kids were thrilled by the sound of the gravel and the slick mud in the growing blackness, and when he popped the clutch at the bottom of the driveway and flicked on the lights, both Walt and Duncan cheered. "What movie are we going to see?" Duncan asked. "Anything you want," Garp said. They drove downtown to have a look at the posters. It was cold and damp in the car, and Walt coughed. The windshield kept fogging over, which made it hard to see what was playing at the movie houses. Walt and Duncan continued to fight about who got to stand in the gap between the bucket seats. For some reason, this had always been the prime spot in the back seat for them, and they had always fought over who got to stand or kneel there, crowding each other and bumping Garp's elbow when he used the stick shift. "Get out of there, both of you," Garp said. "It's the only place you can see," Duncan said. "I'm the only one who has to see," Garp said. "And this defroster is such junk," he added, "that no one can see out the windshield anyway." "Why don't you write the Volvo people?" Duncan suggested. Garp tried to imagine a letter to Sweden about the inadequacies of the defrost system, but he couldn't sustain the idea for very long. On the floor in back, Duncan kneeled on Walt's foot and pushed him out of the gap between the bucket seats. Now Walt cried and coughed. "I was here first," Duncan said. Garp downshifted, hard, and the uncovered tip of the stick shift shaft bit into his hand. "You see this, Duncan?" Garp asked, angrily. "You see this gear shift? It's like a spear. You want to fall on that if I have to stop hard. Why don't you get it fixed?" Duncan asked. "Get out of the goddamn gap between the seats, Duncan," Garp said. "The stick shift has been like that for months," Duncan said. "For weeks, maybe," Garp said. "If it's dangerous, you should get it fixed," Duncan said. "That's your mother's job," Garp said. "She says it's your job, Dad," Walt said. "How's your cough, Walt?" Garp asked. Walt coughed. The wet rattle in his small chest seemed oversized for the child. "Jesus," Duncan said. "That's great, Walt," Garp said. "It's not my fault," Walt complained. "Of course it isn't," Garp said. "Yes, it is," Duncan said. "Walt spends half his life in puddles." "I do not," Walt said. "Look for a movie that looks interesting, Duncan," Garp said. "I can't see unless I kneel between the seats," Duncan said. They drove around. The movie houses were all on the same block, but they had to drive past them a few times to decide upon which movie, and then they had to drive by them a few more times before they found a place to park. The children chose to see the only film that had a line waiting to see it, extending out from under the cinema marquee along the sidewalk, streaked now with a freezing rain. Garp put his own jacket over Walt's head, so that very quickly Walt resembled some ill-clothed street beggar, a damp dwarf seeking sympathy in bad weather. He promptly stepped in a puddle and soaked his feet. Garp then picked him up and listened to his chest. It was almost as if Garp thought the water in Walt's wet shoes dripped immediately into his little lungs. "You're so weird, Dad," Duncan said. Walt saw a strange car and pointed it out. The car moved quickly down the soaked street, splashing through the garish puddles. It threw the reflected neon upon itself, a big dark car, the color of clotted blood. It had wooden slats on its sides, and the blonde wood glowed in the streetlights. The slats looked like the ribs of the long, lit skeleton of a great fish gliding through moonlight. "Look at that car!" Walt cried. "Wow, it's a hearse," Duncan said. "No, Duncan," Garp said. "It's an old Buick. Before your time." The Buick that Duncan mistook for a hearse was on its way to Garp's house, although Helen had done all she could to discourage Michael Milton from coming. "I can't see you," Helen told him when she called. "It's as simple as that. It's over just the way I said it would be if he ever found out. I won't hurt him any more than I already have." "What about me?" Michael Milton said. "I'm sorry," Helen told him. "But you knew. We both knew." "I want to see you," he said. "Maybe tomorrow." But she told him that Garp had taken the kids to a movie for the sole purpose that she finish it tonight. "I'm coming over," he told her. "Not here, no," she said. "We'll go for a drive," he told her. "I can't go out, either," she said. "I'm coming," Michael Milton said, and he hung up. Helen checked the time. It would be all right, she supposed, if she could get him to leave quickly. Movies were at least an hour and a half long. She decided she wouldn't let him in the house, not under any circumstances. She watched for the headlights to come up the driveway, and when the Buick stopped just in front of the garage, like a big ship docking at a dark pier, she ran out of the house and pushed herself against the driver's side door before Michael Milton could open it. The rain was turning to a semi-soft slush at her feet, and the icy drops were hardening as they fell. They had some sting as they struck her bare neck, when she bent over to speak to him through the rolled-down window. He immediately kissed her. She tried to lightly peck his cheek, but he turned her face and forced his tongue into her mouth. All over again she saw the corny bedroom of his apartment, the poster-sized print above his bed, Paul Klee's Sinbad the Sailor. She supposed this was how he saw himself, a colorful adventurer, but sensitive to the beauty of Europe. Helen pulled back from him and felt the cold rain soak her blouse. "We can't just stop," he said, miserably. Helen couldn't tell if it was the rain through the open window or tears that streaked his face. To her surprise, he had shaved his mustache off, and his upper lip looked slightly like the puckered, undeveloped lip of a child, like Walt's little lip, which looked lovely on Walt, Helen thought, but it wasn't her idea of the lip for a lover. "What did you do to your mustache?" she asked him. "I thought you didn't like it," he said. "I did it for you." "But I liked it," she said, and shivered in the freezing rain. "Please, get in with me," he said. She shook her head, her blouse clung to her cold skin, and her long corduroy skirt felt as heavy as chain mail. Her tall boots slipped in the stiffening slush. "I won't take you anywhere," he promised. "We'll just sit here in the car." "We can't just stop," he repeated. "We knew we'd have to," Helen said. "We knew it was just for a little while." Michael Milton let his head sink against the glinting ring of the horn, but there was no sound. The big Buick was shut off. The rain began to stick to the windows. The car was slowly being encased in ice. "Please get in," Michael Milton moaned. "I'm not leaving here," he added, sharply. "I'm not afraid of him. I don't have to do what he says." "It's what I say, too," Helen said. "You have to go." "I'm not going," Michael Milton said. "I know about your husband. I know everything about him." They had never talked about Garp. Helen had forbidden it. She didn't know what Michael Milton meant. "He's a minor writer," Michael said, boldly. Helen looked surprised. To her knowledge, Michael Milton had never read Garp. He'd told her once that he never read living writers. He claimed to value the perspective he said one could gain only when a writer had been dead for a while. It is fortunate that Garp didn't know this about him. It would certainly have added to Garp's contempt for the young man. It added somewhat to Helen's disappointment with poor Michael, now. My husband is a very good writer, she said softly, and a shiver made her twitch so hard that her folded arms sprang open, and she had to fold them closed at her breasts again. He's not a major writer, Michael declared. Higgins said so. You certainly must be aware of how your husband is regarded in the department. Higgins, Helen was aware, was a singularly eccentric and troublesome colleague, who managed at the same time to be dull and cloddish to the point of sleep. Helen hardly felt Higgins was representative of the department except that, like many of her more insecure colleagues, Higgins habitually gossiped to the graduate students about his fellow department members. In this desperate way, perhaps, Higgins felt he gained the students' trust. I was not aware that Garp was regarded by the department, one way or another, Helen said coolly. Most of them don't read anything very contemporary. Those who do say he's minor, Michael Milton said. This competitive and pathetic stand did not warm Helen's heart to the boy, and she turned to go back inside the house. I won't go. Michael Milton screamed. I'll confront him about us. Right now. He can't tell us what to do. I'm telling you, Michael, Helen said. He slumped against the horn and began to cry. She went over and touched his shoulder through the window. I'll sit with you a minute, Helen told him. But you must promise me that you'll leave. I won't have him or my children see this. He promised. Give me the keys, Helen said. His look of baleful hurt that she didn't trust him not to drive off with her touched Helen all over again. She put the keys in the deep flat pocket of her long skirt, and walked around to the passenger side, and let herself in. He rolled up his window, and they sat, not touching, the windows fogging around them, the car creaking under a coat of ice. Then he completely broke down and told her that she had meant more to him than all of France, and she knew what France had meant to him, of course. She held him, then, and wildly feared how much time had passed, or was passing there in the frozen car. Even if it was not a long movie, they must still have a good half hour, or 45 minutes, yet Michael Milton was nowhere near ready to leave. She kissed him, strongly, hoping this would help, but he only began to fondle her wet, cold breasts. She felt all over as frozen to him, as she had felt outside in the hardening sleet. But she let him touch her. Dear Michael, she said, thinking all the while. How can we stop, was all he said. But Helen had already stopped, she was only thinking about how to stop him. She shoved him up straight in the driver's position and stretched across the long seat, pulling her skirt back down to cover her knees, and putting her head in his lap. Please remember, she said. Please try. This was the nicest part for me, just letting you drive me in the car, when I knew where we were going. Can't you be happy? Can't you just remember that, and let it go? He sat rigid behind the steering wheel, both hands struggling to stay gripped to the wheel, both thighs tensed under her head, his erection pressing against her ear. Please try to just let it go at that, Michael, she said softly. And they stayed this way a moment, imagining that the old Buick was carrying them to Michael's apartment again. But Michael Milton could not sustain himself on imagination. He let one hand stray to the back of Helen's neck, which he gripped very tightly, his other hand opened his fly. Michael, she said, sharply. You said you always wanted to, he reminded her. It's over, Michael. Not yet, it isn't, Li said. His penis grazed her forehead, bent her eyelashes, and she recognized that this was the old Michael, the Michael of the apartment, the Michael who occasionally liked to treat her with some force. She did not appreciate it now. But if I resist, she thought, there will be a scene. She had only to imagine Garp as part of the scene to convince herself that she should avoid any scene, at any cost. Don't be a bastard, don't be a prick, Michael, she said. Don't spoil it. You always said you wanted to, he said. But it wasn't safe, you said. Well, now it's safe. The car isn't even moving. There can't be any accidents now, he said. Oddly, she realized he had suddenly made it easier for her. She did not feel concerned anymore with letting him down gently. She felt grateful to him that he had helped her to sort her priorities so forcefully. Her priorities, she felt enormously relieved to know, were Garp and her children. Walt shouldn't be out in this weather, she thought, shivering. And Garp was more major to her, she knew, than all her minor colleagues and graduate students together. Michael Milton had allowed her to see himself with what struck Helen as a necessary vulgarity. Suck him off, she thought bluntly, putting him into her mouth, and then he'll leave. She thought bitterly that men, once they had ejaculated, were rather quick to abandon their demands. And from her brief experience in Michael Milton's apartment, Helen knew that this would not take long. Time was also a factor in her decision. There was at least 20 minutes remaining in even the shortest movie they could have gone to see. She set her mind to it as she might have done if it were the last task remaining to a messy business, which might have ended better but could also have turned out worse. She felt slightly proud that she had at least proved to herself that her family was her first priority. Even Garp might appreciate this, she thought, but one day, not right away. She was so determined that she hardly noticed Michael Milton's grip loosen. On her neck, he returned both hands to the steering wheel, as if he were actually piloting this experience. Let him think what he wants to think, she thought. She was thinking of her family, and she did not notice that the sleet was now nearly as hard as hail. It rattled off the big Buick like the tapping of countless hammers, driving little nails. And she did not sense the old car groaning and snapping under its thickening tomb of ice. And she did not hear the telephone, ringing in her warm house. There was too much weather and other interference between her house and where she lay. It was a stupid movie. Typical of the children's taste in films, Garp thought, typical of the taste in a university town. Typical of the entire country. Typical of the world. Garp raged in his heart, and paid more attention to Walt's labored breathing the thick rivulets of snot from his tiny nose. Be careful you don't choke on that popcorn, he whispered to Walt. I won't choke, Walt said, never taking his eyes from the giant screen. Well, you can't breathe very well, Garp complained, so just don't put too much in your mouth. You might inhale it. You can't breathe through your nose, at all, that's perfectly clear. And he wiped the child's nose again. Blow, he whispered. Walt blew. Isn't this great? Duncan whispered. Garp felt how hot Walt's snot was. The child must have a temperature of nearly 102. He thought. Garp rolled his eyes at Duncan. Oh, just great, Duncan, Garp said. Duncan had meant the movie. You should relax, Dad, Duncan suggested, shaking his head. Oh, I should, Garp knew, but he couldn't. He thought of Walt, and what a perfect little ass he had, and strong little legs, and how sweet his sweat smelled when he'd been running, and his hair was damp behind his ears. A body that perfect should not be sick, he thought. I should have let Helen go out on this miserable night. I should have made her call that twerp from her office and tell him to put it in his ear, Garp thought. Or in a light socket. And turn on the juice. I should have called that candy ass myself, Garp thought. I should have visited him in the middle of the night. When Garp walked up the aisle to see if they had a phone in the lobby, he heard Walt still coughing. If she hasn't already gotten in touch with him, Garp thought, I'll tell her not to keep trying. I'll tell her it's my turn. He was at that point in his feelings toward Helen where he felt betrayed, but at the same time honestly loved and important to her. He had not had time enough to ponder how betrayed he felt. Or how much, truly, she had been trying to keep him in her mind. It was a delicate point, between hating her and loving her terribly also. He was not without sympathy for whatever she'd wanted. After all, he knew, the shoe on the other foot had also been worn, and was certainly thinner. It even seemed unfair to Garp that Helen, who had always meant so well, had been caught like this. She was a good woman, and she certainly deserved better luck. But when Helen did not answer the phone, this point of delicacy in Garp's feelings toward her quite suddenly escaped him. He felt only rage, and only betrayal. Bitch. He thought. The phone rang and rang. She went out to meet him. Or they're even doing it in our house. He thought he could hear them saying, one last time. That puny Fink with his pretentious short stories about fragile relationships, which almost developed in badly lit European restaurants. Perhaps someone wore the wrong glove and the moment was lost forever. There was one where a woman decides not to, because the man's shirt was too tight at his throat. How could Helen have read that crap? And how could she have touched that foppish body? But the movie isn't half over, Duncan protested. There's going to be a duel. I want to see the duel, Walt said. What's a duel? We're leaving, Garp told them. No. Duncan hissed. Walt's sick, Garp mumbled. He shouldn't be here. I'm not sick, Walt said. He's not that sick, Duncan said. Get out of those seats, Garp told them. He had to grab the front of Duncan's shirt, which made Walt get up and stumble into the aisle first. Duncan, grumbling, scuffed after him. What's a duel? Walt asked Duncan. It's real neat, Duncan said. Now you won't ever see it. Cut it out, Duncan, Garp said. Don't be mean. You're the one who's mean, Duncan said. Yeah, Dad, said Walt. The Volvo was shrouded in ice, the windshield solid with it. There were various scrapers and broken snow brushes and junk of that sort, somewhere in the trunk, Garp supposed. But by March the winter driving had worn out much of this equipment, or the children had played with it and lost it. Garp wasn't going to take the time to clean the windshield anyway. How can you see? Duncan asked. I live here, Garp said. I don't have to see. But in fact, he had to roll down the driver's side window and stick his face out into the raining sleet, as hard as hail. He drove toward home that way. It's cold, Walt shivered. Shut the window. I need it open to see, Garp said. I thought you didn't have to see, Duncan said. I'm too cold. Walt cried. Dramatically, he coughed. But all of this, as Garp saw it, was Helen's fault. She was to blame for however Walt suffered his cold, or for its growing worse. It was her fault. And for Duncan's disappointment in his father, for that unforgivable way in the theater that Garp had grabbed the boy and stood him up out of his seat, she was to blame. The bitch with her runt lover. But at the moment his eyes were teary in the cold wind and the sleet, and he thought to himself how he loved Helen, and would never be unfaithful to her again, never hurt her like this. He would promise her that. At the same moment Helen felt her conscience clear. Her love for Garp was very fine. And she sensed that Michael Milton was about to be released. He was exhibiting the familiar signs. The angle that he bent at the waist and the peculiar way he pointed his hips, the straining of that muscle, used for little else, on the inside of his thigh. It's almost over, Helen thought. Her nose touched the cold brass of his belt buckle, and the back of her head bumped the bottom of the steering wheel, which Michael Milton gripped as if he expected the 3-ton Buick to suddenly leave the ground. Garp hit the bottom of his driveway at about 40 miles per hour. He came off the downhill road in third gear and accelerated just as he exited. He glimpsed how the driveway was glazed with frozen slush, and he worried momentarily that the Volvo might slip on the short uphill curve. He held the car in gear until he felt what grip he had of the road. It was good enough, and he popped the sharp stick shift into neutral a second before he killed the engine and flicked out the headlights. They coasted up into the black rain. It was like that moment when you feel an airplane lift off the runway. The children both cried out in excitement. Garp could feel the children at his elbow, crowding each other for the one favored position in the gap between the bucket seats. How can you see now? Duncan asked. He doesn't have to see, Walt said. There was a high thrill in Walt's voice, which suggested to Garp that Walt wished to reassure himself. I know this by heart, Garp assured them. It's like being underwater, cried Duncan. He held his breath. It's like a dream, said Walt. He reached for his brother's hand. Chapter 14 The World According to Marcus Aurelius. That was how Jenny Fields became a kind of nurse again. After all her years in her white uniform, nursing the women's movement, Jenny was appropriately dressed for her role. It was at Jenny's suggestion that the Garp family moved into the Fields estate at Dog's Head Harbor. There were many rooms for Jenny to take care of them in, and there was the healing sound of the sea, rushing in and out, rinsing everything clean. All his life, Duncan Garp would associate the sound of the sea with his convalescence. His grandmother would remove the bandage. There was a kind of tidal irrigation of the hole where Duncan's right eye had been. His father and mother could not stand the sight of that empty hole, but Jenny was an old hand at staring down wounds until they went away. It was with his grandmother, Jenny Fields, that Duncan would see his first glass eye. "See," Jenny said. "It's big and brown, it's not quite as pretty as your left one, but you just make sure the girls see your left one first." It was not a very feminist thing to say, she supposed, but Jenny always said that she was, first and foremost, a nurse. Duncan's eye was gouged out when he was flung forward between the bucket seats. The uncovered tip of the stick-shift shaft was the first thing to break his fall. Garp's right arm, reaching into the gap between the seats, was too late. Duncan passed under it, putting out his right eye and breaking 3 fingers of his right hand, which was jammed into the seatbelt release mechanism. By no one's estimate could the Volvo have been moving faster than 25 at the most, 35 miles per hour, but the collision was astonishing. The 3-ton Buick did not yield quite an inch to Garp's coasting car. Inside the Volvo the children were like eggs out of the egg box loose inside the shopping bag at the moment of impact. Even inside the Buick, the jolt had surprising ferocity. Helen's head was flung forward, narrowly missing the steering column, which caught her at the back of her neck. Many wrestlers' children have hardy necks, because Helen's did not break though she wore a brace for almost 6 weeks, and her back would bother her the rest of her life. Her right collarbone was broken, perhaps by the rising slam of Michael Milton's knee, and her nose was gashed across the bridge requiring 9 stitches by what must have been Michael Milton's belt buckle. Helen's mouth was snapped shut with such force that she broke 2 teeth, and required 2 neat stitches in her tongue. At first she thought she had bitten her tongue off, because she could feel it swimming in her mouth, which was full of blood, but her head ached so severely that she didn't dare open her mouth, until she had to breathe, and she couldn't move her right arm. She spat what she thought was her tongue into the palm of her left hand. It wasn't her tongue, of course. It was what amounted to 3/4 of Michael Milton's penis. The warm wash of blood over her face felt, to Helen, like gasoline. She began to scream not for her own safety, but for Garp's and the children's. She knew what had hit the Buick. She struggled to get out of Michael Milton's lap because she had to see what had happened to her family. She dropped what she thought was her tongue on the floor of the Buick, and with her good left arm she punched Michael Milton, whose lap pinned her against the steering column. It was only then that she heard other screams above her own. Michael Milton was screaming, of course, but Helen heard beyond him to the Volvo. That was Duncan who was screaming, she was sure, and Helen fought her left arm across Michael Milton's bleeding lap to the door handle. When the door opened, she pushed Michael out of the Buick. She felt incredibly strong. Michael never once corrected his bent double, sitting up position. He lay on his side in the freezing slush as if he were still in the driver's seat, though he bellowed and bled like a steer. When the door light came on in the huge Buick, Garp could dimly see the gore in the Volvo. Duncan's streaming face, split with his gaping wail. Garp began to bellow too, but his bellow issued forth no louder than a whimper. His own odd sound scared him so much that he tried to talk softly to Duncan. It was then Garp realized he couldn't talk. When Garp had flung out his arm to break Duncan's fall, he had turned almost sideways in the driver's seat, and his face had struck the steering wheel hard enough to break his jaw and mangle his tongue, 12 stitches. In the long weeks of Garp's recovery, at Dog's Head Harbor, it is fortunate for Jenny that she'd had much experience with Ellen Jameshians, because Garp's mouth was wired shut and his messages to his mother were written ones. He sometimes wrote pages and pages on the typewriter, which Jenny would then read aloud to Duncan, because, although Duncan could read, he was instructed not to strain his remaining eye more than was necessary. In time, the eye would compensate for the other eye's loss, but Garp had much to say that was immediate and no way to say it. When he sensed that his mother was editing his remarks to Duncan and to Helen, to whom he also wrote pages and pages, Garp would grunt his protest through his wires, holding his sore tongue very still. And Jenny Fields, like the good nurse she was, would wisely move him to a private room. "This is the Dog's Head Harbor Hospital," Helen said to Jenny once. Although Helen could talk, she said little. She did not have pages and pages to say. She spent most of her convalescence in Duncan's room, reading to the boy, because Helen was a much better reader than Jenny, and there were only 2 stitches in Helen's tongue. In this period of recovery, Jenny Fields could deal with Garp better than Helen could deal with him. Helen and Duncan often sat side by side in Duncan's room. Duncan had a fine, one-eyed view of the sea, which he watched all day as if he were a camera. Getting used to having one eye is something like getting used to the world through a camera. There are similarities in depth of field, and in the problems of focus. When Duncan seemed ready to discover this, Helen bought him a camera, a single-lens reflex camera. For Duncan, that kind made the most sense. It was in this period of time, Duncan Garp would recall, that the thought of being an artist, a painter and a photographer, first occurred to him. He was almost 11. Although he had been athletic, his one eye would make him, like his father, forever leery of sports involving balls. Even running, he said, he was bothered by the lack of peripheral vision. Duncan claimed it made him clumsy. It was eventually added to Garp's sadness that Duncan did not care for wrestling, either. Duncan spoke in terms of the camera, and he told his father that one of his problems with depth of field included not knowing how far away the mat was. "When I wrestle," he told Garp, "I feel like I'm going downstairs in the dark. I don't know when I get to the bottom until I feel it." Garp concluded, of course, that the accident had made Duncan insecure about sports, but Helen pointed out to him that Duncan had always had a certain timidity, a reserve. Even though he was good at games, and clearly well coordinated, he'd always had a tendency not to participate. Not as energetically, certainly, as Walt, who was intrepid, who flung his body into every new circumstance with faith and grace and with temerity. Walt, Helen said, was the real athlete between them. After a while, Garp supposed she was right. "Helen is often right, you know," Jenny told Garp one night at Dog's Head Harbor. The context of this remark could have been anything, but it was some time soon after the accident, because Duncan had his own room, and Helen had her own room, and Garp had his own room, and so forth. "Helen is often right," his mother had told him, but Garp looked angry and wrote Jenny a note. "Not this time, Mom," said the note, meaning perhaps Michael Milton. Meaning, the whole thing. It was not expressly because of Michael Milton that Helen resigned. The availability of Jenny's big hospital on the ocean, as both Garp and Helen would come to think of it, was a way to leave the unwanted familiarity of their house, and of that driveway. And in the Faculty Code of Ethics, moral turpitude is listed as one ground for revoking tenure. Though this never came to debate, sleeping with students was not generally treated too harshly. It might be a hidden reason why a faculty member wasn't given tenure. It would rarely be a reason for revoking someone's tenure. Helen may have supposed that biting off 3/4 of a student's penis was fairly high on the scale of conceivable abuse to students. Sleeping with them simply happened, though it was not encouraged. There were many worse ways of evaluating students and categorizing them for life. But amputation of their genitalia was certainly severe, even for bad students, and Helen must have felt inclined to punish herself. So she denied herself the pleasure of continuing at the task she had prepared for so well, and she removed herself from the arousement that books and their discussion had always meant to her. In her later life, Helen would spare herself considerable unhappiness by refusing to feel guilty. In her later life, the whole business with Michael Milton would more often make her angry than it would make her sad, because she was strong enough to believe that she was a good woman, which she was, who'd been made to suffer disproportionately for a trivial indiscretion. But at least for a time, Helen would heal herself and her family. Never having had a mother, and having had little chance to use Jenny Fields in that way, Helen submitted to this period of hospitalization at Dog's Head Harbor. She calmed herself by nursing Duncan, and she hoped that Jenny could nurse Garp. This aura of the hospital was not new to Garp, whose earliest experiences, with fear, with dreams, with sex had all occurred in the infirmary atmosphere of the old steering school. He adapted. It helped him that he had to write out what he wanted to say, because this made him careful. It made him reconsider many of the things he might have thought he wanted to say. When he saw them written down, these raw thoughts, he realized that he couldn't or shouldn't say them. When he went to revise them, he knew better and threw them away. There was one for Helen, which read, 3/4 is not enough. He threw it away. Then he wrote one for Helen that he did give to her. I don't blame you. Later he wrote another one. I don't blame me either, the note said. Only in this way can we be whole again, Garp wrote to his mother. And Jenny Fields padded whitely through the salt-damp house, room to room with her nursing ways and Garp's notes. It was all the writing he could manage. Of course, the house at Dog's Head Harbor was used to recoveries. Jenny's wounded women had gotten hold of themselves there. These sea-smelling rooms had histories of sadnesses outlived. Among them, the sadness of Roberta Muldoon, who had lived there with Jenny through the most difficult periods of her sex reassignment. In fact, Roberta had failed at living alone and at living with a number of men, and she was back living at Dog's Head Harbor with Jenny again when the Garps moved in. As the spring warmed up, and the hole that had been Duncan's right eye slowly healed, and was less vulnerable to sticking bits of sand, Roberta took Duncan to the beach. It was on the beach that Duncan discovered his depth of field problem, as it was related to a thrown ball, because Roberta Muldoon tried playing catch with Duncan and very soon hit him in the face with the football. They gave up the ball, and Roberta contented Duncan with diagramming, in the sand, all the plays she once ran at the tight end position for the Philadelphia Eagles. She focused on the part of the Eagles' offense that concerned her, when she was Robert Muldoon, no .90, and she relived for Duncan her occasional touchdown passes, her dropped balls, her offside penalties, her most vicious hits. It was against the Cowboys, she told Duncan. We were playing in Dallas, when that snake in the grass ate ball. Everyone called him came up on my blind side. And Roberta would regard the quiet child, who had a blind side for life, and she would deftly change the subject. To Garp, Roberta's subject was the ticklish detail of sex reassignment, because Garp seemed interested and Roberta knew that Garp probably liked hearing about a problem so thoroughly removed from his own. I always knew I should have been a girl, she told Garp. I dreamed about having love made to me by a man, but in the dreams I was always a woman. I was never a man having love made to me by another man. There was more than a hint of distaste in Roberta's references to homosexuals, and Garp thought it strange that people in the process of making a decision that will plant them firmly in a minority, forever, are possibly less tolerant of other minorities than we might imagine. There was even a bitchiness about Roberta, when she complained of the other troubled women who came to get well at Dog's Head Harbor with Jenny Fields. That damn lesbian crowd, Roberta said to Garp. They're trying to make your mother into something she isn't. I sometimes think that's what Mom is for, Garp teased Roberta. She makes people happy by letting them think she is something she isn't. Well, they tried to confuse me, Roberta said. When I was preparing myself for the operation, they kept trying to talk me out of it. Be gay, they said. If you want men, have them as you are. If you become a woman, you'll just be taken advantage of, they told me. They were all cowards, Roberta concluded, though Garp knew, sadly, that Roberta had been taken advantage of over and over again. Roberta's vehemence was not unique. Garp pondered how these other women in his mother's house, and in her care, had all been victims of intolerance, yet most of them he'd met seemed especially intolerant of each other. It was a kind of infighting that made no sense to Garp, and he marveled at his mother sorting them all out, keeping them happy and out of each other's hair. Robert Muldoon, Garp knew, had spent several months in drag before his actual operation. He'd go off in the morning dressed as Robert Muldoon. He went out shopping for women's clothes, and almost no one knew that he paid for his sex change with the banquet fees he collected for the speeches he gave to boys' clubs and men's clubs. In the evenings, at Dog's Head Harbor, Robert Muldoon would model his new clothes for Jenny and the critical women who shared her house. When the estrogen hormones began to enlarge his breasts and shift the former tight end shape around, Robert gave up the banquet circuit and marched forth from the Dog's Head Harbor House in mannish women's suits and rather conservative wigs. He tried being Roberta long before he had the surgery. Clinically, now, Roberta had the same genitalia and urological equipment as most other women. But of course I can't conceive, she told Garp. I don't ovulate and I don't menstruate. Neither do millions of other women, Jenny Fields had reassured her. When I came home from the hospital, Roberta said to Garp, do you know what else your mother told me? Garp shook his head. Home to Roberta, Garp knew, was Dog's Head Harbor. She told me I was less sexually ambiguous than most people she knew, Roberta said. I really needed that, she said, because I had to use this horrible dilator all the time, so that my vagina wouldn't close. I felt like a machine. Good old mom, Garp scribbled. There's such sympathy for people in what you write, Roberta told him, suddenly. But I don't see that much sympathy in you, in your real life, she said. It was the same thing Jenny had always accused him of. But now he felt he had more. With his jaw wired shut, with his wife with her arm in a sling all day and Duncan, with only half his pretty face intact, Garp felt more generous toward the other wretches who wandered into Dog's Head Harbor. It was a summer town. Out of season, the bleached shingled house with its porches and garrets was the only occupied mansion along the gray-green dunes, and the white beach at the end of Ocean Lane. An occasional dog sniffed through the bone-colored driftwood, and retired people, living some miles inland, in their former summer houses, occasionally strolled the shore, scrutinizing the shells. In summer there were lots of dogs and children and mothers' helpers all over the beach, and always a bright boat or two in the harbor. But when the Garps moved in with Jenny, the shoreline seemed abandoned. The beach, littered with the debris washed in with the high tides of winter, was deserted. The Atlantic Ocean, through April and through May, was the livid color of a bruise was the color of the bridge of Helen's nose. Visitors to the town, in the off-season, were quickly spotted as lost women in search of the famous nurse, Jenny Fields. In summer, these women often spent a whole day in Dog's Head Harbor trying to find someone who knew where Jenny lived. But the permanent residents of Dog's Head Harbor all knew, the last house at the end of Ocean Lane, they told the damaged girls and women who asked for directions. It's as big as a hotel, honey. You can't miss it. Sometimes these searchers would trudge out to the beach first and view the house for a long time, before they got up the nerve to come see if Jenny was home. Sometimes Garp would see them, single or in twos and threes, squatting on the windy dunes, and watching the house as if they were trying to read the degree of sympathy therein. If there were more than one, they conferred on the beach. One of them was elected to knock on the door while the others huddled on the dunes, like dogs told to stay. Until they're called. Helen bought Duncan a telescope, and from his room with a sea view Duncan spied on the trepid visitors, and often announced their presence hours before the knock on the door. Someone for Grandma, he'd say. Focusing, always focusing. She's about 24. Or maybe 14. She has a blue knapsack. She has an orange with her, but I don't think she's going to eat it. Someone's with her, but I can't see her face. She's lying down. No, she's being sick. No, she's wearing a kind of mask. Maybe she's the other one's mother, no, her sister. Or just a friend. Now she's eating the orange. It doesn't look very good, Duncan would report. And Roberta would look too, and sometimes Helen. It was often Garp who answered the door. Yes, she's my mother, he'd say, but she's out shopping right now. Please come in, if you want to wait for her. And he would smile, though all the time, he would be scrutinizing the person as carefully as the retired people along the beach looked at their seashells. And before his jaw healed, and his mauled tongue grew back together, Garp would answer the door with a ready supply of notes. Many of the visitors were not in the least surprised by being handed notes, because this was the only way they communicated, too. Hello, my name is Beth. I'm an Ellen Jameshion. And Garp would give her his, hello, my name is Garp. I have a broken jaw. And he'd smile at them, and hand them a second note, depending on the occasion. One said, there's a nice fire in the wood stove in the kitchen, turn left. And there was one that said, don't be upset. My mother will be back very soon. There are other women here. Would you like to see them? It was in this period that Garp took to wearing a sport jacket again, not out of nostalgia for his days at steering, or in Vienna, and certainly not out of any necessity to be well dressed at Dog's Head Harbor, where Roberta seemed the only woman who was concerned with what she wore, but only because of his need for pockets. He carried so many notes. He tried running on the beach, but he had to give it up. It jarred his jaw and jangled his tongue against his teeth. But he walked for miles along the sand. He was returning from a walk the day the police car brought the young man to Jenny's house. Arm in arm, the policeman helped him up the big front porch. Mr. Garp, one of the policemen asked. Garp dressed in running gear for his walks. He didn't have any notes on him, but he nodded. Yes, he was Mr. Garp. You know this kid? The policeman asked. Of course he does, the young man said. You cops don't ever believe anybody. You don't know how to relax. It was the kid in the purple caftan, the boy Garp had escorted from the boudoir of Mrs. Ralph what seemed to Garp like years ago. Garp considered not recognizing him, but he nodded. The kid's got no money, the policeman explained. He doesn't live around here, and he's got no job. He's not in school anywhere, and when we called his folks, they said they didn't even know where he was, and they didn't sound very interested to find out. But he says he's staying with you and you'll speak up for him. Garp, of course, couldn't speak. He pointed to his wire mesh and imitated the act of writing a note on his palm. When'd you get the braces? The kid asked. Most people have them when they're younger. They're the craziest looking braces I ever saw. Garp wrote out a note on the back of a traffic violation form that the policeman handed him. Yes, I'll take responsibility for him. But I can't speak up for him because I have a broken jaw. The kid read the note over the policeman's shoulder. Wow, he said, grinning. What happened to the other guy? He lost 3/4 of his prick, Garp thought, but he did not write this on a traffic violation form, or on anything else. Ever. The boy turned out to have read Garp's novels while he was in jail. If I'd known you were the author of those books, the kid said, I would never have been so disrespectful. His name was Randy, and he had become an ardent Garp fan. Garp was convinced that the mainstream of his fans consisted of waifs, lonely children, retarded grown-ups, cranks, and only occasional members of the citizenry who were not afflicted with perverted taste. But Randy had come to Garp as if Garp were now the only guru Randy obeyed. In the spirit of his mother's home at Dog's Head Harbor, Garp couldn't very well turn the boy away. Roberta Muldoon took on the task of briefing Randy on the accident to Garp and his family. Who's the great big lovely chick? Randy asked Garp in an odd whisper. Don't you recognize her? Garp wrote. She was a tight end for the Philadelphia Eagles. But even Garp's sourness could not dim Randy's likable enthusiasm, not right away. The boy entertained Duncan for hours. God knows how, Garp complained to Helen. He probably tells Duncan about all his drug experiences. The boy's not on anything, Helen assured Garp. Your mother asked him. Then he relates to Duncan the exciting history of his criminal record, Garp wrote. Randy wants to be a writer, Helen said. Everyone wants to be a writer. Garp wrote. But it wasn't true. He didn't want to be a writer, not anymore. When he tried to write, only the deadliest subject rose up to greet him. He knew he had to forget it, not fondle it with his memory, and exaggerate its awfulness with his art. That was madness, but whenever he thought of writing, his only subject greeted him with its leers, its fresh visceral puddles, and its stink of death. And so he did not write, he didn't even try. At last Randy went away. Though Duncan was sorry to see him go, Garp felt relieved. He did not show anybody else the note Randy left for him. "I'll never be as good as you at anything." Even if that's true, you could be a little more generous about how you rub that in. So I'm not kind, Garp thought. What else is new? He threw Randy's note away. When the wires came off and the rawness left his tongue, Garp ran again. As the weather warmed up, Helen swam. She was told it was good for restoring her muscle tone and strengthening her collarbone, though this still hurt her, especially the breaststroke. She swam for what seemed to be miles to Garp, straight out to sea, and then along the shoreline. She said she went out so far because the water was calmer there, closer to shore. The waves interfered with her. But Garp worried. He and Duncan sometimes used the telescope to watch her. What am I going to do if something happens? Garp wondered. He was a poor swimmer. Mom's a good swimmer, Duncan assured him. Duncan was also becoming a good swimmer. She goes out too far, Garp said. By the time the summer people arrived, the Garp family took its exercise in slightly less ostentatious ways. They played on the beach or in the sea only in the early morning. In the crowded moments of the summer days, and in the early evenings, they watched the world from the shaded porches of Jenny Field's home. They withdrew to the big cool house. Garp got a little better. He began to write gingerly at first, long plot outlines and speculations about his characters. He avoided the main characters, at least he thought they were the main characters: a husband, a wife, a child. He concentrated instead on a detective, an outsider to the family. Garp knew what terror would lurk at the heart of his book, and perhaps for that reason he approached it through a character as distant from his personal anxiety as the police inspector is distant from the crime. What business do I have writing about a police inspector? He thought, and so he made the inspector into someone even Garp could understand. Then Garp stood close to the stink itself. The bandages came off Duncan's eye hole, and the boy wore a black patch, almost handsome against his summer tan. Garp took a deep breath and began a novel. It was in the late summer of Garp's convalescence that The World According to Benson Haver was begun. About that time, Michael Milton was released from a hospital, walking with a post-surgical stoop and a woebegone face. Due to an infection, the result of improper drainage and aggravated by a common urological problem, he had to have the remaining quarter of his penis removed in an operation. Garp never knew this, and at this point, it might not even have cheered him up. Helen knew Garp was writing again. "I won't read it," she told him. "Not one word of it. I know you have to write it, but I never want to see it. I don't mean to hurt you, but you have to understand. I have to forget it. If you have to write about it, God help you. People bury these things in different ways." "It's not about it exactly," he told her. "I do not write autobiographical fiction." "I know that too," she said. "But I won't read it just the same." "Of course, I understand," he said. Writing, he always knew, was a lonely business. It was hard for a lonely thing to feel that much lonelier. Jenny, he knew, would read it. She was tough as nails. Jenny watched them all get well. She watched new patients come and go. One was a hideous young girl named Laurel, who made the mistake of sounding off about Duncan one morning at breakfast. "Could I sleep in another part of the house?" she asked Jenny. "There's this creepy kid with the telescope, the camera, and the eye patch. He's like a fucking pirate, spying on me. Even little boys like to paw you over with their eyes, even with one eye." Garp had fallen while running in the pre-dawn light on the beach. He had hurt his jaw again, and was again wired shut. He had no old notes handy for what he wanted to say to this girl, but he scribbled very hastily on his napkin. "Fuck you," he scribbled, and threw the napkin at the surprised girl. "Look," the girl said to Jenny, "this is just the kind of routine I had to get away from. Some men bullying me all the time, some ding-dong threatening me with his big prick violence. Who needs it? I mean, especially here, who needs it? Did I come here for more of the same? Fuck you to death, said Garp's next note, but Jenny ushered the girl outside and told her the history of Duncan's eye patch, and his telescope, and his camera, and the girl tried very hard to avoid Garp during the last part of her stay. Her stay was just a few days, and then someone was there to get her. A sporty car with New York plates, and a man who looked like a ding-dong, and someone who had, actually, threatened poor Laurel with big prick violence, all the time. Hey, you dildos, he called to Garp and Roberta, who were sitting on the large porch swing, like old-fashioned lovers. Is this the whorehouse where you're keeping Laurel? We're not exactly keeping her, Roberta said. Shut up, you big dyke, said the New York man. He came up on the porch. He'd left the motor running to his sports car, and its idle charged and calmed itself, and charged again. The man wore cowboy boots and green suede bell-bottom pants. He was tall and chesty, though not quite as tall and chesty as Roberta Muldoon. I'm not a dyke, Roberta said. Well, you're no Vestal Virgin either, the man said. Where the fuck is Laurel? He wore an orange t-shirt with bright green letters between his nipples. Shape up. The letters read. Garp searched his pockets for a pencil to scribble a note, but all he came up with was old notes, all the old standbys, which did not seem to apply to this rude person. Is Laurel expecting you? Roberta Muldoon asked the man, and Garp knew that Roberta was having a sex identity problem again. She was goading the moron in hopes that she could then feel justified in beating the shit out of him. But the man, to Garp, looked as if he might make a fair match for Roberta. All that estrogen had changed more than Roberta's shape. Garp thought it had unmuscled the former Robert Muldoon, to a degree that Roberta seemed prone to forget. Look, sweethearts, the man said to both Garp and Roberta. If Laurel doesn't get her ass out here, I'm going to clean house. What kind of fag joint is this, anyway? Everyone's heard of it. I didn't have any trouble finding out where she went. Every screwy bitch in New York knows about this cunt hangout. Roberta smiled. She was beginning to rock back and forth on the big porch, swing in a way that was making Garp feel sick to his stomach. Garp clawed through his pockets at a frantic rate, scanning note after worthless note. Look, you clowns, the man said. I know what sort of douchebags hang out here. It's a big lesbian scene, right? He prodded the edge of the big porch swing with his cowboy boot, and set the swing to moving oddly. And what are you? He asked Garp. You the man of the house? Or the court eunuch? Garp handed the man a note. There's a nice fire in the wood stove in the kitchen, turn left. But it was August, that was the wrong note. What's this shit? The man said. And Garp handed him another note, the first one to fly out of his pocket. Don't be upset. My mother will be back very soon. There are other women here. Would you like to see them? Fuck your mother, the man said. He started toward the big screen door. Laurel, he screamed. You in there? You bitch. But it was Jenny Fields who met him in the doorway. Hello, she said. I know who you are, the man said. I recognize the dumb uniform. My Laurel's not your type, sweetie, she likes to fuck. Perhaps not with you, said Jenny Fields. Whatever abuse the man in the shape-up T-shirt was then prepared to deliver to Jenny Fields went unsaid. Roberta Muldoon threw a crossbody block on the surprised man, hitting him from behind, and a little to one side of the backs of his knees. It was a flagrant clip, worthy of a 15-yard penalty in Roberta's days as a Philadelphia Eagle. The man hit the gray boards of the porch deck with such force that the hanging flower pots were set swinging. He tried but could not get up. He appeared to have suffered a knee injury common to the sport of football, the very reason, in fact, why clipping was a 15-yard penalty. The man was not plucky enough to hurl further abuse at anyone from his back. He lay with a calm, moon-like expression upon his face, which whitened slightly in his pain. That was too hard, Roberta, Jenny said. I'll get Laurel, Roberta said, sheepishly, and she went inside. In Roberta's heart of hearts, Garp and Jenny knew, she was more feminine than anyone, but in her body of bodies, she was a highly trained rock. Garp had found another note, and he dropped it on the New York man's chest, right where it said shape up. It was a note Garp had many duplicates of. Hello, my name is Garp. I have a broken jaw. My name is Harold, the man said. Too bad about your jaw. Garp found a pencil and wrote another note. Too bad about your knee, Harold. Laurel was fetched. Oh, baby, she said. You found me. I don't think I can drive the fucking car, Harold said. Out on Ocean Lane the man's sport car still chugged like an animal interested in eating sand. I can drive, baby, Laurel said. You just never let me. Now I'll let you, Harold groaned. Believe me. Oh, baby, Laurel said. Roberta and Garp carried the man to the car. I think I really need Laurel, the man confided to them. Fucking bucket seats, the man complained, when they had gingerly squeezed him in. Harold was large for his car. It was the first time in what seemed like years to Garp that Garp had been this near to an automobile. Roberta put her hand on Garp's shoulder, but Garp turned away. I guess Harold needs me, Laurel told Jenny Fields, and gave a little shrug. But why does she need him, said Jenny Fields, to no one in particular, as the little car drove away. Garp had wandered off. Roberta, punishing herself for her momentarily lapsed femininity, went to find Duncan and mother him. Helen was talking on the phone to the Fletchers, Harrison and Alice, who wanted to come visit. That might help us, Helen thought. She was right, and it must have boosted Helen's confidence in herself to be right about something again. The Fletchers stayed a week. There was at last a child for Duncan to play with, even if it was not his age, and not his sex. It was, at least, a child who knew about his eye, and Duncan lost most of his self-consciousness about the eye patch. When the Fletchers left, he was more willing to go to the beach by himself, even at those times of the day when he might encounter other children, who might ask him or, of course, tease him. Harrison provided Helen with a confidant, as he had been for her before. She was able to tell Harrison things about Michael Milton that were simply too raw to tell Garp, and yet she needed to say them. She needed to talk about her anxieties for her marriage, now, and how she was dealing with the accident so differently from Garp. Harrison suggested another child. Get pregnant, he advised. Helen confided that she was no longer taking the pills, but she did not. Tell Harrison that Garp had not slept with her not since it had happened. She didn't really need to tell Harrison that. Harrison noted the separate rooms. Alice encouraged Garp to stop the silly notes. He could talk if he tried, if he wasn't so vain about how he sounded. If she could talk, certainly he could spit the words out. Alice reasoned, teeth wired together, delicate tongue, and all. He could at least try. Ailish, Garp said. Yeth, said Alice. That th my name. What th yours? Arp, Garp managed to say. Jenny Fields, passing whitely to another room, shuddered like a ghost and moved on. I miss him, Garp confessed to Alice. You miss him, yeth of course you do, said Alice, and she held him while he cried. It was quite some time after the Fletchers left when Helen came to Garp's room in the night. She was surprised to find him lying awake, because he was listening to what she'd heard, too. It was why she couldn't sleep. Someone, one of Jenny's late arrivals, a new guest, was taking a bath. First the Garps had heard the tub being drawn, then they'd heard the plunking in the water, now the splashing and soapy sounds. There was even a little light singing, or the person was humming. They remembered, of course, the years Walt had washed himself within their hearing, how they would listen for any telltale slipping sounds, or for the most frightening sound of all, which was no sound. And then they'd call, Walt. And Walt would say, what? And they would say, okay, just checking. To make sure that he hadn't slipped under and drowned. Walt liked to lie with his ears underwater, listening to his fingers climbing the walls of the tub, and often he wouldn't hear Garp or Helen calling him. He'd look up, surprised, to see their anxious faces suddenly above him, peering over the rim of the tub. "I'm all right," he'd say, sitting up. "Just answer, for God's sake, Walt," Garp would tell him. "When we call you, just answer us." "I didn't hear you," Walt said. "Then keep your head out of the water," Helen said. "But how can I wash my hair?" Walt asked. "That's a lousy way to wash your hair, Walt," Garp said. "Call me. I'll wash your hair." "Okay," said Walt. And when they left him alone, he'd put his head underwater again and listen to the world that way. Helen and Garp lay beside each other on Garp's narrow bed in one of the guest rooms, in one of the garrets at Dog's Head Harbor. The house had so many bathrooms they couldn't even be sure which bathroom they were listening to, but they listened. "It's a woman, I think," Helen said. "Here," Garp said. "Of course it's a woman." "I thought at first it was a child," Helen said. "I know," Garp said. "The humming, I guess," Helen said. "You know how he used to talk to himself." "I know," Garp said. They held each other in the bed that was always a little damp, so close to the ocean, and with so many windows open all day, and the screen doors swinging and banging. I want another child," said Helen. "Okay," Garp said. "As soon as possible," Helen said. "Right away," said Garp. "Of course. If it's a girl," Helen said, "we'll name her Jenny, because of your mother." "Good," said Garp. "I don't know if it's a boy," said Helen. "Not Walt," Garp said. "Okay," Helen said. "Not ever another Walt," said Garp. "Although I know some people do that." "I wouldn't want to," Helen said. "Some other name, if it's a boy," Garp said. "I hope it's a girl," said Helen. "I won't care," Garp said. "Of course." "Neither will I, really," said Helen. "I'm so sorry," Garp said. He hugged her. "No, I'm so sorry," she said. "No, I'm so sorry," said Garp. "I am," Helen said. "I am," he said. They made love so carefully. Helen imagined that she was Roberta Muldoon, fresh out of surgery, trying out a brand new vagina. Garp tried not to imagine anything. Whenever Garp began imagining, he only saw the bloody Volvo. There were Duncan's screams, and outside he could hear Helen calling, and someone else. He twisted himself from behind the steering wheel and kneeled on the driver's seat. He held Duncan's face in his hands, but the blood would not stop and Garp couldn't see everything that was wrong. "It's okay," he whispered to Duncan. "Hush, you're going to be all right." But because of his tongue, there were no words, only a soft spray. Duncan kept screaming, and so did Helen, and someone else kept groaning the way a dog dreams in its sleep. But what did Garp hear that frightened him so? What else? "It's all right, Duncan, believe me," he whispered, incomprehensibly. "You're going to be all right." He wiped the blood from the boy's throat with his hand. Nothing at the boy's throat was cut, he could see. He wiped the blood from the boy's temples, and saw that they were not bashed in. He kicked open the driver's side door, to be sure. The door light went on and he could see that one of Duncan's eyes was darting. The eye was looking for help, but Garp could see that the eye could see. He wiped more blood with his hand, but he could not find Duncan's other eye. "It's okay," he whispered to Duncan, but Duncan screamed even louder. Over his father's shoulder, Duncan had seen his mother at the Volvo's open door. Blood streamed from her gashed nose and her sliced tongue, and she held her right arm, as if it had broken off somewhere near her shoulder. But it was the fright in her face that frightened Duncan. Garp turned and saw her. Something else frightened him. It was not Helen screaming, it was not Duncan screaming. And Garp knew that Michael Milton, who was grunting, could grunt himself to death for all Garp cared. It was something else. It was not a sound. It was no sound. It was the absence of sound. Where's Walt? Helen said, trying to see into the Volvo. She stopped screaming. Walt, cried Garp. He held his breath. Duncan stopped crying. They heard nothing. And Garp knew Walt had a cold you could hear from the next room, even 2 rooms away. You could hear that wet rattle in the child's chest. Walt, they screamed. Both Helen and Garp would whisper to each other later that at that moment they imagined Walt with his ears underwater, listening intently to his fingers at play in the bathtub. I can still see him, Helen whispered later. All the time, Garp said. I know. I just shut my eyes, said Helen. Right, Garp said. I know. But Duncan said it best. Duncan said that sometimes it was as if his missing right eye was not entirely gone. It's like I can still see out of it sometimes, Duncan said. But it's like memory, it's not real what I see. Maybe it's become the eye you see your dreams with, Garp told him. Sort of, Duncan said. But it seems so real. It's your imaginary eye, Garp said. That can be very real. It's the eye I can still see Walt with, Duncan said. You know. I know, Garp said. Many wrestlers' children have hardy necks, but not all the children of wrestlers have necks that are hardy enough. For Duncan and Helen, now, Garp seemed to have an endless reservoir of gentleness. For a year, he spoke softly to them. For a year, he was never impatient with them. They must have grown impatient with his delicacy. Jenny Fields noticed that the 3 of them needed a year to nurse each other. In that year, Jenny wondered, what did they do with the other feelings human beings have? Helen hid them. Helen was very strong. Duncan saw them only with his missing eye. And Garp? He was strong, but not that strong. He wrote a novel called The World According to Benson Haver, into which all his other feelings flew. When Garp's editor, John Wolfe, read the first chapter of The World According to Benson Haver, he wrote to Jenny Fields. What in hell is going on out there? Wolfe wrote to Jenny, it is as if Garp's grief has made his heart perverse. But T.S. Garp felt guided by an impulse as old as Marcus Aurelius, who had the wisdom and the urgency to note that in the life of a man, his time is but a moment, his sense a dim rushlight. Chapter 15 The World According to Benson Haver. Hope Standish was at home with her son, Nicky, when Orrin Rath walked into the kitchen. She was drying the dishes and she saw immediately the long, thin-bladed fisherman's knife with the slick cutting edge and the special, saw-toothed edge that they call a disgorger scaler. Nicky was not yet 3, he still ate in a high chair, and he was eating his breakfast when Orrin Rath stepped up behind him, and nudged the ripper teeth of his fisherman's knife against the child's throat. Set them dishes aside, he told Hope. Mrs. Standish did as she was told. Nicky gurgled at the stranger, the knife was just a tickle under his chin. What do you want? Hope asked. I'll give you anything you want. You sure will, said Orrin Rath. What's your name? Hope. Mine's Orrin. That's a nice name, Hope told him. Nicky couldn't turn in the high chair to see the stronger who was tickling his throat. He had wet cereal on his fingers, and when he reached for Orrin Rath's hand, Rath stepped up beside the high chair and touched the fine, slicing edge of his fisherman's blade to the fleshy pouch of the boy's cheek. He made a quick cut there, as if he were briefly outlining the child's cheekbone. Then he stepped back to observe Nicky's surprised face, his simple cry, a thread-thin line of blood appeared, like the stitching for a pocket on the boy's cheek. It was as if the child had suddenly developed a gill. I mean business, said Orrin Rath. Hope started toward Nicky but Rath waved her back. He don't need you. He just don't care for his cereal. He wants a cookie. Nicky bowled. He'll choke on it when he's crying, Hope said. You want to argue with me, said Orrin Rath. You want to talk about choking. I'll cut his pecker off and stuff it down his throat if you want to talk about choking. Hope gave Nicky a sweeback and he stopped crying. You see, said Orrin Rath. He picked up the high chair with Nicky in it and hugged it to his chest. We're going to the bedroom now, he said. He nodded to Hope. You first. They went down the hall together. The Standish family lived in a ranch house then. With a new baby, they had agreed ranch houses were safer in the case of a fire. Hope went into the bedroom and Orrin Rath put down the high chair with Nicky in it, just outside the bedroom door. Nicky had almost stopped bleeding. There was just a little blood on his cheek. Orrin Rath wiped this off with his hand, then wiped his hand on his pants. Then he stepped into the bedroom after Hope. When he closed the door, Nicky started to cry. Please, Hope said. He really might choke, and he knows how to get out of that high chair or it might tip over. He doesn't like to be alone. Orrin Rath went to the night table and slashed through the phone cord with his fisherman's knife as easily as a man having a very ripe pear. You don't want to argue with me, he said. Hope sat down on the bed. Nicky was crying, but not hysterically. It sounded as if he might stop. Hope started crying, too. Just take off your clothes, Orrin said. He helped her undress. He was tall and reddish blonde, his hair as lank and as close to his head as high grass beaten down by a flood. He smelled like silage and Hope remembered the turquoise pickup she'd noticed in the driveway, just before he appeared in her kitchen. You've even got a rug in the bedroom, he said to her. He was thin but muscular, his hands were large and clumsy, like the feet of a puppy who's going to be a big dog. His body seemed almost hairless, but he was so pale, so very blonde, that his hair was hard to see against his skin. Do you know my husband? Hope asked him. I know when he's home, and when he ain't, Rath said. Listen, he said suddenly. Hope held her breath. You hear? Your kid don't even mind it. Nicky was murmuring vowel sounds outside the bedroom door, talking wetly to his sweeback. Hope began crying harder. When Orrin Rath touched her, awkward and fast, she thought she was so dry that she wouldn't even get big enough for his horrible finger. Please wait, she said. No arguing with me. No, I mean I can help you, she said. She wanted him in and out of her as fast as possible. She was thinking of Nicky in the high chair in the hall. I can make it nicer, I mean, she said, unconvincingly. She did not know how to say what she was saying. Orrin Rath grabbed one of her breasts in such a way that Hope knew he had never touched a breast before. His hand was so cold, she flinched. In his awkwardness, he butted her in the mouth with the top of his head. No arguing, he grunted. Hope, someone called. They both heard it and froze. Orrin Rath gaped at the cut phone cord. Hope. It was Margot, a neighbor and a friend. Orrin Rath touched the cool, flat blade of his knife to Hope's nipple. She's going to walk right in here, Hope whispered. She's a good friend. My God, Nicky, they could hear Margot say. I see you're eating all over the house. Is your mother getting dressed? I'll have to fuck you both and kill everybody, whispered Orrin Rath. Hope scissored his waist with her good legs and hugged him, knife and all, to her breasts. Margot, she screamed. Grab Nicky and run. Please, she shrieked. There's a crazy man who's going to kill us all. Take Nicky, take Nicky. Orrin Rath lay stiffly against her, as if it were the first time he'd ever been hugged. He did not struggle, he did not use his knife. They both lay rigid and listened to Margot dragging Nicky down the hall, and out the kitchen door. One leg of the high chair was snapped off against the refrigerator, but Margot didn't stop to remove Nicky from the chair until she was half a block down the street, and kicking open her own door. Don't kill me, Hope whispered. Just go quickly and you'll get away. She's calling the police, right now. Get dressed, said Orrin Rath. I ain't had you yet, and I'm going to. Where he'd butted her with the oval crown of his head, he had split her lip against her teeth, and made her bleed. I mean business, he repeated, but uncertainly. He was as rough-boned and graceless as a young steer. He made her put her dress on without any underwear. He shoved her barefoot down the hall, carrying his boots under his arm. Hope didn't realize until she was beside him in the pickup that he had put on one of her husband's flannel shirts. Margot has probably written down the license number of this truck, she told him. She turned the rearview mirror so that she could see herself. She dabbed at her split lip with the broad, floppy collar of her dress. Orrin Rath stiff-armed her in the ear, rapping the far side of her head off the passenger door of the cab. I need that mirror to see, he said. Don't mess around or I'll really hurt you. He'd taken her bra with him, and he used it to tie her wrists to the thick, rusty hinges of the glove compartment door, which gaped open at her. He drove as if he were in no special hurry to get out of town. He did not seem impatient when he got stuck at the long traffic light near the university. He watched all the pedestrians crossing the street. He shook his head and clucked his tongue when he saw how some of the students were dressed. Hope could see her husband's office window from where she sat in the truck's cab, but she didn't know if he would be in his office or actually, at that moment, teaching a class. In fact, he was in his office 4 floors up. Dorsey Standish looked out his window and saw the lights change. The traffic was allowed to flow. The hordes of marching students were temporarily restrained at the gates to the crosswalks. Dorsey Standish liked watching traffic. There are many foreign and flashy cars in a university town, but here these cars were contrasted with the vehicles of the natives, farmers' trucks, slat-sided conveyors of pigs and cattle, strange harvesting machinery, everything muddy from the farms and county roads. Standish knew nothing about farms, but he was fascinated by the animals and the machines, especially the dangerous, baffling vehicles. There went one, now, with a chute for watt, and a latticework of cables that pulled or suspended something heavy. Standish liked to try to visualize how everything worked. Below him a lurid turquoise pickup moved ahead with the traffic. Its fenders were pockmarked, its grille bashed in and black with mashed flies, and Standish imagined the heads of embedded birds. In the cab beside the driver, Dorsey Standish thought he saw a pretty woman. Something about her hair and profile reminded him of Hope, and a flash of the woman's dress struck him as a color his wife liked to wear. But he was 4 floors up, the truck was past him, and the cab's rear window was so thickly caked with mud that he couldn't glimpse more of her. Besides, it was time for his 9:30 class. Dorsey Standish decided it was unlikely that a woman riding in such an ugly truck would be at all pretty. I bet your husband is screwing his students all the time, said Orrin Rath. His big hand, with the knife, lay in Hope's lap. No, I don't think so, Hope said. Shit, you don't know nothing, he said. I'm going to fuck you so good you won't even want it to stop. I don't care what you do, Hope told him. You can't hurt my baby now. I can do things to you, said Orrin Rath. Lots of things. Yes. You mean business, Hope said, mockingly. They were driving into the farm country. Rath didn't say anything for a while. Then he said, I'm not as crazy as you think. I don't think you're crazy at all, Hope lied. I think you're just a dumb, horny kid who's never been laid. Orrin Rath must have felt at this moment that his advantage of terror was slipping away from him, fast. Hope was seeking any advantage she might find, but she didn't know if Orrin Rath was sane enough to be humiliated. They turned off the county road, up a long dirt driveway toward a farmhouse whose windows were blurred with plastic insulation. The scruffy lawn was strewn with tractor parts and other metal trash. The mailbox said, RRWENO Rath. These Raths were not related to the famous sausage Raths, but it appeared that they were pig farmers. Hope saw a series of outbuildings, gray and slanted with rusted roofs. On the ramp by the brown barn a full-grown sow lay on her side, breathing with difficulty. Beside the pig were 2 men who looked to Hope like mutants of the same mutation that had produced Orrin Rath. I want the black truck, now, Orrin said to them. People are out looking for this one. He used his knife matter-of-factly to slice through the bra that bound Hope's wrists to the glove compartment. Shit, one of the men said. The other man shrugged. He had a red blotch on his face, a kind of birthmark, which was the color and nubbled surface of a raspberry. In fact, that is what his family called him, Raspberry Roth. Fortunately, Hope didn't know this. They had not looked at Orrin or at Hope. The hard-breathing sow shattered the barnyard calm with a rippling fart. Shit, there she goes again, the man without the birthmark said. Except for his eyes, his face was more or less normal. His name was Weldon. Raspberry Wrath read the label on a brown bottle he held out toward the pig like a drink. May produce excessive gas and flatulence, it says. Don't say anything about producing a pig like this, Weldon said. I need the black truck, Orrin said. Well, the key's in it, Orrin, said Weldon Wrath. If you think you can manage by yourself. Orrin Wrath shoved Hope toward the black pickup. Raspberry was holding the bottle of pig medicine and staring at Hope when she said to him, He's kidnapping me. He's going to rape me. The police ain't already looking for him. Raspberry kept staring at Hope, but Weldon turned to Orrin. I hope you ain't doing nothing too stupid, he said. I ain't, Orrin said. The two men now turned their total attention to the pig. I'd wait another hour and then give her another squirt, Raspberry said. Ain't we seen enough of the vet this week? He scratched the mud-smeared neck of the sow with the toe of his boot. The sow farted. Orrin led Hope behind the barn where the corn spilled out of the silo. Some piglets, barely bigger than kittens, were playing in it. They scattered when Orrin started the black pickup. Hope started to cry. Are you going to let me go? She asked Orrin. I ain't had you yet, he said. Hope's bare feet were cold and black with the spring muck. My feet hurt, she said. Where are we going? She'd seen an old blanket in the back of the pickup, matted and flecked with straw. That's where she imagined she was going, into the cornfields, then spread on the spongy spring ground, and when it was over and her throat was slit, and she'd been disemboweled with the fisherman's knife, he'd wrap her up in the blanket that was lumped stiffly on the floor of the pickup as if it covered some stillborn livestock. I got to find a good place to have you, said Orrin Wrath. I would have kept you at home, but I'd have had to share you. Hope Standish was trying to figure out the foreign machinery of Orrin Wrath. He did not work like the human beings she was accustomed to. What you're doing is wrong, she said. No, it isn't, he said. It ain't. You're going to rape me, Hope said. That's wrong. I just want to have you, he said. He hadn't bothered to tie her to the glove compartment this time. There was nowhere she could go. They were driving only on those mile-long plots of county roads, driving slowly west in little squares, the way a knight advances on a chessboard, one square ahead, two sideways, one sideways, two ahead. It seemed purposeless to Hope, but then she wondered if he didn't know the roads so very well that he knew how to cover a considerable distance without ever passing through a town. They saw only the signposts for towns, and although they couldn't have moved more than 30 miles from the university, she didn't recognize any of the names: Coldwater, Hills, Fields, Plainview. Maybe they aren't towns, she thought, but only crude labels for the natives who lived here, identifying the land for them, as if they didn't know the simple words for the things they saw every day. You don't have any right to do this to me, Hope said. Shit, he said. He pumped his brakes hard, throwing her forward against the truck's solid dashboard. Her forehead bounced off the windshield, the back of her hand was mashed against her nose. She felt something like a small muscle, or a very light bone, give way in her chest. Then he tromped on the accelerator and tossed her back into the seat. I hate arguing, he said. Her nose bled. She sat with her head forward, in her hands, and the blood dripped on her thighs. She sniffed a little, the blood dripped over her lip and filmed her teeth. She tipped her head back so that she could taste it. For some reason, it calmed her, it helped her to think. She knew there was a rapidly bluing knot on her forehead, swelling under her smooth skin. When she ran her hand up to her face and touched the lump, Orrin Wrath looked at her and laughed. She spit at him, a thin phlegm laced pink with blood. It caught his cheek and ran down to the collar of her husband's flannel shirt. His hand, as flat and broad as the sole of a boot, reached for her hair. She grabbed his forearm with both her hands, she jerked his wrist to her mouth, and bit into the soft part where the hairs don't always grow, and the blue tubes carry the blood. She meant to kill him in this impossible way, but she barely had time to break the skin. His arm was so strong that he snapped her body upright, and across his lap. He pushed the back of her neck against the steering wheel. The horn blew through her head and he broke her nose with the heel of his left hand. Then he returned that hand to the wheel. He cradled her head with his right hand, holding her face against his stomach. When he felt that she wasn't struggling, he let her head rest on his thigh. His hand lightly cupped her ear, as if to hold the sound of the horn inside her. She kept her eyes shut against the pain in her nose. He made several left turns, more right turns. Each turn, she knew, meant they had driven 1 mile. His hand now cupped the back of her neck. She could hear again, and she felt his fingers working their way into her hair. The front of her face felt numb. "I don't want to kill you," he said. "Don't, then," Hope said. "Got to," Orrin Rath told her. "After we do it, I'll have to." This affected her like the taste of her own blood. She knew he didn't care for arguing. She saw that she had lost a step, her rape. He was going to do it to her. She had to consider that it was done. What mattered now was living. She knew that meant outliving him. She knew that meant getting him caught, or getting him killed, or killing him. Against her cheek, she felt the change in his pocket. His blue jeans were soft and sticky with farm dust and machine grease. His belt buckle dug into her forehead, her lips touched the oily leather of his belt. The fisherman's knife was kept in a sheath, she knew. But where was the sheath? She couldn't see it, she didn't dare to hunt for it with her hands. Suddenly, against her eye, she felt his penis stiffening. She felt then for really the first time almost paralyzed, panicked beyond helping herself, no longer able to sort out the priorities. Once again, it was Orrin Rath who helped her. "Look at it this way," he said. "Your kid got away. I was going to kill the kid too, you know." The logic of Orrin Rath's peculiar version of sanity made everything sharpen for Hope. She heard the other cars. There were not many, but every few minutes or so there was a car passing. She wished she could see, but she knew they were not as isolated as they had been. Now, she thought, before he gets to where we're going, if he even knows where we're going. She thought he did. At least, before he gets off this road before I'm somewhere, again, where there aren't any people. Orrin Rath shifted in his seat. His erection was making him uncomfortable. Hope's warm face in his lap, his hand in her hair, was reaching him. Now, Hope thought. She moved her cheek against his thigh, just slightly. He did not stop her. She moved her face in his lap as if she were making herself more comfortable, against a pillow against his prick, she knew. She moved until the bulge under his rank pants rose untouched by her face. But she could reach it with her breath. It stuck up out of his lap near her mouth, and she began to breathe on it. It hurt too much to breathe out of her nose. She drew her lips into an O-shaped kiss, she focused her breathing, and very softly, she blew. Oh, Nicky, she thought. And Dorsey, her husband. She would see them again, she hoped. To Orrin Rath she gave her warm, careful breath. On him she focused her one, cold thought. I'm going to get you, you son of a bitch. It was apparent that the sexual experience of Orrin Rath had not previously involved such subtleties as Hope's directed breathing. He tried to move her head in his lap so that he would once again have contact with her hot face, but at the same time, he didn't want to disturb her soft breath. What she was doing made him want more contact, but it was excruciating to imagine losing the teasing contact he now had. He began to squirm. Hope didn't hurry. It was his movement that finally brought the bulge of sour jeans to touch her lips. She closed them there, but didn't move her mouth. Orenrath felt only a hot wind passing through the crude weave of his clothes. He groaned. A car approached, then passed him. He corrected the truck. He was aware he was beginning to wander across the center of the road. "What are you doing?" he asked Hope. She, very lightly, applied her teeth to his swollen clothes. He brought his knee up, pumped the brake, jarred her head, hurt her nose. He forced his hand between her face and his lap. She thought he was going to really hurt her, but he was struggling with his zipper. "I've seen pictures of this," he told her. "Let me," she said. She had to sit up just a little to get his fly open. She wanted to get a look at where they were. They were still out in the country, of course, but there were pointed lines on the road. She took him out of his pants and into her mouth without looking at him. "Shit," he said. She thought she would gag. She was afraid she would be sick. Then she got him into the back of her cheek, where she thought she could take a lot of time. He was sitting so stiffly still, but trembling, that she knew he was already far beyond even his imaginary experiences. That steadied Hope. It gave her confidence and a sense of time. She went ahead with it very slowly, listening for other cars. She could tell he had slowed down. At the first sign she had that he was leaving this road, she would have to change her plans. Could I bite the damn thing off? She wondered. But she thought that she probably couldn't, at least, not quickly enough. Then 2 trucks went by them, closely following each other. In the distance, she thought she heard another car's horn. She started working faster. He raised his lap higher. She thought their truck had speeded up. A car passed them awfully close, she thought. Its horn blared at them. "Fuck you." Orenrath yelled after it. He was beginning to jounce up and down in the seat, hurting Hope's nose. Hope now had to be careful not to hurt him. She wanted to hurt him very much. Just make him lose his head, she encouraged herself. Suddenly there was the sound of gravel spraying the underside of the truck. She closed her mouth fast around him. But they were neither crashing nor turning off the road. He was pulling abruptly to the roadside and stopping. The truck stalled out. He put both his hands on either side of her face. His thighs hardened and slapped against her jaw. "I'm going to choke on it," she thought, but he was lifting her face up, out of his lap. "No. No," he cried. A truck, flinging tiny stones, tore by them and cut into his words. "I don't have the thing on," he said to her. "If you have any germs, they'll swim right up me." Hope sat on her knees, her lips hot and sore, her nose throbbing. He was going to put on a rubber, but when he tore it from its little tinfoil package, he stared at it as if it wasn't at all what he expected to see, as if he thought they were bright green. As if he didn't know how to put it on. "Take your dress off," he said. He was embarrassed that she was looking at him. She could see the cornfields on either side of the road, and the backside of a billboard a few yards away from them. But there were no houses, no signs, no intersecting roads. No cars and trucks were coming. She thought her heart would simply stop. Orenrath tore himself out of her husband's shirt. He threw it out his window. Hope saw it flap in the road. He scraped his boots off on the brake pedal, whacking his narrow blonde knees on the steering wheel. "Shove over," he said. She was wedged against the passenger side door. She knew even if she could get out the door that she couldn't outrun him. She didn't have any shoes, and his feet appeared to have a dog's rough pads. He was having trouble with his pants. He clutched the rolled-up rubber in his teeth. Then he was naked. He deflung his pants somewhere. He shoved the rubber down over himself, as if his penis were no more sensitive than a turtle's leathery tail. She was trying to unbutton her dress and her tears were coming back, though she was fighting them, when he suddenly caught her dress and began to yank it over her head. It caught on her arms. He jerked her elbows painfully behind her back. He was too long to fit in the cab. One door had to be open. She reached for the handle over her head, but he bit her in the neck. "No," he hollered. He thrashed his feet around. She saw his shin was bleeding. He'd cut it on the rim of the horn and his hard heels struck the door handle on the driver's side. With both feet, he launched the door open. She saw the gray smear of the road over his shoulder. His long ankles stuck out into the traffic lane, but there was no traffic now. Her head hurt, she was jammed against the door. She had to wriggle herself back down the seat, farther under him, and her movement made him yell something unintelligible. She felt his rubbered prick slipping over her stomach. Then his whole body braced, and he bit into her shoulder fiercely. He'd come. "Shit," he cried. "I done it already." "No," she said, hugging him. "No, you can do more." She knew that if he thought he was through with her, he would kill her. "Much more," she said in his ear, which smelled like dust. She had to wet her fingers to wet herself. God, I'll never get him inside me, she thought, but when she found him with her hand, she knew that the rubber was the lubricated kind. "Oh," he said. He lay still on top of her. He seemed surprised by where she'd put him, as if he didn't really know what was where. "Oh," he repeated. "Oh, what now?" Hope wondered. She held her breath. A car, a flash of red, whined past their open door, the horn blast and some muffled, derisive hoots fading away from them. Of course, she thought, we look like two farmers fucking off the side of the road. It's probably done all the time. No one will stop, she thought, unless it's the police. She imagined a bread-faced trooper appearing over Roth's lurching shoulder, writing out a ticket. "Not on the road, buddy," he'd be saying. And when she screamed at him, "Rape. He's raping me," the trooper would wink at Orrin Rath. The bewildered Rath seemed to be feeling rather cautiously for something inside her. If he's just come, Hope thought, how much time do I have before he comes again? But he seemed more like a goat than a human to her, and the baby-like gurgle in his throat, hot against her ear, seemed close to the last sound she imagined she'd hear. She looked at everything she could see. The keys dangling from the ignition were too far to reach, and what could she do with a set of keys? Her back hurt, and she pushed her hand against the dashboard to try to shift his weight on her. This excited him, and made him grunt against her. "Don't move," he said. She tried to do what he said. "Oh," he said, approvingly. "That's real good. I'll kill you quick. You won't even know it. You just do like that, and I'll kill you good." Her hand grazed a metal button, smooth and round. Her fingers touched it, and she did not even have to turn her face away from him and look at it to know what it was. It opened the glove compartment and she pushed it. The spring-release door was a sudden weight in her hand. She said a long and loud "ah" to conceal the sound of the things in the glove compartment that rattled around. Her hand touched cloth, her fingers felt grit. There was a spool of wire, something sharp, but two small things like screws and nails, a bolt, perhaps a hinge to something else. There was nothing she could use. Reaching around in there was hurting her arm. She let her hand trail to the floor of the cab. When another truck passed them, catcalls and bloops from the air horn, and no sign of even slowing down for a better look, she started to cry. "I got to kill you," Rath moaned. "Have you done this before?" she asked him. "Sure," he said, and he thrust into her stupidly, as if his brute lunges could impress her. "And did you kill them, too?" Hope asked. Her hand, aimless now, toyed with some material on the floor of the cab. "They were animals," Rath admitted. "But I had to kill them, too." Hope sickened, her fingers clutched the thing on the floor, an old jacket or something. "Pigs?" she asked him. "Pigs," he cried. "Shit, nobody fucks pigs," he told her. Hope thought that probably somebody did. "They was sheep," Rath said. "And one calf." But this was hopeless, she knew. She felt him shrinking inside her, she was distracting him. She choked a sob that felt like it would split her head if it ever escaped her. "Please try to be kind to me," Hope said. "Don't talk any," he said. "Move like you did." She moved, but apparently not the right way. No, he shouted. His fingers dug into her spine. She tried moving another way. Yup, he said. He moved, now, determined and purposeful, mechanical and dumb. Oh God, Hope thought. Oh, Nicky. And Dorsey. Then she felt what she held in her hand, his pants. And her fingers, suddenly as wise as a Braille reader's, located the zipper and moved on. Her fingers passed over the change in the pocket, they slipped around the wide belt. Yup, said Orrin Rath. Sheep, Hope thought to herself, and one calf. Oh, please concentrate. She cried aloud to herself. Don't talk, said Orrin Rath. But now her hand held it, the long, hard, leather sheath. That is the little hook, her fingers told her, and that is the little metal clasp. And that, oh yes, is the head of the thing, the bony handle of the fisherman's knife he had used to cut her son. Nicky's cut was not serious. In fact, everyone was trying to figure out how he got it. Nicky was not talking yet. He enjoyed looking in the mirror at the thin, half-moon slit that was already closed. Must have been something very sharp, the doctor told the police. Margot, the neighbor, had thought she'd better call a doctor, too. She'd found blood on the child's bib. The police had found more blood in the bedroom, a single drop on the cream-white bedspread. They were puzzled about it. There was no other sign of violence, and Margot had seen Mrs. Standish leave. She had looked all right. The blood was from Hope's split lip from the time Orrin Rath had butted her, but there was no way any of them could know that. Margot thought there might have been sex, but she wasn't suggesting it. Dorsey Standish was too shocked to think. The police did not think there had been time for sex. The doctor knew no blow had been connected with Nicky's cut, probably not even a fall. A razor, he suggested. Or a very sharp knife. The police inspector, a solidly round and florid man, a year away from his retirement, found the cut phone cord in the bedroom. A knife, he said. A sharp knife with some weight to it. His name was Arden Bensonhaver, and he had once been a police superintendent in Toledo, but his methods had been judged as unorthodox. He pointed at Nicky's cheek. It's a flick wound, he said. He demonstrated the proper wrist action. But you don't see many flick knives around here, Bensonhaver told them. It's a flick type of wound, but it's probably some kind of hunting or fishing knife. Margot had described Orrin Rath as a farm kid in a farm truck, except that the truck's color revealed the unnatural influence of the town, and the university upon the farmers, turquoise. Dorsey Standish did not even associate this with the turquoise truck he had seen, or the woman in the cab whom he'd thought had resembled Hope. He still didn't understand anything. Did they leave a note, he asked. Arden Bensonhaver stared at him. The doctor looked down at the floor. You know, about a ransom. Standish said. He was a literal man struggling for a literal hold. Someone, he thought, had said kidnap wasn't their ransom in the case of kidnap. There's no note, Mr. Standish, Bensonhaver told him. It doesn't look like that kind of thing. They were in the bedroom when I found Nicky outside the door, Margot said. But she was all right when she left, Dorsey. I saw her. They hadn't told Standish about Hope's panties, discarded on the bedroom floor. They'd been unable to find the matching bra. Margot had told Arden Bensonhaver that Mrs. Standish was a woman who usually wore a bra. She had left barefoot, they knew that, too. And Margot had recognized Dorsey's shirt on the farm kid. She'd got only a partial reading of the license plate. It was an in-state, commercial plate, and the first two numbers placed it within the county, but she hadn't gotten them all. The rear plate had been spattered with mud, the front plate was missing. We'll find them, Arden Bensonhaver said. There's not much in the way of turquoise trucks around here. The county sheriff's boys will probably know it. Nicky, what happened? Dorsey Standish asked the boy. He sat him on his lap. What happened to Mommy? The child pointed out the window. So he was going to rape her? Dorsey Standish asked them all. Margot said, Dorsey, let's wait until we know. Wait? Standish said. You got to excuse me asking you, said Arden Benson-Haver, but your wife wasn't seeing anybody, was she? You know. Standish was mute at the question, but it seemed as if he were importantly considering it. No, she wasn't, Margot told Benson-Haver. Absolutely not. I got to ask Mr. Standish, Benson-Haver said. God, Margot said. No, I don't think she was, Standish told the inspector. Of course she wasn't, Dorsey, Margot said. Let's go take Nicky for a walk, she said to him. She was a busy, businesslike woman whom Hope liked very much. She was in and out of the house 5 times a day. She was always in the process of finishing something. Twice a year she had her phone disconnected, and connected again. It was like trying to stop smoking is for some people. Margot had children of her own, but they were older, they were in school all day, and she often watched Nicky so that Hope could do something by herself. Dorsey Standish took Margot for granted. Although he knew she was a kind and generous person, those were not qualities that especially arrested his attention. Margot, he realized now, wasn't especially attractive, either. She was not sexually attractive, he thought, and a bitter feeling rose up in Standish. He thought that no one would ever try to rape Margot, whereas Hope was a beautiful woman. Anyone could see. Anyone would want her. Dorsey Standish was all wrong about that. He didn't know the first thing about rape, that the victim hardly ever matters. At one time or another, people have tried to force sex on almost anyone imaginable. Very small children, very old people, even dead people, also animals. Inspector Arden Benson-Haver, who knew a good deal about rape, announced that he had to get on with his job. Benson-Haver felt better with lots of open space around him. His first employment had been the nighttime beat in a squad car, cruising old Route 2 between Sandusky and Toledo. In the summers it was a road speckled with beer joints, and little homemade signs promising bowling, pool, smoked fish, and live bait. And Arden Benson-Haver would drive slowly over Sandusky Bay and along Lake Erie to Toledo, waiting for the drunken carfuls of teenagers and fishermen to play chicken with him on that unlit, 2-lane road. Later, when he was the police superintendent of Toledo, Benson-Haver would be driven, in the daytime, over that harmless stretch of road. The bait shops and beer palaces and fast food services looked so exposed in the daylight. It was like watching a once feared bully strip down for a fight. You saw the thick neck, the dense chest, the wristless arms, and then, when the last shirt was off, you saw the sad, helpless paunch. Arden Benson-Haver hated the night. Benson-Haver's big plea with the city government of Toledo had been for better lighting on Saturday nights. Toledo was a working man's city, and Benson-Haver believed that if the city could afford to light itself brightly on Saturday night, half the gashings and maimings, the general bodily abusings, would stop. But Toledo had thought the idea was dim. Toledo was as unimpressed with Arden Benson-Haver's ideas as it was questioning of his methods. Now Benson-Haver relaxed in all this open country. He had a perspective on the dangerous world that he always wanted to have. He was circling the flat, open land in a helicopter above it all, the detached overseer observing his contained, well-lit kingdom. The county deputy said to him, "There's only one truck around here that's turquoise. It's those damn Raths." Raths? Benson-Haver asked. "There's a whole family of them," the deputy said. "I hate going out there." "Why?" Benson-Haver asked. Below him, he watched the shadow of the helicopter cross a creek, cross a road, move alongside a field of corn and a field of soybeans. "They're all weird," the deputy said. Benson-Haver looked at him, a young man, puffy-faced and small-eyed, but pleasant. His long hair hung in a hunk under his tight hat, almost touching his shoulders. Benson-Haver thought of all the football players who wore their hair spilling out under their helmets. They could braid it, some of them, he thought. Now even lawmen looked like this. He was glad he was retiring soon. He couldn't understand why so many people wanted to look the way they did. Weird, said Benson Haver. Their language was all the same, too, he thought. They used just 4 or 5 words for almost everything. Well, I got a complaint about the younger one just last week, the deputy said. Benson Haver noted this casual use of I as in, I got a complaint, when in fact Benson Haver knew that the sheriff, or his office, would have received the complaint, and that the sheriff probably thought it was simple enough to send this young deputy out on it. But why did they give me such a young one for this? Benson Haver wondered. The youngest brother's name is Orrin, the deputy said. They all have weird names, too. What was the complaint? Benson Haver asked. His eyes followed a long dirt driveway to what appeared to be a random dropping of barns and outbuildings, one of which he knew was the main farmhouse, where the people lived. But Arden Benson Haver couldn't tell which one that might be. To him, all the buildings looked vaguely unfit for animals. Well, the deputy said, this kid Orrin was screwing around with someone's dog, was screwing around. Benson Haver asked patiently. That could mean anything, he thought. Well, the deputy said, the people whose dog it was thought that Orrin was trying to fuck it. Was he? Benson Haver asked. Probably, the deputy said, but I couldn't tell anything. When I got there, Orrin wasn't around and the dog looked all right. I mean, how could I tell if the dog had been fucked? Should have asked it, said the copter pilot. A kid, Benson Haver realized, even younger than the deputy. Even the deputy looked at him with contempt. One of these half-wits the National Guard gives us, the deputy whispered to Benson Haver, but Benson Haver had spotted the turquoise truck. It was parked out in the open, alongside a low shed. No attempt had been made to conceal it. In a long pen a tide of pigs surged this way and that, driven crazy by the hovering helicopter. 2 lean men in overalls squatted over a pig that lay sprawled at the foot of a ramp to a barn. They looked up at the helicopter, shielding their faces from the stinging dirt. Not so close. Put it down over on the lawn, Benson Haver told the pilot. You're scaring the animals. I don't see Orrin or the old man, the deputy said. There's more of them than those 2. You ask those 2 where Orrin is, Benson Haver said. I want to look at that truck. The men obviously knew the deputy, they hardly watched him approach. But they watched Benson Haver, in his dull dun-colored suit and tie, crossing the barnyard toward the turquoise pickup. Arden Benson Haver didn't look at them, but he could see them just the same. They are morons, he thought. Benson Haver had seen all kinds of bad men in Toledo, vicious men, unjustifiably angry men, dangerous men, cowardly and balls of thieves, men who murdered for money, and men who murdered for sex. But Benson Haver had not seen quite such benign corruption as he thought he saw on the faces of Weldon and Raspberry Wrath. It gave him a chill. He thought he'd better find Mrs. Standish quickly. He didn't know what he was looking for when he opened the door of the turquoise pickup, but Arden Benson Haver knew how to look for unknowns. He saw it. Immediately it was easy. The slashed bra, a piece of it still tied to the hinge of the glove compartment door, the other 2 pieces were on the floor. There was no blood, the bra was a soft, natural beige, very classy, Arden Benson Haver thought. He had no style himself, but he'd seen dead people of all kinds, and he could recognize something of a person's style in the clothes. He put the pieces of the silky bra into one hand, then he put both hands into the floppy, stretched pockets of his suit jacket and started across the yard toward the deputy, who was talking to the Wrath brothers. They haven't seen the kid all day, the deputy told Benson Haver. They say Orrin sometimes stays away overnight. Ask them who's the last one who drove that truck, Benson Haver said to the deputy. He wouldn't look at the Wraths. He treated them as if they couldn't possibly understand him directly. I already asked them that, the deputy said. They say they don't remember. Ask them when's the last time a pretty young woman rode in that truck, Benson Haver said, but the deputy didn't have time. Weldon Wrath laughed. Benson Haver felt grateful that the one with the blotch on his face, like a wine spill, had kept quiet. Shit, Weldon said. There's no pretty young woman around here, no pretty young woman ever sat her ass in that truck. Tell him, said Bensonhaver to the deputy, that he is a liar. You're a liar, Weldon, the deputy said. Raspberry Wrath said to the deputy, shit, who is he, coming in here, telling us what to do? Arden Bensonhaver took the 3 pieces of the bra from his pocket. He looked at the sow lying beside the men. She had one frightened eye, which appeared to be looking at all of them at once, and it was hard to tell where her other eye was looking. Is that a boy pig or a girl pig? Asked Bensonhaver. The Wraths laughed. Anyone can see it's a sow, Raspberry said. Do you ever cut the balls off the boy pigs? Bensonhaver asked. Do you do that yourselves or do you have others do it for you? We castrate them ourselves, said Weldon. He looked a little like a boar himself, with wild tufts of hair sprouting upward, out of his ears. We know all about castrating. There's nothing to it. Well, said Bensonhaver, holding up the bra for them and the deputy to see. Well, that's exactly what the new law provides for in the case of these sexual crimes. Neither the deputy nor the Roths spoke. Any sexual crime, Bensonhaver said, is now punishable by castration. If you fuck anybody you shouldn't, said Bensonhaver, or if you assist in the act of getting a person fucked by not helping us to stop it, then we can castrate you. Weldon Wrath looked at his brother, Raspberry, who looked a little puzzled. But Weldon leered at Bensonhaver and said, you do it yourselves or do you have others do it for you? He nudged his brother. Raspberry tried to grin, pulling his birthmark askew. But Bensonhaver was deadpan, turning the bra over and over in his hands. Of course we don't do it, he said. There's all new equipment for it now. The National Guard does it. That's why we got the National Guard helicopter. We just fly you right out to the National Guard hospital and fly you right back home again. There's nothing to it, he said. As you know. We have a big family, Raspberry Wrath said. There's a lot of us brothers. We don't know from one day to the next who's riding around in what truck. There's another truck. Bensonhaver asked the deputy. You didn't tell me there was another truck. Yeah, it's black. I forgot, the deputy said. They have a black one, too. The Wraths nodded. Where is it? Bensonhaver asked. He was contained but tense. The brothers looked at each other. Weldon said, I haven't seen it in a while. Might be that Orrin has it, said Raspberry. Might be our father who's got it, Weldon said. We don't have time for this shit, Bensonhaver told the deputy, sharply. We'll find out what they weigh then see if the pilot can carry them. The deputy, thought Bensonhaver, is almost as much of a moron as the brothers. Go on. Bensonhaver said to the deputy. Then, with impatience, he turned to Weldon Wrath. Name, he asked. Weldon, Weldon said. Weight? Bensonhaver asked. Weight, said Weldon. What do you weigh? Bensonhaver asked him. If we're going to lug you off in the copter, we got to know what you weigh. 180 something, Weldon said. You? Bensonhaver asked the younger one. 190 something, he said. My name's Raspberry. Bensonhaver shut his eyes. That's 370 something, Bensonhaver told the deputy. Go ask the pilot if we can carry that. You're not taking us anywhere now, are you? Weldon asked. We'll just take you to the National Guard hospital, Bensonhaver said. Then if we find the woman, and she's all right, we'll take you home. But if she ain't all right, we get a lawyer, right? Raspberry asked Bensonhaver. One of those people in the courts, right? If who ain't all right? Bensonhaver asked him. Well, this woman you're looking for, Raspberry said. Well, if she's not all right, Bensonhaver said, then we already got you in the hospital, and we can castrate you, and send you back home the same day. You boys know more about what's involved than I do, he admitted. I've never seen it done, but it doesn't take long, does it? And it doesn't bleed much, does it? But there's courts and a lawyer, Raspberry said. Of course there is, Weldon said. Shut up. No, no more courts for this kind of thing, not with the new law, Benson said. Sex crimes are special, and with the new machines, it's just so easy to castrate someone that it makes the most sense. Yeah, the deputy hollered from the helicopter. The weight's okay. We can take them. Shit, Raspberry said. Shut up, said Weldon. They're not cutting my balls off. Raspberry yelled at him. I didn't even get to have her. Weldon hit Raspberry so hard in the stomach that the younger man pitched over sideways and landed on the prostrate pig. It squealed, its short legs spasmed, it evacuated suddenly and horribly, but otherwise it didn't move. Raspberry lay gasping beside the sow's stenchful waist, and Arden Benson tried to knee Weldon Rath in the balls. Weldon was too quick, though. He caught Bensenhaver's leg at the knee and tossed the old man over backwards, over Raspberry and the poor pig. God damn it, Bensenhaver said. The deputy drew his gun and fired one shot in the air. Weldon dropped to his knees, holding his ears. You all right, Inspector? The deputy asked. Yes, of course I am, Bensenhaver said. He sat beside the pig and Raspberry. He realized, without the smallest touch of shame, that he felt toward them more or less equally. Raspberry, he said, the name itself made Bensenhaver close his eyes. If you want to keep your balls on, you tell us where the woman is. The man's birthmark flashed at Bensenhaver like a neon sign. You keep still, Raspberry, Weldon said. And Bensenhaver told the deputy, if he opens his mouth again, shoot his balls off, right here. Save us the trip. Then he hoped to God that the deputy was not so stupid that he would actually do it. Oren's got her, Raspberry told Bensenhaver. He took the black truck. Where'd he take her? Bensenhaver asked. Don't know, Raspberry said. He took her for a ride. Was she all right when she left here? Bensenhaver asked. Well, she was all right, I guess, Raspberry said. I mean, I don't think Oren had hurt her yet. I don't think he'd even had her yet. Why not? Bensenhaver asked. Well, if he'd already had her, Raspberry said, why would he want to keep her? Bensenhaver again shut his eyes. He got to his feet. Find out how long ago, he told the deputy. Then fuck up that turquoise truck so they can't drive it. Then get your ass back to the copter. And leave them here, the deputy asked. Sure, Bensenhaver said. There'll be plenty of time to cut their balls off later. Arden Bensenhaver had the pilot send a message that the abductor's name was Oren Rath, and that he was driving a black, not a turquoise, pickup. This message meshed interestingly with another one. A state trooper had received a report that a man all alone in a black pickup had been driving dangerously, wandering in and out of his rightful driving lane, looking like he was drunk or stoned or something else. The trooper had not followed this up because, at the time, he'd thought he was supposed to be more concerned about a turquoise pickup. Arden Bensenhaver, of course, couldn't know that the man in the black pickup hadn't really been alone, that, in fact, Hope Standish had been lying with her head in his lap. The news simply gave Bensenhaver another of his chills. If Rath was alone, he had already done something to the woman. Bensenhaver yelled to the deputy to hurry over to the copter, that they were looking for a black pickup that had last been seen on the bypass that intersects the system of county roads near the town called Sweet Wells. Know it? Bensenhaver asked. Oh yeah, the deputy said. They were in the air again, below them the pigs once more in a panic. The poor, medicated pig that had been fallen on was lying as still as when they'd come. But the Rath brothers were fighting, it appeared, quite savagely, and the higher and farther from them that the helicopter moved, the more the world returned to a level of sanity of which Arden Bensenhaver approved. Until the tiny fighting figures, below and to the east, were no more than miniatures to him, and he was so far from their blood and fear that when the deputy said he thought that Raspberry could whip Weldon, if Raspberry just didn't allow himself to get scared, Bensenhaver laughed his Toledo deadpan laugh. They're animals, he said to the deputy, who, despite whatever young man's cruelty and cynicism were in him, seemed a little shocked. If they both killed each other, Bensenhaver said, think of the food they would have eaten in their lifetimes that other human beings could now eat. The deputy realized that Bensenhaver's lie about the new law about the instant castration for sexual crimes was more than a far-fetched story. For Bensenhaver, although he knew it was clearly not the law, it was what he thought the law should be. It was one of Arden Bensenhaver's Toledo methods. That poor woman, Bensenhaver said. He wrung the pieces of her bra in his thick-veined hands. How old is this Oren? He asked the deputy. 16, maybe 17, the deputy said. Just a kid. The deputy was at least 24 himself. If he's old enough to get a hard-on, Arden Bensenhaver said, he's old enough to have it cut off. But what should I cut? Oh, where can I cut him? Wondered Hope, the long, thin fisherman's knife now snug in her hand. Her pulse thrummed in her palm, but to Hope it felt as if the knife had a heartbeat of its own. She brought her hand very slowly up to her hip, up over the edge of the thrash seat to where she could glimpse the blade. Should I use the saw-toothed edge or the one that looks so sharp? She thought. How do you kill a man with one of these? Alongside the sweating, swiveling ass of Oren Rath, that knife in her hand was a cool and distant miracle. Do I slash him or stick him? She wished she knew. Both his hot hands were under her buttocks, lifting her, jerking up. His chin dug into the hollow near her collarbone like a heavy stone. Then she felt him slip one of his hands out from under her, and his fingers, reaching for the floor, grazed her hand that held the knife. Move, he grunted. Now move. She tried to arch her back but couldn't, she tried to twist her hips but she couldn't. She felt him groping for his own peculiar rhythm, trying to find the last pace that would make him come. His hand under her now spread over the small of her back, his other hand clawed the floor. Then she knew, he was looking for the knife. And when his fingers found the empty sheath, she would be in trouble. "Ah!" he cried. Quick! She thought. Between the ribs. Into his side, and slide the knife up or straight down as hard as she could between the shoulder blades, reaching all the way through his back to a lung, until she felt the point of the thing poking her own crushed breast. She waved her arm in the air above his hunching back. She saw the oily blade glint, and his hand, suddenly rising, flung his empty pants back toward the steering wheel. He was trying to push himself up off her, but his lower half was locked into his long-sought rhythm. His hips shuddered in little spasms he couldn't seem to control, while his chest rose up, off her chest, and his hands shoved hard against her shoulders. His thumbs crawled toward her throat. "My knife?" he asked. His head whipped back and forth, he looked behind him, he looked above him. His thumbs pried her chin up, she was trying to hide her Adam's apple. Then she scissored his pale ass. He could not stop pumping down there, though his brain must have known there was suddenly another priority. "My knife," he said. And she reached over his shoulder, and faster than she herself could see it happen, she slid the slim-edged side of the blade across his throat. For a second she saw no wound. She only knew that he was choking her. Then one of his hands left her throat, and went to find his own. He hid from her the gash she'd expected to see. But at last she saw the dark blood springing between his tight fingers. He brought his hand away. He was searching for her hand, the one that held the knife, and from his slashed throat a great bubble burst over her. She heard a sound like someone sucking the bottom of a drink with a clogged straw. She could breathe again. Where were his hands? She wondered. They seemed, at once, to loll beside her on the seat, and to be darting like panicked birds behind his back. stabbed the long blade into him, just above his waist, thinking that perhaps a kidney was there, because the blade went in so easily, and out again. Orenrath laid his cheek against her cheek like a child. He'd have screamed then, of course, but her first slash had cut cleanly through his windpipe and his vocal cords. Hope now tried the knife higher up but encountered a rib, or something difficult. She had to probe, and unsatisfied, withdrew the knife after only a few inches. He was flopping on her now, as if he wanted to get off her. His body was sending distress signals to itself, but the signals were not getting all the way through. He heaved himself against the back of the seat, but his head wouldn't stay up and his penis, still moving, attached him still to Hope. She took advantage of this opportunity to insert the knife again. It slipped into his belly at the side and moved straight away to within an inch of his navel before engaging some major obstruction there, and his body slumped back on top of her, trapping her wrist. But this was easy. She twisted her hand, and the slippery knife came free. Something to do with his bowels relaxed. Hope was overwhelmed with his wetness, and with his smell. She let the knife drop to the floor. Orenrath was emptying, by quartfuls by gallons. He felt actually lighter on top of her. Their bodies were so slick that she slipped out from under him easily. She shoved him over on his back and crouched beside him on the truck's puddled floor. Hope's hair was gravid with blood his throat had fountained over her. When she blinked, her eyelashes stuck to her cheeks. One of his hands twitched and she slapped it. "Stop," she said. His knee rose, then flopped down. "Stop it, stop now," Hope said. She meant his heart, his life. She would not look at his face. Against the dark slime coating his body, the white, translucent condom hugged his shrunken cock like a congealed fluid quite foreign to the human matter of blood and bowel. Hope recalled a zoo, and a gob of camel spit upon her crimson sweater. His balls contracted. That made her angry. "Stop," she hissed. The balls were small and rounded and tight, then they fell slack. "Please stop," she whispered. "Please die." There was a tiny sigh, as if someone had let out a breath too small to bother taking back. But Hope squatted for some time beside him, feeling her heart pound and confusing her pulse with his own. He had died fairly quickly, she realized later. Out the open door of the pickup, Orenrath's clean white feet, his drained toes, pointed upward in the sunlight. Inside the sun-baked cab, the blood was coagulating. Everything clotted. Hope Standish felt the tiny hairs on her arms stiffen and tug her skin as her skin dried. Everything that was slick was turning sticky. I should get dressed, Hope thought. But something seemed wrong with the weather. Out the truck windows Hope saw the sunlight flicker, like a lamp whose light is shown through the blades of a fast fan. And the gravel at the roadside was lifted up in little swirls, and dry shards and stubble from last year's corn were whisked along the flat, bare ground as if a great wind was blowing but not. From the usual directions, this wind appeared to be blowing straight down. And the noise. It was like being in the afterglow of a speeding truck, but there was still no traffic on the road. It's a tornado. Hope thought. She hated the Midwest with its strange weather. She was an Easterner who could understand a hurricane. But tornadoes? She'd never seen one, but the weather forecasts were always full of tornado watches. What does one watch for? She'd always wondered. For this, she guessed, this whirling din all around her. These clods of earth flying. The sun turned brown. She was so angry, she struck the cool, viscid thigh of Orenrath. After she had lived through this, now there was a fucking tornado, too. The noise resembled a train passing over the pelted truck. Hope imagined the funnel descending, other trucks and cars already caught up in it. Somehow, she could hear, their engines were still running. Sand flew in the open door, stuck to her glazed body. She groped for her dress, discovered the empty armholes where the sleeves had been. It would have to do. But she would have to step outside the truck to put it on. There was no room to maneuver beside Rath and his gore, now dappled with roadside sand. And out there, she had no doubt, her dress would be torn from her hands, and she would be sucked up naked into the sky. "I am not sorry," she whispered. "I am not sorry," she screamed, and again she struck at the body of Wrath. Then a voice, a terrible voice loud as the loudest loudspeaker, shook her in the cab. "If you're in there, come out. Put your hands over your head. Come out. Climb into the back of the pickup and lie the fuck down." "I am actually dead," thought Hope. "I'm already in the sky, and it's the voice of God." She was not religious, and it seemed fitting, to Hope, if there were a God, God would have a bullying, loudspeaker voice. "Come out now," God said. "Do it now." "Oh, why not?" she thought. "You big fucker. What can you do to me next?" Rape was an outrage even God couldn't understand. In the helicopter, shuddering above the black truck, Arden Bensonhaver barked into the megaphone. He was sure that Mrs. Standish was dead. He could not tell the sex of the feet he saw protruding from the open door of the cab, but the feet hadn't moved during the helicopter's descent, and they seemed so naked and drained of any color in the sunlight that Bensonhaver was sure that they were dead feet. That Orrin Wrath could be the one who was dead had not crossed the deputy's or Bensonhaver's mind. But they couldn't understand why Wrath would have abandoned the truck after performing his foul acts, and so Bensonhaver had told the pilot to hold the helicopter just above the pickup. "If he's still in there with her," Bensonhaver told the deputy, "maybe we can scare the bastard to death." When Hope Standish brushed between those stiff feet and huddled alongside the cab, trying to shield her eyes from the flying sand, Arden Bensonhaver felt his finger go limp against the trigger of the megaphone. Hope tried to wrap her face in her flapping dress, but it snapped around her like a torn sail. She felt her way along the truck toward the tailgate, cringing against the stinging gravel that clung to the places on her body where the blood hadn't quite dried. "It's the woman," the deputy said. "Back off," Bensonhaver told the pilot. "Jesus, what happened to her?" the deputy asked, frightened. Bensonhaver roughly handed him the megaphone. "Move away," he said to the pilot. "Set this thing down across the road." Hope felt the wind shift, and the clamor in the tornado's funnel seemed to pass over her. She kneeled at the side of the road. Her wild dress quieted in her hands. She held it to her mouth because the dust was choking her. A car come along, but Hope was unaware of it. The driver passed in the proper lane, the black pickup off the road to his right, the helicopter settling down off the road to his left. The bloody, praying woman, naked and caked with grit, took no notice of him driving past her. The driver had a vision of an angel on a trip back from hell. The driver's reaction was so delayed that he was 100 yards beyond everything he'd seen before he surprisingly attempted a U-turn in the road. Without slowing down, his front wheels caught the soft shoulder and slithered him across the road ditch and into the soft spring earth of a plowed bean field, where his car sank up to his bumpers, and he could not open his door. He rolled down his window and peered across the mire to the road, like a man who'd been sitting peacefully on a dock when the dock broke free from the shore, and he was drifting out to sea. "Help!" he cried. The vision of the woman had so terrified him that he feared there might be more like her around, or that whoever had made her look that way might be in search of another victim. "Jesus Christ," said Arden Bensonhaver to the pilot, "you'll have to go see if that fool is all right. Why do they let everyone drive a car?" Bensonhaver and the deputy dropped out of the helicopter and into the same lush muck that had trapped the driver. "God damn it," Bensonhaver said. "Mother," said the deputy. Across the road, Hope Standish looked up at them for the first time. Two swearing men were wallowing toward her out of a muddy field. The blades of the helicopter were slowing down. There was also a man peeping witlessly out the window of his car, but that seemed far away. Hope stepped into her dress. One armhole, where a sleeve had been, was torn open, and Hope had to pin a flap of material to her side with her elbow, or else leave her breast exposed. It was then that she noticed how sore her shoulders and her neck were. Arden Bensonhaver, out of breath and soaked with mud from his knees down, was in front of her suddenly. The mud made his trousers hug his legs so that, to Hope, he looked like an old man wearing knickers. "Mrs. Standish?" he asked. She turned her back to him and hid her face, nodding. "So much blood," he said, helplessly. "I'm sorry we took so long. Are you hurt?" She turned and stared at him. He saw the swelling around both eyes, and her broken nose and the blue bulge on her forehead. "It's mostly his blood," she said. "But I was raped." "He did it," she told Bensonhaver. Bensonhaver had his handkerchief out. He seemed about to dab at her face with it, as he might wipe the mouth of a child, but then he despaired at what a job it would be to clean her up, and he put his handkerchief away. "I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry. We got here as fast as we could." "We saw your baby and he's fine," Bensonhaver said. "I had to put him in my mouth," Hope said to him. Bensonhaver shut his eyes. "And then he fucked me," she said. "He was going to kill me, later he told me he would. I had to kill him. And I'm not sorry." "Of course you're not," Bensonhaver said. "And you shouldn't be, Mrs. Standish. I'm sure you did the very best thing." She nodded her head to him, then stared down at her feet. She put one hand out toward Bensonhaver's shoulder, and he let her lean against him, though she was slightly taller than Bensonhaver, and in order to rest her head against him, she had to scrunch down. Bensonhaver was aware of the deputy then. He had been to the cab to look at Orrin Rath, and had vomited all over the truck's front fender, and in full view of the pilot, who was walking the shock driver of the stuck car across the road. The deputy, with his face the bloodless color of Orrin Rath's sunlit feet, was imploring Bensonhaver to come see. But Bensonhaver wanted Mrs. Standish to feel every possible reassurance. "So you killed him after he raped you, when he was relaxed, not paying attention?" he asked her. "No, during," she whispered against his neck. The awful reek of her almost got to Bensonhaver, but he kept his face very close to her, where he could hear her. "You mean, while he was raping you, Mrs. Standish?" "Yes," she whispered. "He was still inside me when I got his knife. It was in his pants on the floor, and he was going to use it on me when he was finished, so I had to," she said. "Of course you did," Bensonhaver said. "It doesn't matter." He meant that she should have killed him anyway, even if he hadn't been planning to kill her. To Arden Bensonhaver there was no crime as serious as rape, not even murder, except perhaps the murder of a child. But he knew less about that. He had no children of his own. He had been married 7 months when his pregnant wife had been raped in a laundromat, while he waited outside for her in the car. 3 kids had done it. They had opened one of the big spring-door dryers and sat her ass on the open door, pushed her head into the warm dryer where she could only scream into the hot, muffling sheets and pillowcases and hear her own voice boom and bounce around the great metal drum. Her arms were in the dryer with her head, so she was helpless. Her feet couldn't even reach the floor. The spring door made her jounce up and down under all 3 of them, although she probably tried not to move. The boys had no idea, of course, that they were raping the police superintendent's wife. And all the bright lighting possible for downtown Toledo on a Saturday night would not have saved her. They were an early morning couple, the Bensonhavers. They were young still, and they took their laundry to the laundromat together. Monday morning before breakfast, they read the newspapers during the wash cycle. Then they put their laundry in the dryer and went home and had breakfast. Mrs. Bensonhaver picked it up on her way downtown to the police station with Bensonhaver. He would wait in the car while she went inside to get it. Sometimes, someone would have taken it out of the dryer while they were having breakfast, and Mrs. Bensonhaver would have to run it for another few minutes. Bensonhaver then waited. But they liked the early morning because there was rarely anyone else in the laundromat. Only when Bensonhaver saw the 3 kids leaving did he start to worry about how long his wife had been collecting the dry laundry. But it does not take very long to rape someone, even 3 times. Bensonhaver went into the laundromat where he saw his wife's legs sticking out of the dryer. Her shoes had fallen off. Those were not the first dead feet Bensonhaver had seen, but they were very important feet to him. She had suffocated in her own clean washoor. She had vomited and choked, but they had not meant to kill her. That part had been an accident, and at the trial a great deal had been made of the unplanned nature of Mrs. Bensonhaver's death. Their attorney had said that the boys had planned to just rape her, not kill her, too. And the phrase just rape, as in she was just raped, lucky thing, a wonder she wasn't killed. Appalled Arden Bensonhaver. It's good that you killed him, Bensonhaver whispered to Hope Standish. We couldn't have done nearly enough to him, he confided to her. Nothing like he deserved. Good for you, he whispered. Good for you. Hope had expected another sort of police experience, a more critical investigation at least, a more suspicious cop, and certainly a man very different from Arden Bensonhaver. She was so grateful, for one thing, that Bensonhaver was an old man, clearly in his 60s, like an uncle to her, or even more sexually remote, a grandfather. She said she felt better, that she was all right. When she straightened up and stood away from him, she saw she had smeared his shirt collar and his cheek with blood, but Bensonhaver hadn't noticed or didn't care. Okay, show me, Bensonhaver said to the deputy, but again he smiled gently at Hope. The deputy led him to the open cab. Oh my God, the driver of the stuck car was saying. Dear Jesus, look at this, and what's that? Christ, look, I think that's his liver. Isn't that what a liver looks like? The pilot gawked in mute wonder, and Bensonhaver caught both men by their coat shoulders and steered them roughly away. They started toward the rear of the truck, where Hope was composing herself, but Bensonhaver hissed at them, Stay away from Mrs. Standish. Stay away from the truck. Go radio our position, he told the pilot. They'll need an ambulance or something here. We'll take Mrs. Standish with us. They'll need a plastic bag for him, said the deputy, pointing to Orrin Rath. He's all over the place. I can see with my own eyes, said Arden Bensonhaver. He looked inside the cab and whistled admiringly. The deputy started to ask, was he doing it when? That's right, said Bensonhaver. He put his hand into a horrible mess by the accelerator pedal, but he didn't seem to mind. He was reaching for the knife on the floor of the passenger's side. He picked it up in his handkerchief. He looked it over carefully, wrapped it in the handkerchief, and put it in his pocket. Look, the deputy whispered conspiratorially. Did you ever hear of a rapist wearing a rubber? It's not common, Bensonhaver said. But it's not unknown. It's weird to me, said the deputy. He looked amazed as Bensonhaver pinched the prophylactic tight, just below its bulge. Bensonhaver snapped the rubber off and held it, without spilling a drop, up to the light. The sack was as large as a tennis ball, it hadn't leaked. It was full of blood. Bensonhaver looked satisfied. He tied a knot in the condom, the way you'd knot a balloon, and he flung it so far into the bean field that it was out of sight. I don't want someone suggesting that it might not have been a rape, Bensonhaver said softly to the deputy. Got it. He didn't wait for the deputy to answer. Bensonhaver went to the back of the truck to be with Mrs. Standish. How old was he, that boy? Hope asked Bensonhaver. Old enough, Bensonhaver told her. About 25 or 26, he added. He did not want anything to diminish her survival, particularly in her own eyes. He waved to the pilot, who was to help Mrs. Standish aboard. Then he went to clear things with the deputy. You stay here with the body and the bad driver, he told him. I'm not a bad driver, the driver whined. Christ, if you'd seen that lady there in the road. And keep anyone away from the truck, Bensonhaver said. On the road was the shirt belonging to Mrs. Standish's husband. Bensonhaver picked it up and trotted to the helicopter in his funny, overweight way of running. The two men watched Bensonhaver climb aboard the helicopter and rise away from them. The weak spring sun seemed to leave with the copter, and they were suddenly cold and didn't know where to go. Not in the truck, certainly, and sitting in the driver's car meant crossing that field of muck. They went to the pickup, lowered the tailgate, and sat on it. "Will he call a tow truck for my car?" the driver asked. "He'll probably forget," the deputy said. He was thinking about Bensonhaver. He admired him, but he feared him, and he also thought that Bensonhaver was not to be totally trusted. There were questions of orthodoxy, if that's what it was, which the deputy had never considered. Mainly, the deputy just had too many things to think about at one time. The driver paced back and forth in the pickup, which irritated the deputy, because it jounced him on the tailgate. The driver avoided the foul, bunched blanket crammed in the corner next to the cab. He cleared a see-through spot on the dusted and caked rear window so that he could, occasionally, squint inside the cab at the rigid and disemboweled body of Orrin Rath. All the blood was dry now, and through the mottled rear window the body looked to the driver to be similar, in color and in gloss, to an eggplant. He went and sat down on the tailgate beside the deputy, who got up, walked back in the truck, and peered in the window at the gashed corpse. "You know what?" the driver said. Even though she was all messed up, you could tell what a really good-looking woman she was. "Yes, you could," the deputy agreed. The driver now paced around in the back of the truck with him, so the deputy went to the tailgate and sat down. "Don't get sore," the driver said. "I'm not sore," the deputy said. "I don't mean that I can sympathize with anyone who'd want to rape her, you know," the driver said. "I know what you don't mean," said the deputy. The deputy knew he was over his head in these matters, but the simple-mindedness of the driver forced the deputy to adopt what he imagined was Bensonhaver's attitude of contempt for him. "You see a lot of this, huh?" the driver asked. "You know, rape and murder." "Enough," the deputy said with self-conscious solemnity. He had never seen a rape or murder before, and he realized that even now he had not actually seen it through his own eyes as much as he'd been treated to the experience through the eyes of Arden Bensonhaver. He had seen rape and murder according to Bensonhaver, he thought. The deputy felt very confused. He sought some point of view all his own. "Well," said the driver peering in the rear window again, "I seen some stuff in the service, but nothing like this." The deputy couldn't respond. "The world according to Bensonhaver, this is like war, I guess," the driver said. "This is like a bad hospital." The deputy wondered if he should let the fool look at Rath's body, if it mattered or not, and to whom. Certainly it couldn't matter to Rath. But to his unreal family. To the deputy, he didn't know. And would Bensonhaver object? "Hey, don't mind my asking you a personal question," the driver said. "Don't get sore, okay?" "Okay," said the deputy. "Well," the driver said. "What happened to the rubber?" "What rubber?" asked the deputy. He might have had some questions concerning Bensonhaver's sanity, but the deputy had no doubt that, in this case, Bensonhaver had been right. In the world according to Bensonhaver, no trivial detail should make less of rape's outrage. Hope Standish, at that moment, felt safe at last in Bensonhaver's world. She floated and dipped over the farmlands beside him, trying not to be sick. She was beginning to notice things about her body again. She could smell herself and feel every sore spot. She felt such disgust, but here was this cheerful policeman who sat there admiring her, his heart touched by her violent success. "Are you married, Mr. Bensonhaver?" she asked him. "Yes, Mrs. Standish," he said. "I am." "You've been awfully nice," Hope told him, "but I think I'm going to be sick now." "Oh sure," said Bensonhaver. He grabbed a waxy paper bag at his feet. It was the pilot's lunch bag. There were some uneaten French fried potatoes at the bottom, and the grease had turned the waxed paper translucent. Bensonhaver could see his own hand, through the French fries, and through the bottom of the bag. "Here," he said. "You go right ahead." She was already retching. She took the bag from him, and turned her head away. The bag did not feel big enough to contain what vileness she was sure she held inside her. She felt Bensonhaver's hard, heavy hand on her back. With his other hand, he held a strand of her matted hair out of her way. That's right, he encouraged her, keep it coming, get it all out and you'll feel much better. Hope recalled that whenever Nikki was being sick, she told him the same thing. She marveled how Bensonhaver could even turn her vomiting into a victory, but she did feel much better. The rhythmic heaving was as soothing to her as his calm, dry hands, holding her head and patting her back. When the bag ripped and spilled, Bensonhaver said, "Good riddance, Mrs. Standish. You don't need the bag. This is a National Guard helicopter. We'll let the National Guard clean it up. After all, what's the National Guard for?" The pilot flew on, grimly, his expression never changing. "What a day it's been for you, Mrs. Standish." Bensonhaver went on. "Your husband is going to be so proud of you." But Bensonhaver was thinking that he'd better make sure, he'd better have a talk with the man. It was Arden. Bensonhaver's experience that husbands and other people did not always take a rape in the right way. Chapter 16, The First Assassin. "What do you mean, this is Chapter 1? Garp's editor, John Wolfe, wrote him. How can there be any more of this? There is entirely too much as it stands. How can you possibly go on?" "It goes on," Garp wrote back. "You'll see." "I don't want to see," John Wolfe told Garp on the phone. "Please drop it. At least put it aside. Why don't you take a trip? It would be good for you and for Helen, I'm sure. And Duncan can travel now, can't he?" But Garp not only insisted that The World According to Bensonhaver was going to be a novel, he insisted that John Wolfe try to sell the first chapter to a magazine. Garp had never had an agent. John Wolfe was the first man to deal with Garp's writing, and he managed everything for him, just as he managed everything for Jenny Fields. "Sell it," John Wolfe said. "Yes, sell it," Garp said. "Advance publicity for the novel." This had happened with Garp's first 2 books. Excerpts had been sold to magazines. But John Wolfe tried to tell Garp that this chapter was 1. Unpublishable, and 2. The worst possible publicity should anyone be fool enough to publish it. He said that Garp had a small but serious reputation as a writer, that his first 2 novels had been decently reviewed, had won him respected supporters and a small but serious audience. Garp said he hated the reputation of small but serious, though he could see that this appealed to John Wolfe. "I would rather be rich and wholly outside caring about what the idiots call serious," he told John Wolfe. But who is ever outside caring about that? Garp actually felt that he could buy a sort of isolation from the real and terrible world. He imagined a kind of fort where he and Duncan and Helen, and a new baby, could live unmolested, even untouched by what he called the rest of life. "What are you talking about?" John Wolfe asked him. Helen asked him, too. And so did Jenny. But Jenny Fields liked the first chapter of The World According to Bensonhaver. She thought it had all its priorities in order, that it knew whom to heroize in such a situation, that it expressed the necessary outrage, that it made properly grotesque the vileness of lust. Actually, Jenny's fondness for the first chapter was more troubling to Garp than John Wolfe's criticism. Garp suspected his mother's literary judgment above all things. "My God, look at her book," he kept saying to Helen, but Helen, as she promised, would not allow herself to be drawn in. She would not read Garp's new novel, not one word of it. "Why does he suddenly want to be rich?" John Wolfe asked Helen. "What's all this about?" "I don't know," Helen said. "I think he believes it will protect him, and all of us." "From what?" John Wolfe said. "From whom?" "You'll have to wait until you read the whole book," Garp said to his editor. "Every business is a shitty business. I am trying to treat this book like business, and I want you to treat it that way, too. I don't care if you like it, I want you to sell it." "I am not a vulgar publisher," John Wolfe said. "And you are not a vulgar writer, either. I'm sorry, I have to remind you." John Wolfe's feelings were hurt, and he was angry at Garp for presuming to talk about a business that John Wolfe understood far better than Garp. But he knew Garp had been through a bad time. He knew Garp was a good writer who would write more, and he thought, better books, and he wanted to continue publishing him. Every business is a shitty business, Garp repeated. If you think the book is vulgar, then you should have no trouble selling it. That's not the only way it works, Wolf said sadly. No one knows what makes books sell. I've heard that before, Garp said. You have no call to speak to me like this, John Wolf said. I'm your friend. Garp knew that was true, so he hung up the telephone and answered no mail and finished The World According to Bensonhaver 2 weeks before Helen delivered, with only Jenny's help, their third child, a daughter, who spared Helen and Garp the problem of having to agree upon a boy's name that in no way resembled the name of Walt. The daughter was named Jenny Garp, which was the name Jenny Fields would have had if she had gone about the business of having Garp in a more conventional way. Jenny was delighted to have someone at least partially named after her. But there's going to be some confusion, she warned, with 2 of us around. I've always called you Mom, Garp reminded her. He did not remind his mother that a fashion designer had already named a dress after her. It was popular in New York for about a year, a white nurse's uniform with a bright red heart sewn over the left breast. A Jenny Fields original, the heart said. When Jenny Garp was born, Helen said nothing. Helen was grateful. She felt for the first time since the accident that she was delivered from the insanity of grief that had crushed her with the loss of Walt. The World According to Bensonhaver, which was Garp's deliverance from the same insanity, resided in New York, where John Wolfe read it over and over again. He had arranged to have the first chapter published in a porno magazine of such loathsome crudity that he felt sure even Garp would be convinced of the book's doom. The magazine was called Crotch Shots, and it was full of exactly that, those wet, split beavers of Garp's childhood, between the pages of his story of violent rape and obvious revenge. At first Garp accused John Wolfe of deliberately placing the chapter there, of not even trying the better magazines. But Wolfe assured Garp that he had tried them all, that this was the bottom line. Of the list, this was exactly how Garp's story was interpreted. Lurid, sensational violence and sex of no redeeming value whatsoever. That's not what it's about, Garp said, you'll see. But Garp often wondered about the first chapter of The World According to Bensonhaver, which had been published in Crotch Shots. If it had been read at all. If anyone who bought those magazines ever looked at the words. Perhaps they read some of the stories after they masturbate to the pictures, Garp wrote to John Wolfe. He wondered if that was a good mood to be read in. After masturbation, the reader was at least relaxed, possibly lonely, a good state in which to read, Garp told John Wolfe. But maybe the reader felt guilty, too, and humiliated, and overwhelmingly responsible. That was not such a good condition in which to read, Garp thought. In fact, he knew, it was not a good condition in which to write. The World According to Bensonhaver is about the impossible desire of the husband, Dorsey Standish, to protect his wife and child from the brutal world. Thus Arden Bensonhaver, who is forced to retire from the police, for repeated unorthodoxy in his methods of arrest, is hired to live like an armed uncle in the house with the Standish family. He becomes the lovable family bodyguard, whom Hope must finally reject. Though the worst of the real world has been visited upon Hope, it is her husband who fears the world most. After Hope insists that Bensonhaver not live with them, Standish continues to support the old policeman as a kind of hovering angel. Bensonhaver is paid to tail the child, Nicky, but Bensonhaver is an aloof and curious kind of watchdog, subject to fits of his own awful memories. He gradually seems more of a menace to the Standishes than he seems a protector. He is described as a lurker at the last edge of light, a retired enforcer, barely alive on the rim of darkness. Hope counters her husband's anxiety by insisting they have a second child. The child is born, but Standish seems destined to create one monster of paranoia after another. Now more relaxed about possible assaults upon his wife and children, he begins to suspect that Hope is having an affair. Slowly, he realizes that this would wound him more than if she were raped again. Thus he doubts his love for her, and doubts himself, guiltily, he begs Bensonhaver to spy on Hope and determine if she is faithful. But Arden Bensonhaver will no longer do Dorsey's worry work for him. The old policeman argues that he was hired to protect Standish's family from the outside world, not to restrict the free choices of the family to live as it wants. Without Bensonhaver's support, Dorsey Standish panics. One night he leaves the house, and the children, unprotected, while he goes out to spy on his wife. While Dorsey is gone, the younger child chokes to death on a piece of Nicky's chewing gum. Guilt abounds. In Garp's work, guilt always abounds. With Hope too, because she was seeing someone, although who could blame her? Bensonhaver, morbid with responsibility, has a stroke. Partially paralyzed, he moves back in with the Standishes. Dorsey feels responsible for him. Hope insists they have another child, but the events have made Standish determinately sterile. He agrees that Hope should encourage her lover, but merely to impregnate herself, as he puts it. Ironically, this was the only part of the book that Jenny Fields called far-fetched. Once again, Dorsey Standish seeks a control situation more like a laboratory experiment at life than life itself, Garp wrote. Hope cannot adjust to such a clinical arrangement. Emotionally, either she has a lover or she doesn't. Insisting that the lovers meet for the sole purpose of impregnating Hope, Dorsey tries to control the whereabouts, the number and length of their meetings. Suspecting that Hope is meeting her lover clandestinely, as well as according to plan, Standish alerts the senile Bensonhaver to the existence of a prowler, a potential kidnapper and rapist, whose presence in the neighborhood has already been detected. Still not satisfied, Dorsey Standish takes to sudden, unannounced visits at his own house at times when he's least expected home. He never catches Hope at anything, but Bensonhaver, armed and deadly with senility, catches Dorsey. A cunning invalid, Arden Bensonhaver is surprisingly mobile and silent in his wheelchair. He is also still unorthodox in his methods of arrest. In fact, Bensonhaver shoots Dorsey Standish with a 12-gauge shotgun from a distance of less than 6 feet. Dorsey had been hiding in the upstairs cedar closet, stumbling among his wife's shoes, waiting for her to make a phone call from the bedroom, which from the closet he could overhear. He deserves to be shot, of course. The wound is fatal. Arden Bensonhaver, thoroughly mad, is taken away. Hope is pregnant with her lover's child. When the child is born, Nicky, now 12, feels unburdened by the relaxing tension in the family. The terrible anxiety of Dorsey Standish, which has been so crippling to all their lives, is at last lifted from them. Hope and her children live on, even cheerfully dealing with the wild rantings of old Bensonhaver, too tough to die, who goes on and on with his versions of the nightmarish world from his wheelchair in an old age home for the criminally insane. He is seen, finally, as belonging where he is. Hope and her children visit him often, not merely out of kindness, for they are kind, but also to remind themselves of their own precious sanity. Hope's endurance and the survival of her 2 children make the old man's ravings tolerable, finally even comic to her. That peculiar old age home for the criminally insane, by the way, bears an astonishing resemblance to Jenny Fields' Hospital for Wounded Women at Dog's Head Harbor. It is not so much that The World According to Bensonhaver is wrong, or even misperceived, as it is out of proportion to the world's need for sensual pleasure, and the world's need and capacity for warmth. Dorsey Standish is not true to the world, either. He is too vulnerable to how delicately he loves his wife and children. He is seen, together with Bensonhaver, as not well suited for life on this planet, where immunity counts. Hope Ann, the reader hopes, her children may have better chances. Somehow implicit in the novel is the sense that women are better equipped than men at enduring fear and brutality, and at containing the anxiousness of feeling how vulnerable we are to the people we love. Hope is seen as a strong survivor of a weak man's world. John Wolfe sat in New York, hoping that the visceral reality of Garp's language, and the intensity of Garp's characters, somehow rescued the book from sheer soap opera. But Wolfe thought, one might as well call the thing anxiousness of life. It would make a fantastic series for daytime television. he thought, if suitably edited for invalids, senior citizens, and preschool children. John Wolfe concluded that The World According to Benson Haver, despite the visceral reality of Garp's language, and so forth, was an X-rated soap opera. Much later, of course, even Garp would agree, it was his worst work. But the fucking world never gave me credit for the first two, he wrote to John Wolfe. Thus I was owed. That, Garp felt, was the way it worked most of the time. John Wolfe was more basically concerned, that is, he wondered if he could justify the book's publication. With books he did not absolutely take to John Wolfe had a system that rarely failed him. At his publishing house, he was envied for his record of being right about those books destined to be popular. When he said a book was going to be popular distinct from being good or likable, or not, he was almost always right. There were many books that were popular without his saying so, of course, but no book he'd ever claimed would be popular was ever unpopular. Nobody knew how he did it. He did it first for Jenny Fields and for certain, surprising books, every year or two, he had been doing it ever since. There was a woman who worked in the publishing house who once told John Wolfe that she never read a book that didn't make her want to close it and go to sleep. She was a challenge to John Wolfe, who loved books, and he spent many years giving this woman good books and bad books to read. The books were alike. In that they put this woman to sleep. She just didn't like to read, she told John Wolfe, but he would not give up on her. No one else in the publishing house ever asked this woman to read anything at all. In fact, they never asked this woman's opinion of anything. The woman moved through the books lying all around the publishing house, as if these books were ashtrays, and she was a non-smoker. She was a cleaning woman. Every day she emptied the wastebaskets, she cleaned everyone's office when they went home at night. She vacuumed the rugs in the corridors every Monday, she dusted the display cases every Tuesday, and the secretaries' desks on Wednesdays. She scrubbed the bathrooms on Thursdays and sprayed air freshener on everything on Fridays so that, she told John Wolfe, the entire publishing house had the whole weekend to gather up a good smell for the next week. John Wolfe had watched her for years and he'd never seen her so much as glance at a book. When he asked her about books and she told him how unlikable they were to her, he kept using her to test books he wasn't sure of and the books he thought he was very sure of too. She was consistent in her dislike of books, and John Wolfe had almost given up on her when he gave her the manuscript of A Sexual Suspect, the autobiography of Jenny Fields. The cleaning woman read it overnight, and asked John Wolfe if she could have a copy of her very own to read over and over again when the book was published. After that, John Wolfe sought her opinion scrupulously. She did not disappoint him. She did not like most things, but when she liked something, it meant to John Wolfe that nearly everybody else was at least sure to be able to read it. It was almost by rote that John Wolfe gave the cleaning woman The World According to Benson Haver. Then he went home for the weekend and thought about it. He tried to call her and tell her not even to try to read it. He remembered the first chapter and he didn't want to offend the woman, who was somebody's grandmother and of course somebody's mother too, and, after all, she never knew she was paid to read all the stuff John Wolfe gave her to read. That she had a rather whopping salary for a cleaning lady was known only to John Wolfe. The woman thought all good cleaning ladies were well paid and should be. Her name was Jilsey Sloper, and John Wolfe marveled to note that there was not one Sloper with even the first initial of J in the New York phone directory. Apparently Jilsey didn't like phone calls any more than she liked books. John Wolfe made a note to apologize to Jilsey the first thing Monday morning. He spent the rest of a miserable weekend trying to phrase to himself exactly how he would tell T.S. Garp that he believed it was in his own best interests, and certainly in the best interests of the publishing house, not to publish The World According to Benson Haver. It was a hard weekend for him, because John Wolfe liked Garp and he believed in Garp, and he also knew that Garp had no friends who could advise him against embarrassing himself, which is one of the valuable things friends are. 4. There was only Alice Fletcher, who so loved Garp that she would love, indiscriminately, everything he uttered, or else she would be silent. And there was Roberta Muldoon, whose literary judgment, John Wolfe suspected, was even more newfound and awkward, if existent at all, than her adopted sex. And Helen wouldn't read it. And Jenny Fields, John Wolfe knew, was not biased toward her son in the way a mother is usually biased. She had demonstrated the dubious taste to dislike some of the better things her son had written. The problem with Jenny, John Wolfe knew, was one of subject matter. A book about an important subject was, to Jenny Fields, an important book. And Jenny Fields thought that Garp's new book was all about the stupid male anxieties that women are asked to suffer and endure. How a book was written never mattered to Jenny. That was one thread that interested John Wolfe in publishing the book. If Jenny Fields liked The World According to Bensonhaver, it was at least a potentially controversial book. But John Wolfe, like Garp, knew that Jenny's status as a political figure was due largely to a general, hazy misunderstanding of Jenny. Wolfe thought and thought about it all weekend, and he completely forgot to apologize to Jilzy Sloper the first thing Monday morning. Suddenly there was Jilzy, red-eyed and twitching like a squirrel, the ratted manuscript pages of The World According to Bensonhaver held fast in her rough brown hands. "Lord," Jilzy said. She rolled her eyes, she shook the manuscript in her hands. "Oh, Jilzy," John Wolfe said. "I'm sorry." "Lord," Jilzy crowed. "I never had a worse weekend. I got no sleep, I got no food, I got no trips to the cemetery to see my family and my friends." The pattern of Jilzy Sloper's weekend seemed strange to John Wolfe, but he said nothing. He just listened to her, as he had listened to her for more than a dozen years. "This man's crazy," Jilzy said. "Nobody sane ever wrote a book like this. I shouldn't have given it to you, Jilzy," John Wolfe said. "I should have remembered that first chapter." "First chapter ain't so bad," Jilzy said. "That first chapter ain't nothin'. It's that 19th chapter that got me," Jilzy said. "Lord, Lord," she crowed. "You read 19 chapters?" John Wolfe asked. "You didn't give me no more than 19 chapters," Jilzy said. "Jesus Lord, is there another chapter? Do it keep going on?" "No, no," John Wolfe said. "That's the end of it. That's all there is." "I should hope so," Jilzy said. "Ain't nothin' left to go on with. Got that crazy old cop where he belongs at long last, and that crazy husband with his head blowed off. That's the only proper state for that husband's head, if you ask me, blowed off." "You read it," John Wolfe said. "Lord," Jill screamed. "You'd think it was him who got raped, the way he went on and on." "If you ask me," Jilzy said, "that's just like men. Rape you half to death one minute, and the next minute go crazy fussin' over who you're givin' it to of your own free will. It's not their damn business, either way, is it?" Jilzy asked. "I'm not sure," said John Wolfe, who sat bewildered at his desk. "You didn't like the book." "Like it?" Jilzy cawed. "There's nothin' to like about it," she said. "But you read it," John Wolfe said. "Why'd you read it?" "Lord," Jilzy said, as if she were sorry for John Wolfe that he was so hopelessly stupid. "I sometimes wonder if you know the first thing about all these books you're makin'," she said. She shook her head. "I sometimes wonder why you're the one who's makin' the books and I'm the one who's cleanin' the bathrooms." "Except I'd rather clean the bathrooms than read most of them," Jilzy said. "Lord, Lord. If you hated it, why'd you read it, Jilzy?" John Wolfe asked her. "Same reason I read anything for," Jilzy said. "To find out what happens." John Wolfe stared at her. "Most books you know nothing's gonna happen," Jilzy said. "Lord, you know that." "Other books," she said, "you know just what's gonna happen, so you don't have to read them, either." "But this book," Jilzy said, "this book's so sick you know something's gonna happen, but you can't imagine what." "You got to be sick yourself to imagine what happens in this book," Jilzy said. "So you read it to find out." John Wolfe said. There surely ain't no other reason to read a book, is there? Jilzy Sloper said. She put the manuscript heavily, for it was large, on John Wolfe's desk and hitched up the long extension cord, for the vacuum cleaner, which Jilzy wore on Mondays like a belt around her broad middle. When it's a book, she said, pointing to the manuscript, I'd be happy if I could have a copy of my own. If it's okay, she added. You want a copy? John Wolfe asked. If it's no trouble, Jilzy said. Now that you know what happens, John Wolfe said, what would you want to read it again for? Well, Jilzy said. She looked confused. John Wolfe had never seen Jilzy Sloper look confused before, only sleepy. Well, I might lend it, she said. There might be someone I know who needs to be reminded what men in this world is like, she said. Would you ever read it again yourself? John Wolfe asked. Well, Jilzy said. Not all of it, I imagine. At least not all at once, or not right away. Again, she looked confused. Well, she said, sheepishly, I guess I mean there's parts of it I wouldn't mind readin' again. Why? John Wolfe asked. Lord, Jilzy said, tiredly, as if she were finally impatient with him. It feels so true, she crooned, making the word true cry like a loon over a lake at night. It feels so true, John Wolfe repeated. Lord, don't you know it is? Jilzy asked him. If you don't know when a book's true, Jilzy sang to him, we really ought to trade jobs. She laughed now, the stout three-pronged plug for the vacuum cleaner cord clutched like a gun in her fist. I do wonder, Mr. Wolfe, she said sweetly, if you'd know when a bathroom was clean. She went over and peered in his wastebasket. Or when a wastebasket was empty, she said. A book feels true when it feels true, she said to him, impatiently. A book's true when you can say, yeah. That's just how damn people behave all the time. Then you know it's true, Jilzy said. Leaning over the wastebasket, she seized the one scrap of paper lying alone on the bottom of the basket. She stuffed it into her cleaning apron. It was the crumpled up first page of the letter John Wolfe had tried to compose to Garp. Months later, when the World According to Bensonhaver was going to the printers, Garp complained to John Wolfe that there was no one to dedicate the book to. He would not have it in memory of Walt, because Garp hated that kind of thing, that cheap capitalizing, as he called it, on one's autobiographical accidents to try to hook the reader into thinking you're a more serious writer than you are. And he would not dedicate a book to his mother, because he hated, as he called it, the free ride everyone else gets on the name of Jenny Fields. Helen, of course, was out of the question, and Garp felt, with some shame, that he couldn't dedicate a book to Duncan if it was a book he would not allow Duncan to read. The child wasn't old enough. He felt some distaste, as a father, for writing something he would forbid his own children to read. The Fletchers, he knew, would be uncomfortable with a book dedicated to them as a couple, and to dedicate a book to Alice, alone, might be insulting to Harry. Not to me, John Wolfe said. Not this one. I wasn't thinking of you, Garp lied. How about Roberta Muldoon? John Wolfe said. The book has absolutely nothing to do with Roberta, Garp said. Though Garp knew that Roberta, at least, wouldn't object to the dedication. How funny to write a book really no one would like to have dedicated to them. Maybe I'll dedicate it to the Ellen Jamesians, Garp said bitterly. Don't make trouble for yourself, John Wolfe said. That's just plain stupid. Garp sulked. For Mrs. Ralph, he thought. But he still didn't know her real name. There was Helen's father, his good old wrestling coach, Ernie Holm, but Ernie wouldn't understand the gesture. It would hardly be a book Ernie would like. Garp hoped, in fact, that Ernie wouldn't read it. How funny to write a book you hope someone doesn't read. To Fat Stu, he thought. For Michael Milton, in memory of bonkers, he bogged down. He could think of no one. I know someone, John Wolfe said. I could ask her if she'd mind. Very funny, Garp said. But John Wolfe was thinking of Jilzy Sloper, the person, he knew, who was responsible for getting this book of Garp's published at all. She's a very special woman who loved the book, John Wolfe told Garp. She said it was so true. Garp was interested in the idea. I gave her the manuscript for one weekend, John Wolfe said, and she couldn't put it down. Why'd you give her the manuscript? Garp asked. She just seemed right for it, John Wolfe said. A good editor will not share all his secrets with anyone. Well, okay, Garp said. It seems naked, having no one. Tell her I'd appreciate it. She's a close friend of yours? Garp asked. Garp's editor winked at him, and Garp nodded. What's it all mean, anyway? Jilzy Sloper asked John Wolfe, suspiciously. What's it mean? He wants to dedicate that terrible book to me. It means that your response was valuable to him, John Wolfe said. He thinks the book was written almost with you in mind. Laud, Jilzy said. With me in mind? What's that mean? I told him how you responded to his book, John Wolfe said, and he thinks you're the perfect audience, I guess. The perfect audience? Jilzy said. Laud, he is crazy, isn't he? He's got no one else to dedicate it to, John Wolfe admitted. Kind of like needin' a witness for a weddin'? Jilzy Sloper asked. Kind of, John Wolfe guessed. It don't mean I approve of the book? Jilzy asked. Lord, no, John Wolfe said. Laud, no, huh? Jilzy said. No one's going to blame you for anything in the book, if that's what you mean, John Wolfe said. Well, said Jilzy. John Wolfe showed Jilzy where the dedication would be. He showed her other dedications in other books. They all looked nice to Jilzy Sloper, and she nodded her head, gradually pleased by the idea. One thing, she said. I won't have to meet him, or anything, will I? Lord, no, said John Wolfe, so Jilzy agreed. There remained only one more stroke of genius to launch the world according to Bensonhaver into that uncanny half-light where occasional, serious books glow for a time as also popular books. John Wolfe was a smart and cynical man. He knew about all the shitty autobiographical associations that make those rabid readers of gossip warm to an occasional fiction. Years later, Helen would remark that the success of The World According to Bensonhaver lay entirely in the book jacket. John Wolfe was in the habit of letting Garp write his own jacket flaps, but Garp's description of his own book was so ponderous and glum that John Wolfe took matters into his own hands. He went straight to the dubious heart of the matter. The World According to Bensonhaver, the book jacket flap said, is about a man who is so fearful of bad things happening to his loved ones that he creates an atmosphere of such tension that bad things are almost certain to occur. And they do. T.S. Garp, the jacket flap went on, is the only child of the noted feminist Jenny Fields. John Wolfe shivered slightly when he saw this in print. Because although he had written it, and although he knew very well why he had written it, he also knew that it was information Garp never wanted mentioned in connection with his own work. T.S. Garp is also a father, the jacket flap said. And John Wolfe shook his head in shame to see the garbage he had written there. He is a father who has recently suffered the tragic loss of a 5-year-old son. Out of the anguish that a father endures in the aftermath of an accident, this tortured novel emerges. And so forth. It was, in Garp's opinion, the cheapest reason to read of all. Garp always said that the question he most hated to be asked, about his work, was how much of it was true, how much of it was based on personal experience. True not in the good way that Jilzy Sloper used it, but true as in real life. Usually, with great patience and restraint, Garp would say that the autobiographical basis, if there even was one, was the least interesting level on which to read a novel. He would always say that the art of fiction was the act of imagining. Truly was, like any art, a process of selection. Memories and personal histories, all the recollected traumas of our unmemorable lives, were suspicious models for fiction, Garp would say. Fiction has to be better made than life, Garp wrote. And he consistently detested what he called the phony mileage of personal hardship, writers whose books were important because something important had happened in their lives. He wrote that the worst reason for anything being part of a novel was that it really happened. Everything has really happened, sometime, he fumed. The only reason for something to happen in a novel is that it's the perfect thing to have happen at that time. Tell me anything that's ever happened to you, Garp told an interviewer once, and I can improve upon the story. I can make the details better than they were. The interviewer, a divorced woman with 4 young children, one of whom was dying of cancer, had her face firmly fixed in disbelief. Garp saw her determined unhappiness and its terrible importance to her, and he said to her, gently, if it's sad, even if it's very sad, I can make up a story that's sadder. But he saw in her face that she would never believe him. She wasn't even writing it down. It wouldn't even be a part of her interview. And John Wolfe knew this. One of the first things most readers want to know is everything they can about a writer's life. John Wolfe wrote Garp, for most people, with limited imaginations, the idea of improving on reality is pure bunk. On the book jacket flap of The World According to Benson Haver, John Wolfe created a bogus sense of Garp's importance, the only child of the noted feminist Jenny Fields, and a sentimental sympathy for Garp's personal experience, the tragic loss of a 5-year-old son. That both pieces of information were essentially irrelevant to the art of Garp's novel did not deeply concern John Wolfe. Garp had made John Wolfe sore with all his talk about preferring riches to seriousness. It's not your best book, John Wolfe wrote Garp, when he sent the galleys for Garp to proofread. One day you'll know that, too. But it is going to be your biggest book, just wait and see. You can't imagine, yet, how you're going to hate many of the reasons for your success, so I advise you to leave the country for a few months. I advise you to read only the reviews I send to you. And when it blows over, because everything blows over, you can come back home and pick up your considerable surprise at the bank. And you can hope that Bensenyaver's popularity is big enough to make people go back and read the first 2 novels for which you deserve to be better known. Tell Helen I am sorry, Garp, but I think you must know. I have always had your own interests at heart. If you want to sell this book, we'll sell it. Every business is a shitty business, Garp. I am quoting you. Garp was very puzzled by the letter. John Wolfe, of course, had not shown him the jacket flaps. Why are you sorry? Garp wrote back. Don't weep, just sell it. Every business is a shitty business, Wolfe repeated. I know, Garp said. Take my advice, Wolfe said. I like reading the reviews, Garp protested. Not these, you won't, John Wolfe said. Take a trip. Please. Then John Wolfe sent the jacket flap copy to Jenny Fields. He asked her for her confidence and her help in getting Garp to leave the country. Leave the country, Jenny said to her son. It's the best thing you can do for yourself and your family. Helen was actually keen on the idea. She'd never been abroad. Duncan had read his father's first story, The Pension Grillparzer, and he wanted to go to Vienna. Vienna's not really like that, Garp told Duncan, but it touched Garp very much that the boy liked the old story. Garp liked it, too. In fact, he was beginning to wish that he liked everything else he had written half as much. With a new baby, why go to Europe? Garp complained. I don't know. It's complicated. The passports and the baby will need lots of shots or something. You need some shots yourself, said Jenny Fields. The baby will be perfectly safe. Don't you want to see Vienna again? Helen asked Garp. Ah, just imagine, the scene of your old crimes. John Wolfe said heartily. Old crimes? Garp mumbled. I don't know. Please, Dad, Duncan said. Garp was a sucker to what Duncan wanted, he agreed. Helen cheered up and even took a glance at the galleys of The World According to Benson Haver, though it was a quick, nervous glance, and she had no intention of doing any real reading therein. The first thing she saw was the dedication. For Jilsey Sloper, who in God's name is Jilsey Sloper, she asked Garp. I don't know, really, Garp said. Helen frowned at him. No, really, he said. It's some girlfriend of John's. He said she loved the book, couldn't he put it down? Wolf took it as a kind of omen, I guess. It was his suggestion, anyway, Garp said. And I thought it was nice. Said Helen. She put the galleys aside. They both imagined John Wolfe's girlfriend in silence. John Wolfe had been divorced before they met him, though the Garps had gotten to meet some of Wolfe's grown-up children. They had never met his first and only wife. There had been a conservative number of girlfriends, all smart and sleekly attractive women, all younger than John Wolfe. Some working girls in the publishing business, but mostly young women with divorces of their own, and money, or always the look of money. Garp remembered most of them by how nicely they smelled, and how their lipstick tasted, and the high gloss, touchable quality of their clothes. Neither Garp nor Helen could ever have imagined Jilsey Sloper, the offspring of a white person and a quadroon, which made Jilsey an octoroon, or 1/8 Negro. Her skin was a sallow brown, like a lightly stained pine board. Her hair was straight and short and waxy black, beginning to gray at her bangs, which were coarsely chopped above her shining, wrinkled forehead. She was short, with long arms, and her ring finger was missing from her left hand. By the deep scar on her right cheek, one could imagine that the ring finger had been cut off in the same battle, by the same weapon, perhaps during a bad marriage, for she had certainly had a bad marriage, which she never spoke of. She was about 45 and looked 60. She had the trunk of a Labrador retriever about to have puppies, and she shuffled whenever and wherever she walked because her feet killed her. In a few years she would so long ignore the lump she could feel in her own breast, which no one else ever felt, that she would die needlessly of cancer. She had an unlisted phone number, as John discovered, only because her former husband threatened to kill her every few months, and she tired of hearing from him. The reason she had a phone at all was that her children needed a place to call collect so that they could ask her to send them money. But Helen and Garp, when they imagined Jilsey Sloper, did not for a moment see anyone approximating this sad, hard-working octoroon. John Wolfe seems to be doing everything for this book except writing it, Helen said. I wish he had written it, Garp suddenly said. Garp had reread the book, and he felt full of doubt. In the pension grill parser, Garp thought, there was a certainty concerning how the world behaved. In the world according to Bensonhaver, Garp had felt less certain, an indication he was getting older, of course, but artists, he knew, should also get better. With baby Jenny and one-eyed Duncan, Garp and Helen left for Europe out of a cool New England August. Most transatlantic travelers were headed the other way. Why not wait until after Thanksgiving? Ernie Holm asked them. But The World According to Bensonhaver would be published in October. John Wolfe had received various responses to the uncorrected proofs he circulated through the summer. They had all been enthusiastic responses, enthusiastically praising the book or enthusiastically condemning it. He'd had difficulty keeping Garp from seeing the advance copies of the actual book, the book jacket, for example. But Garp's own enthusiasm for the book was so sporadic, and generally low, that John Wolfe had been able to stall him. Garp was now excited about the trip, and he was talking about other books he was going to write. A good sign, John Wolfe told Helen. Jenny and Roberta drove the Garps to Boston, where they took a plane to New York. Don't worry about the airplane, Jenny said. It won't fall. Jesus, Mom, Garp said. What do you know about airplanes? They fall all the time. Keep your arms in constant motion, like wings, Roberta told Duncan. Don't scare him, Roberta, Helen said. I'm not scared, Duncan said. If your father keeps talking, you can't fall, Jenny said. If he keeps talking, Helen said, we'll never land. They could see that Garp was all wound up. I'll fart all the way, if you don't leave me alone, Garp said, and We'll go in a great explosion. You better write often, Jenny said. Remembering dear old Tinch and his last trip to Europe, Garp told his mother, this time I'm just going to absorb a lot, Mom. I'm not going to write a WW word. They both laughed at this, and Jenny Fields even cried a little, although only Garp noticed. He kissed his mother goodbye. Roberta, whose sex reassignment had made her a dynamite kisser, kissed everyone several times. Jesus, Roberta, Garp said. I'll look after the old girl while you're gone, Roberta said, her giant arm dwarfing Jenny, who looked so small and suddenly very gray beside her. I don't need any looking after, Jenny Fields said. It's Mom who looks after everyone else, Garp said. Helen hugged Jenny, because she knew how true that was. From the airplane, Garp and Duncan could see Jenny and Roberta waving from the observation deck. There had been some seat changes because Duncan had wanted a window seat on the left-hand side of the plane. The right-hand side is just as nice, a stewardess said. Not if you don't have a right eye, Duncan told her, pleasantly, and Garp admired how the boy was feeling so bold about himself. Helen and the baby sat across the aisle from them. Can you see Grandma? Helen asked Duncan. Yes, Duncan said. Although the observation deck was suddenly overrun with people wanting to see the takeoff, Jenny Fields as always stood out in her white uniform, even though she was short. Why does Nana look so tall? Duncan asked Garp, and it was true. Jenny Fields towered head and shoulders above the crowd. Garp realized that Roberta was lifting his mother up as if his mother were a child. Oh, Roberta's got her. Duncan cried. Garp looked at his mother hefted up in the air to wave goodbye to him, safe in the arms of the old tight end. Jenny's shy, confident smile touched him, and he waved out the window to her, although Garp knew that Jenny couldn't see inside the plane. For the first time, his mother looked old to him. He looked away across the aisle, at Helen with their new child. Here we go, Helen said. Helen and Garp held hands across the aisle when the plane lifted off, because, Garp knew, Helen was terrified of flying. In New York, John Wolfe put them up in his apartment. He gave Garp and Helen and baby Jenny his own bedroom and graciously offered to share the guest room with Duncan. The grown-ups had a late dinner and too much cognac. Garp told John Wolfe about the next 3 novels he was going to write. The first one is called My Father's Illusions, Garp said. It's about an idealistic father who has many children. He keeps establishing little utopias for his kids to grow up in, and after his kids grow up he becomes a founder of small colleges. But all of them go broke, the colleges and the kids. The father keeps trying to give a speech at the UN, but they keep throwing him out. It's the same speech, he keeps revising and revising it. Then he tries to run a free hospital, it's a disaster. Then he tries to institute a nationwide free transportation system. Meanwhile, his wife divorces him and his children keep growing older and turning out unhappy, or fucked up, or just perfectly normal, you know. The only thing the children have in common are these dreadful memories of the utopias their father tried to have them grow up in. Finally, the father becomes the governor of Vermont. Vermont? John Wolfe asked. Yes, Vermont, Garp said. He becomes governor of Vermont, but he really thinks of himself as a king. More utopias, you see. The King of Vermont. John Wolfe said. That's a better title. No, no, Garp said. That's another book. No relation. The second book, after My Father's Illusions, will be called The Death of Vermont. Same cast of characters? Helen asked. No, no, Garp said. Another story. It's about the death of Vermont. Well, I like something that is what it says it is, John Wolfe said. 1 year spring doesn't come, Garp said. Spring never does come to Vermont, anyway, Helen said. No, no, Garp said, frowning. This year summer doesn't come, either. Winter never stops. It warms up one day and all the buds appear. Maybe in May. One day in May there are buds on the trees, the next day there are leaves, and the next day the leaves have all turned. It's fall already. The leaves fall off the trees. A short foliage season, Helen said. Very funny, Garp said. But that's what happens. It's winter again, it will be winter forever. The people die? John Wolfe asked. I'm not sure about the people, Garp said. Some leave Vermont of course. Not a bad idea, Helen said. Some stay, some die. Maybe they all die, Garp said. What's it mean? John Wolfe asked. I'll know when I get there, Garp said. Helen laughed. And there's a third novel after that? John Wolfe asked. It's called The Plot Against the Giant, Garp said. That's a poem by Wallace Stevens, Helen said. Yes, of course, Garp said, and he recited the poem for them. The plot against the giant. First girl, when this yokel comes maundering, wetting his hacker, I shall run before him, diffusing the civilest odors out of geraniums and unsmelled flowers. It will check him. Second girl, I shall run before him, arching cloths besprinkled with colors as small as fish eggs. The threads will abash him. Third girl, oh, L.A. L.E. pauvre. I shall run before him. With a curious puffing. He will bend his ear then. I shall whisper heavenly labials in a world of gutturals. It will undo him. What a nice poem, Helen said. The novel is in 3 parts, Garp said. Girl 1, Girl 2, Girl 3. John Wolfe asked. And is the giant undone? Helen asked. Is he ever, Garp said. Is he a real giant in the novel? John Wolfe asked. I don't know yet, Garp said. Is he you? Helen asked. I hope not, Garp said. I hope not, too, said Helen. Write that one first, John Wolfe said. No, write it last, Helen said. The death of Vermont seems the logical one to write last, John Wolfe said. No, I see the plot against the giant as last, Garp said. Wait and write it after I'm dead, Helen said. Everyone laughed. But there are only 3, John Wolfe said. What then? What happens after the 3? I die, Garp said. That will make 6 novels altogether, and that's enough. Everyone laughed again. And do you also know how you die? John Wolfe asked him. Let's stop this, Helen said. And to Garp she said, if you say, in an airplane, I will not forgive you. Behind the lightly drunk humor in her voice, John detected a seriousness. It made him stretch his legs. You two better go to bed, he said. And get rested for your trip. Don't you want to know how I die? Garp asked them. They didn't say anything. I kill myself, Garp said pleasantly. In order to become fully established, that seems almost necessary. I mean it, really, Garp said. In the present fashion, you'll agree this is one way of recognizing a writer's seriousness. Since the art of the writing doesn't always make the writer's seriousness apparent, it's sometimes necessary to reveal the depth of one's personal anguish by other means. Killing yourself seems to mean that you were serious after all. It's true, Garp said, but his sarcasm was unpleasant and Helen sighed. John Wolfe stretched again. And thereafter, Garp said, much seriousness is suddenly revealed in the work where it had escaped notice. Before, Garp had often remarked, irritably, that this would be his final duty as a father and provider, and he was fond of citing examples of the middling writers who were now adored and read with great avidity because of their suicides. Of those writer-suicides whom he, too in some cases truly admired, Garp only hoped that, at the moment the act was accomplished, at least some of them had known about this lucky aspect of their unhappy decision. He knew perfectly well that people who really killed themselves did not romanticize suicide in the least. They did not respect the seriousness that the act supposedly lent to their work, a nauseating habit in the book world, Garp thought. Among readers and reviewers, Garp also knew he was no suicide. He knew it somewhat less surely after the accident to Walt, but he knew it. He was as distant from suicide as he was from rape. He could not imagine actually doing it. But he liked to imagine the suicidal writer grinning at his successful mischief, while once more he read and revised the last message he would leave, a note aching with despair, and appropriately humorless. Garp liked to imagine that moment, bitterly, when the suicide note was perfect, the writer took the gun, the poison, the plunge, laughing hideously, and full of the knowledge that he had at last got the better of the readers and reviewers. One note he imagined was, "I have been misunderstood by you idiots for the last time." "What a sick idea," Helen said. "The perfect writer's death," said Garp. "It's late," John Wolfe said. "Remember your flight." In the guest room, where John Wolfe wanted to fall asleep, he found Duncan Garp still wide awake. "Excited by the trip, Duncan?" Wolfe asked the boy. "My father's been to Europe before," Duncan said. "But I haven't." "I know," John Wolfe said. "Is my father going to make a lot of money?" Duncan asked. "I hope so," John Wolfe said. "We don't really need it, because my grandmother has so much," Duncan said. "But it's nice to have your own," John Wolfe said. "Why?" Duncan asked. "Well, it's nice to be famous," John Wolfe said. "Do you think my father's going to be famous?" Duncan asked. "I think so," John Wolfe said. "My grandmother's already famous," Duncan said. "I know," John Wolfe said. "I don't think she likes it," Duncan said. "Why?" John Wolfe asked. "Too many strangers around," Duncan said. "That's what Nana says, I've heard her. Too many strangers in the house." "Well, your dad probably won't be famous in quite the same way that your grandmother is," John Wolfe said. "How many different ways are there to be famous?" Duncan asked. John Wolfe expelled a long, restrained breath. Then he began to tell Duncan Garp about the differences between very popular books and just successful ones. He talked about political books and controversial books and works of fiction. He told Duncan the finer points of book publishing. In fact, he gave Duncan the benefit of more of his personal opinions about publishing than he had ever given Garp. Garp wasn't really interested. Duncan wasn't either. Duncan would not remember one of the finer points. He fell asleep rather quickly after John Wolfe started explaining. It was simply John Wolfe's tone of voice that Duncan loved. The long story, the slow explanation. It was the voice of Roberta Muldoon, of Jenny Fields, of his mother, of Garp telling him stories at night in the house at Dog's Head Harbor, putting him to sleep so soundly that he wouldn't have any nightmares. Duncan had gotten used to that tone of voice, and he had been unable to fall asleep in New York without it. In the morning, Garp and Helen were amused by John Wolfe's closet. There was a pretty nightgown belonging, no doubt, to one of John Wolfe's recent, sleek women, someone who had not been asked to spend last night. There were about 30 dark suits, all with pinstripes, all quite elegant, and all failing to fit Garp by about 3 extra inches in the pant legs. Garp wore one he liked to breakfast, with the pants rolled up. "Jesus, you have a lot of suits," he said to John Wolfe. "Take one," John Wolfe said. "Take 2 or 3. Take the one you're wearing." "It's too long," Garp said, holding up a foot. "Have it shortened," John Wolfe said. "You don't have any suits," Helen told Garp. Garp decided he liked the suit so well that he wanted to wear it to the airport, with the pant legs pinned up. "Jesus," Helen said. "I'm slightly embarrassed to be seen with you," John Wolfe confessed, but he drove them to the airport. He was making absolutely certain that the Garps got out of the country. "Oh, your book," he said to Garp in the car. "I keep forgetting to get you a copy." "I noticed," Garp said. "I'll send you one," John Wolfe said. "I never even saw what went on the jacket," Garp said. "A photograph of you on the back," John Wolfe said. "It's an old one, it's one you've seen, I'm sure." "What's on the front?" Garp said. "Well, the title," John Wolfe said. "Oh, really?" Garp said. "I thought maybe you decided to leave the title off." "Just the title," John Wolfe said, "over a kind of photograph." "A kind of photograph," Garp said. "What kind of photograph?" "Maybe I have one in my briefcase," Wolfe said. "I'll look at the airport." Wolfe was being careful. He had already let it slip that he thought The World According to Benson was an X-rated soap opera. Garp hadn't seemed bothered. "Mind you, it's awfully well written," Wolfe had said, "but it's still, somehow, soap opera, it's too much, somehow." Garp had sighed. "Life," Garp had said, "is too much, somehow." "Life is an X-rated soap opera, John," Garp had said. In John Wolfe's briefcase was a snip out of the front cover of The World According to Benson, missing the back jacket photograph of Garp, and of course, the jacket flaps. John Wolfe planned to hand this snip out to Garp just moments before they said goodbye. This snip out of the front cover was sealed in an envelope. The envelope was sealed in another envelope. John Wolfe felt pretty certain that Garp would not be able to undo the thing and look at it until he was safely seated in the plane. When Garp got to Europe, John Wolfe would send him the rest of the book jacket for The World According to Benson. Wolfe felt certain that it would not make Garp quite angry enough to fly home. "This is bigger than the other plane," Duncan said, at the window on the left-hand side, a little in front of the wing. "It has to be bigger because it's going all the way across the ocean," Garp said. "Please don't mention that again," Helen said. Across the aisle from Duncan and Garp, a stewardess was fashioning an intriguing sling for baby Jenny, who hung on the back of the seat in front of Helen like someone else's baby or a papoose. "John Wolfe said you were going to be rich and famous," Duncan told his father. Garp said. He was involved in the tedious process of opening the envelopes John Wolfe had given him. He was having a hell of a time with them. "Are you?" Duncan asked. "I hope so," Garp said. At last he looked at the cover of The World According to Benson. He could not tell if it was the sudden, apparent weightlessness of the great airplane, leaving the ground, that gave him such a chill, or if it was the photograph. Blown up in black and white, with grains as fat as flakes of snow, was a picture of an ambulance unloading at a hospital. The glum futility on the gray faces of the attendants expressed the fact that there was no need to hurry. The body under the sheet was small and completely covered. The photograph had the quick, fearful quality of the entrance marked emergency at any hospital. It was any hospital, and any ambulance, and any small body arriving too late. A kind of wet finish glazed the photograph, which with its grainy aspect, and the fact that this accident appeared to have happened on a rainy night, made it a picture out of any cheap newspaper. It was any catastrophe. It was any small death, anywhere, anytime. But of course it only reminded Garp of the gray despairing on all their faces when they were struck by the sight of Walt lying broken. The cover of The World According to Benson, an X-rated soap opera, shouted a grim warning. This was a disaster story. The cover called for your cheap but immediate attention. It got it. The cover promised you a sudden, sickening sadness. Garp knew that the book would deliver it. If he could have read the jacket flap description of his novel and his life, at that time, he might very well have taken the next plane back to New York as soon as he landed in Europe. But he would have time to resign himself to this kind of advertising. Just as John Wolfe had planned. By the time Garp read the jacket flaps, he'd already have absorbed that horrible front cover photograph. Helen would never absorb it, and she never forgave John Wolfe for it either. Nor would she ever forgive him for the back cover photograph of Garp. It was a picture taken several years before the accident of Garp with Duncan and Walt. Helen had taken the picture, and Garp had sent it to John Wolfe instead of a Christmas card. Garp was on a dock in Maine. He was wearing nothing but a bathing suit, and he looked in terrific physical shape. He was. Duncan stood behind him, his lean arm rested on his father's shoulder. Duncan also wore a bathing suit. He was very tan, with a white sailor's cap cocked jauntily on his head. He grinned into the camera, staring it down with his beautiful eyes. Walt sat on Garp's lap. Walt was so fresh out of the water that he was as slick as a seal puppy. Garp was trying to wrap him warmly in a towel, and Walt was squirming. Wildly happy, his clownish, round face beamed at the camera at his mother taking the picture. When Garp looked at that picture, he could feel Walt's cold, wet body growing warm and dry against him. Beneath the photograph, the caption cashed in on one of the least noble instincts of human beings. TSGARP with his children. Before the accident, the implication was that if you read the book, you would find out what accident. Of course, you wouldn't. The World According to Bensonhaver would tell you nothing about that accident, really, although it is fair to say that accidents play an enormous part in the novel. The only thing you would really learn about the accident referred to under the photograph was contained in the garbage that John Wolfe wrote on the jacket flap. But even so, that photograph of a father with his doomed children had a way of hooking you. People bought the book by the sad son of Jenny Fields in droves. On the airplane to Europe, Garp had only the picture of the ambulance to use his imagination on. Even at that altitude, he could imagine people buying the book in droves. He sat feeling disgusted at the people he imagined buying the book. He also felt disgusted that he had written the kind of book that could attract people in droves. Droves of anything, but especially of people, were not comforting to T.S. Garp. He sat in the airplane wishing for more isolation and privacy for himself and for his family than he would ever know again. "What will we do with all the money?" Duncan asked him suddenly. "All the money?" Garp said. "When you're rich and famous," Duncan said. "What will we do?" "We'll have lots of fun," Garp told him, but his handsome son's one eye pierced him with doubt. "We'll be flying at an altitude of 35,000 feet, the pilot said. "Wow," said Duncan. And Garp reached for his wife's hand across the aisle. A fat man was making his unsure way down the aisle to the lavatory. Garp and Helen could only look at each other and convey a kind of hand-in-hand contact with their eyes. In his mind's eye, Garp saw his mother, Jenny Fields, all in white, held up in the sky by the towering Roberta Muldoon. He did not know what it meant. But his vision of Jenny Fields raised above a crowd chilled him in the same way that the ambulance on the cover of the World According to Bensonhaver had chilled him. He began talking to Duncan about anything at all. Duncan began talking about Walt and the Undertow, a famous family story. For as far back as Duncan could remember, the Garps had gone every summer to Dog's Head Harbor, New Hampshire, where the miles of beach in front of Jenny Fields' estate were ravaged by a fearful undertow. When Walt was old enough to venture near the water, Duncan said to him, as Helen and Garp had, for years, said to Duncan, "Watch out for the undertow." Walt retreated, respectfully. And for 3 summers Walt was warned about the undertow. Duncan recalled all the phrases. "The undertow is bad today." "The undertow is strong today." "The undertow is wicked today." Wicked was a big word in New Hampshire, not just for the undertow. And for years Walt watched out for it. From the first, when he asked what it could do to you, he had only been told that it could pull you out to sea. It could suck you under and drown you and drag you away. It was Walt's 4th summer at Dog's Head Harbor, Duncan remembered, when Garp and Helen and Duncan observed Walt watching the sea. He stood ankle-deep in the foam from the surf and peered into the waves, without taking a step, for the longest time. The family went down to the water's edge to have a word with him. "What are you doing, Walt?" Helen asked. "What are you looking for, dummy?" Duncan asked him. I'm trying to see the undertoad, Walt said. The what? Said Garp. The undertoad, Walt said. I'm trying to see it. How big is it? And Garp and Helen and Duncan held their breath. They realized that all these years Walt had been dreading a giant toad, lurking offshore, waiting to suck him under and drag him out to sea. The terrible undertoad. Garp tried to imagine it with him. Would it ever surface? Did it ever float? Or was it always down under, slimy and bloated and ever watchful for ankles its coated tongue could snare? The vile undertoad. Between Helen and Garp, the undertoad became their code phrase for anxiety. Long after the monster was clarified for Walt, undertow, dummy, not undertoad. Duncan had howled, Garp and Helen evoked the beast as a way of referring to their own sense of danger. When the traffic was heavy, when the road was icy, when depression had moved in overnight, they said to each other, the undertoad is strong today. Remember, Duncan asked on the plane, how Walt asked if it was green or brown. Both Garp and Duncan laughed. But it was neither green nor brown, Garp thought. It was me. It was Helen. It was the color of bad weather. It was the size of an automobile. In Vienna, Garp felt the undertoad was strong. Helen did not seem to feel it, and Duncan, like an 11-year-old, passed from one feeling to the next. The return to the city, for Garp, was like returning to the steering school. The streets, the buildings, even the paintings in the museums, were like his old teachers, grown older. He barely recognized them, and they did not know him at all. Helen and Duncan saw everything. Garp was content to walk with baby Jenny. He strolled her through the long, warm fall in a carriage as baroque as the city itself. He smiled, and nodded to all the tongue-clucking elderly who peered into the carriage, and approved of his new baby. The Viennese appeared well-fed and comfortable with luxuries that looked new to Garp. The city was years away from the Russian occupation, the memory of the war, the reminders of ruins. If Vienna had been dying, or already dead, in his time there with his mother, Garp felt that something new but common had grown in the old city's place. At the same time, Garp liked showing Duncan and Helen around. He enjoyed his personal history tour, mixed with the guidebook history of Vienna. And this is where Hitler stood when he first addressed the city. And this is where I used to shop on Saturday mornings. This is the 4th District, a Russian zone of occupation. The famous Karlskirche is here, and the lower and upper Belvedere. And between the Prinz Eugen Strasse, on your left, and the Argentinierstrasse is the little street where Mom and I. They rented some rooms in a nice pension in the 4th District. They discussed enrolling Duncan in an English-speaking school, but it was a long drive, or a long Strassenbahn ride every morning, and they didn't really plan on staying even half the year. Vaguely, they imagined Christmas at Dog's Head Harbor with Jenny and Roberta and Ernie Holm. John Wolfe finally sent the book, complete book jacket and all, and Garp's sense of the undertoad grew unbearably for a few days, then kicked deeper beneath the surface. It appeared to be gone. Garp managed a restrained letter to his editor. He expressed his sense of personal hurt, his understanding that this had been done with the best intentions, business-wise. But and so forth. How angry could he really be at Wolfe? Garp had provided the package, Wolfe had only promoted it. Garp heard from his mother that the first reviews were not nice, but Jenny on John Wolfe's advice did not enclose any reviews with her letter. John Wolfe clipped the first rave from among the important New York reviews. The women's movement has at last exhibited a significant influence on a significant male writer, wrote the reviewer, who was an associate professor of women's studies somewhere. She went on to say that the world according to Benson Haver was the first in-depth study, by a man, of the peculiarly male neurotic pressure many women are made to suffer. And so forth. Christ, Garp said, it sounds as if I wrote a thesis. It's a fucking novel, it's a story, and I made it up. Well, it sounds as if she liked it, Helen said. It's not it she liked, Garp said. She liked something else. But the review helped to establish the rumor that The World According to Benson-Haver was a feminist novel. Like me, Jenny Fields wrote her son, "It appears you are going to be the beneficiary of one of the many popular misunderstandings of our time." Other reviews called the book paranoid, crazed, and crammed with gratuitous violence and sex. Garp was not shown most of those reviews, but they probably didn't hurt the sales either. One reviewer admitted that Garp was a serious writer whose tendencies toward Baroque exaggeration have run amok. John Wolfe couldn't resist sending Garp that review, probably because John Wolfe agreed with it. Jenny wrote that she was becoming involved with New Hampshire politics. "The New Hampshire gubernatorial race is taking all our time," Roberta Muldoon wrote. "How could anyone give all her time to a New Hampshire governor?" Garp wrote back, "There was apparently some feminist issue at stake, and some generally illiberal nonsense and crimes the incumbent governor was actually proud of. The administration boasted that a raped 14-year-old had been denied an abortion, thus stemming the tide of nationwide degeneracy. The governor truly was a crowing, reactionary moron. Among other things, he appeared to believe that poor people should not be helped by the state or federal government, largely because the condition of the poor seemed to the governor of New Hampshire to be a deserved punishment, the just and moral judgment of a superior being. The incumbent governor was obnoxious and clever, for example, the sense of fear that he successfully evoked, that New Hampshire was in danger of being victimized by teams of New York divorcees. The divorced women from New York allegedly were moving into New Hampshire in droves. Their intentions were to turn New Hampshire women into lesbians, or at the very least to encourage them to be unfaithful to their New Hampshire husbands. Their intentions also included the seduction of New Hampshire husbands and New Hampshire high school boys. The New York divorcees apparently represented widespread promiscuity, socialism, alimony, and something ominously referred to, in the New Hampshire press, as group female living. One of the centers for this alleged group female living was Dog's Head Harbor, of course, the den of the radical feminist Jenny Fields. There had also been a widespread increase, the governor said, of venereal disease, a known problem among these liberationists. He was a terrific liar. The candidate running for governor against this well-liked fool was, apparently, a woman. Jenny and Roberta and Jenny wrote, teams of New York divorcees, were running her campaign. Somehow, in the sole New Hampshire newspaper of statewide distribution, Garp's degenerate novel was referred to as the New Feminist Bible. A violent hymn to the moral depravity and sexual danger of our time, wrote one West Coast reviewer. A pained protest against the violence and sexual combat of our groping age, said another newspaper somewhere else. Whether it was liked or disliked, the novel was largely looked upon as news. One way for novels to be successful is for the fiction to resemble somebody's version of the news. That is what happened to The World According to Benson-Haver. Like the stupid governor of New Hampshire, Garp's book became news. New Hampshire is a backwoods state with base politics, Garp wrote his mother. For God's sake, don't get involved. That's what you always say, Jenny wrote. When you come home, you're going to be famous. Then let me see you try not to get involved. Just watch me, Garp wrote her. Nothing could be easier. His involvement with the transatlantic mail had momentarily distracted Garp from his sense of the awesome and lethal undertow, but now Helen told him that she detected the presence of the beast, too. Let's go home, she said. We've had a nice time. They got a telegram from John Wolfe. Stay where you are, it said. People are buying your book in droves. Roberta sent Garp a t-shirt. New York divorcees are good for New Hampshire, the t-shirt said. My God, Garp said to Helen. If we're going home, let's at least wait until after this mindless election. Thus he missed, thankfully, the dissenting feminist opinion of The World According to Benson-Haver, published in a giddy, popular magazine. The novel, the reviewer said, steadfastly upholds the sexist notion that women are chiefly an assemblage of orifices, and the acceptable prey of predatory males. T.S. Garp continues the infuriating male mythology. The good man is the bodyguard of his family, the good woman never willingly lets another man enter her literal or figurative door. Even Jenny Fields was cajoled into reviewing her son's novel, and it is fortunate that Garp never saw this either. Jenny said that although it was her son's best novel because it was his most serious subject, it was a novel marred by repeated male obsessions, which could become tedious to women readers. However, Jenny said, her son was a good writer who was still young, and would only get better. His heart, she added, is in the right place. If Garp had read that, he might have stayed in Vienna a lot longer. But they made their plans to leave. As usual, anxiousness quickened the Garps' plans. One night Duncan was not home from the park before dark, and Garp, running out to look for him, called back to Helen that this was the final sign, they would leave as soon as possible. City life, in general, made Garp too fearful for Duncan. Garp ran along the Prinzeugenstrasse toward the Russian War Memorial at the Schwarzenbergplatz. There was a pastry shop near there, and Duncan liked pastry, although Garp had repeatedly warned the child that it would ruin his supper. Duncan, he ran calling, and his voice against the stolid stone buildings bounced back to him like the froggy belching of the undertoad, the foul and warty beast whose sticky nearness he felt like breath. But Duncan was munching happily on a grill partsatort in the pastry shop. It gets dark earlier and earlier, he complained. I'm not that late. Garp had to admit it. They walked home together. The undertoad disappeared up a small, dark street, or else it's not interested in Duncan, Garp thought. He imagined he felt the tug of the tide at his own ankles, but it was a passing feeling. The telephone, that old cry of alarm, a warrior stabbed on guard duty, screaming his shock, startled the pension where they lived, and brought the trembling landlady like a ghost to their rooms. Bit, she came pleading. She conveyed, with little shakes of excitement, that the call was from the United States. It was about 2 a.m, the heat was off, and Garp shivered after the old woman, down the corridor of the pension. The hall rug was thin, he recalled, the color of a shadow. He had written that, years ago. And he looked for the rest of his cast, the Hungarian singer, the man who could only walk on his hands, the doomed bear, and all the members of the sad circus of death he had imagined. But they were gone, only the old woman's lean, erect body guided him, her erectness unnaturally formal, as if she were overcorrecting a stoop. There were no photographs of speed skating teams on the walls, there was no unicycle parked by the door to the W.C., down a staircase, and into a room with a harsh overhead light, like a hasty operating room set up in a city under siege. Garp felt he followed the angel of death midwife to the undertoad whose swampy smell he sniffed at the mouthpiece of the phone. Yes, he whispered. And for a moment was relieved to hear Roberta Muldoon. Another sexual rejection, perhaps that was all. Or perhaps an update on the New Hampshire gubernatorial race. Garp looked up at the old, inquiring face of the landlady, and realized that she had not taken the time to put in her teeth. Her cheeks were sucked into her mouth, the loose flesh drooped below her jawline, her whole face was as slack as a skeleton's. The room reeked of toad. I didn't want you to see it on the news, Roberta was saying. If it would be on TV over there I couldn't know for sure. Or even the newspapers. I just didn't want you to find out that way. Who won? Garp asked, lightly, though he knew that this call had little to do with the new or old governor of New Hampshire. She's been shot, your mother, Roberta said. They've killed her, Garp. A bastard shot her with a deer rifle. Who? Garp whispered. A man. Roberta wailed. It was the worst word she could use, a man. A man who hated women, Roberta said. He was a hunter, Roberta sobbed. It was hunting season, or it was almost hunting season, and no one thought there was anything wrong about a man with a rifle. He shot her. Dead? Garp said. I caught her before she fell, Roberta cried. She never struck the ground, Garp. She never said a word. She never knew what happened, Garp. I'm sure. Did they get the man? Garp asked. Someone shot him, or he shot himself, Roberta said. Dead? Garp asked. Yes, the bastard, Roberta said. He's dead, too. Are you alone, Roberta? Garp asked her. No, Roberta wept. There are a lot of us here. We're at your place. And Garp could imagine them all, the wailing women at Dog's Head Harbor, their leader murdered. She wanted her body to go to a med school, Garp said. Roberta? I hear you, Roberta said. That's just so awful. That's what she wanted, Garp said. I know, Roberta said. You've got to come home. Right away, Garp said. We don't know what to do, Roberta said. What is there to do? Garp asked. There's nothing to do. There should be something, Roberta said, but she said she never wanted a funeral. Certainly not, Garp said. She wanted her body to go to a med school. You get that accomplished, Roberta. That's what Mom would have wanted. But there ought to be something, Roberta protested. Maybe not a religious service, but something. Don't you get involved in anything until I get there, Garp told her. There's a lot of talk, Roberta said. People want a rally or something. I'm her only family, Roberta, Garp said. You tell them that. She meant a lot to a lot of us, you know, Roberta said, sharply. Yes, and it got her killed. Garp thought, but he said nothing. I tried to look after her. Roberta cried. I told her not to go in that parking lot. Nobody's to blame, Roberta, Garp said softly. You think somebody's to blame, Garp, Roberta said. You always do. Please, Roberta, Garp said. You're my best friend. I'll tell you who's to blame, Roberta said. It's men, Garp. It's your filthy murderous sex. If you can't fuck us the way you want to, you kill us in 100 ways. Not me, Roberta, please, Garp said. Yes, you too, Roberta whispered. No man is a woman's friend. I'm your friend, Roberta, Garp said, and Roberta cried for a while, a sound as acceptable to Garp as rain falling on a deep lake. I'm so sorry, Roberta whispered. If I'd seen the man with the gun just a second sooner, I could have blocked the shot. I would have, you know. I know you would have, Roberta, Garp said. He wondered if he would have. He felt love for his mother, of course, and now an aching loss. But did he ever feel such devotion to Jenny Fields as the followers among her own sex? He apologized to the landlady for the lateness of the phone call. When he told her that his mother was dead, the old woman crossed herself her sunken cheeks, and her empty gums were mute, but clear indications of the family deaths she had herself outlived. Helen cried for the longest time. She would not let Jenny's namesake, little Jenny Garp, out of her arms. Duncan and Garp searched the newspapers, but the news would be a day getting to Austria except for the marvel of television. Garp watched his mother's murder on his landlady's TV. There was some election nonsense at a shopping plaza in New Hampshire. The landscape had a vaguely seacoast appearance, and Garp recognized the place as being a few miles from Dog's Head Harbor. The incumbent governor was in favor of all the same, swinish, stupid things. The woman running against him seemed educated and idealistic and kind. She also seemed to barely restrain her anger at the same, swinish, stupid things the governor represented. The parking lot at the shopping plaza was circled by pickup trucks. The pickups were full of men in hunting coats and caps. Apparently they represented local New Hampshire interests as opposed to the interest in New Hampshire taken by the New York divorcees. The nice woman running against the governor was also a kind of New York divorcee. That she had lived 15 years in New Hampshire, and her children had gone to school there, was a fact more or less ignored by the incumbent governor, and by his supporters who circled the parking lot in their pickup trucks. There were lots of signs. There was a steady jeering. There was also a high school football team, in uniform, their cleats clacking on the cement of the parking lot. One of the woman candidate's children was on the team, and he had assembled the football players in the parking lot in hopes of demonstrating to New Hampshire that it was perfectly manly to vote for his mother. The hunters in their pickup trucks were of the opinion that to vote for this woman was to vote for faggotry and lesbianism, and socialism, and alimony, and New York. And so forth. Garp had the feeling, watching the telecast, that those things were not tolerated in New Hampshire. Garp and Helen and Duncan, and baby Jenny, sat in the Viennese pension about to watch the murder of Jenny Fields. Their bewildered old landlady served them coffee and little cakes, only Duncan ate anything. Then Jenny Fields had her turn to speak to the assembled people in the parking lot. She spoke from the back of a pickup truck. Roberta Muldoon lifted her up to the tailgate and adjusted the microphone for her. Garp's mother looked very small in the pickup truck, especially beside Roberta, but Jenny's uniform was so white that she stood out, bright and clear. "I am Jenny Fields," she said, to some cheers and some whistles and some hoots. There was a blaring of horns from the pickup trucks circling the parking lot. The police were telling the pickup trucks to move on. They moved on, and came back, and moved on again. "Most of you know who I am," Jenny Fields said. There were more hoots, more cheers, more blowing of horns, and a single sharp gunshot as conclusive as a wave breaking on the beach. No one saw where it came from. Roberta Muldoon held Garp's mother under her arms. Jenny's white uniform seemed struck by a small dark splash. Then Roberta dropped down from the tailgate with Jenny in her arms, and knifed through the breaking crowd like an old tight end carrying the ball for a hard first down. The crowd parted. Jenny's white uniform was almost concealed in Roberta's arms. There was a police car moving to intercept Roberta. When they neared each other, Roberta held out the body of Jenny Fields toward the squad car. For a moment Garp saw his mother's unmoving white uniform lifted above the crowd and into the arms of a policeman, who helped her and Roberta into the car. The car, as they say, sped away. The camera was distracted by an apparent shootout taking place among the circling pickup trucks and several more police cars. Later, there was the still body of a man in a hunting coat lying in a dark puddle of what looked like oil. Later still, there was a close-up of what the newsman would only identify as a deer rifle. It was pointed out that the deer season had not officially opened. Except for the fact that there had been no nudity in the telecast, the event was an X-rated soap opera from start to finish. Garp thanked the landlady for allowing them to watch the news. Within 2 hours they were in Frankfurt, where they changed planes for New York. The undertoad was not on the plane with them, not even for Helen, who was so afraid of planes. For a while they knew the undertoad was elsewhere. All Garp could think, somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean, was that his mother had delivered some adequate last words. Jenny Fields had ended her life saying, "Most of you know who I am." On the airplane, Garp tried out the line. "Most of you know who I am," he whispered. Duncan was asleep, but Helen overheard him. She reached across the aisle and held Garp's hand. Thousands of feet above sea level, T.S. Garp cried in the airplane that was bringing him home to be famous in his violent country.